The Footy Conversation with 5 episodes a week.
She's gotten worse. Lots of anger.
Ursula Carlson, no filters, brand new comedy.
Contracted early onset Karen.
Ursula, streaming now on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Big boy! Jamie Elliott! The man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Rosen kicks on goal for Branson Curry.
What a goal.
He's off and running for 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith. He'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
Get better than this.
100% pure footy.
Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot. His kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground. How good is that?
What a goal! He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The Western Bulldogs just a month ago were sitting pretty on top of the AFL table. They were the last of the unbeatens at 4-0. They're now 4-3 and staring down the barrel of their worst losing sequence since 2019. They're back at home at Docklands tonight with the roof open after a glorious day in Melbourne where it got to 26 degrees. It is a balmy night in Melbourne, and so the roof is open for Friday night footy at Docklands. Their opponents tonight, the Fremantle Dockers. They get a rare Friday night in Melbourne. They're one of 3 6-win teams as we enter round 8 of the AFL Premiership season, at least starting the weekend with a share of top spot. Can their form translate into Melbourne under the Friday night lights? A double-header tonight, a dual-site double-header. So here it'll be the Western Bulldogs and Fremantle, and over in Adelaide, the biggest game on offer in South Australia, it is the Showdown. So we'll take you there for the concluding stages if you're with us now. If you want it in its entirety, of course, you can find them streaming through ABC Listen. My name's Corbin Middlemass. The whole gang's here for Friday Night Footy. Kelly Underwood's alongside me. Hello, Kel.
Hello to you. I feel like I'm dreaming. It's May Day. Happy May, 1st of May to you. So we're 2 months down. We've got 5 months to go in this competition. It's 23 degrees in Melbourne, and I've just looked up and I can see a full moon.
How good?
And we're here at Docklands. So the roof is open and there is a full moon just hanging right beside a large building of the CBD. So pinch me. I've been doing this for years and I've never felt like this in May. But there you go. Do you know, the other thing is that it's a year ago to the day that the four of us sat at this very venue and watched a Friday night game between the Dockers and St Kilda. It was the worst game of the season, the Dockers shocker. I think the gentleman sitting behind me nearly left at half time. 14 goals to 5 in the end in front of about 20,000 fans. And Justin Longmuir and his purple players trudged off with their shoulders slumped and their heads down. Since then, the Dockers have been the best team in the competition in the last 12 months. 18 wins, 4 losses in the home and away. They've lost to Collingwood, to Sydney at the SCG, to Brisbane in Perth, and the Cats in Geelong in round 1 this year. So this is their first Friday night game in Melbourne since that night, that forgettable night, and they are chasing 7 straight wins for the first time since 2015. Footy's a funny game. You would never have thought after that night that this is how they'd respond.
There's a bit in it for the Dockers tonight, absolutely, where they do start as a prohibitive favourite coming to Melbourne tonight against the Western Bulldogs, who've made 6 changes. No late changes, by the way, so teams coming in as selected. 6 changes for the Dogs, only one of them forced. The other 5 all omitted, so they do get back a few of their players tonight. Tim English comes back in. Apart from that, it's a bunch of role players. Caulfield, Gallagher, Jones, Vandermeer and McNeil. Meanwhile, for the Dockers, Paddy Voss comes back after missing last week with illness. That now has befallen Judd McVie, who finds himself out of the Fremantle team. So Kelly and I here, as always, as our leading analysts in the game. First of all, the legendary Cat, the man who, of course, is not only in the Hall of Fame, he's a legend down at Geelong. He's a 3-time premiership player, premiership captain, Cameron Ling. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Cal, Mick, Hodgie, everyone out there. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying this beautiful night. I've got a T-shirt on at the moment. Even Mick's got the guns out, which Amazing. Is very exciting. That's how beautiful it is. I can only hope we get a good game of footy tonight. The Dockers I've been really impressed with throughout the season. It feels like they've added a maturity to their game. They've added little elements of flair to their game, which has been missing in previous years, which is really nice. They should come here. They should take care of business and absolutely smack the Dogs. But funny things can happen. Maybe just your expectations go up a bit. Maybe you expect to win and you're feeling pretty good about yourselves, and the Dogs can show a little bit of something. They've still got a bloke running around in that team who wears number 4. So they continue to be dangerous while he's still on that football field, the Doggies. So I can only hope we get something really good to watch tonight, Corbs.
A man who is a former coach of the Footscray Football Club. He's also coached more games than anyone else in the history of VFL, AFL football. He is an Australian Football Hall of Famer. His name's Mick Moldhouse, and he's back with us again. Hello, Mick.
Hello, Corby. Hello, Cal and Lingy, of course, and all our wonderful listeners. I'm interested in what you said about the wins and losses, and I reckon that just about sums up Fremantle. The 4 you listed are their major hurdles this year. And I know it was over 12 months, but if you have a look at them, and that's my biggest doubt about Fremantle. Can they handle playing the size that you mentioned, Cal, which I think was Sydney?
Collingwood?
Yeah, well, Collingwood, just don't forget, last year I think they were 4 games clear around about with 5 to go, so they were in red-hot form.
Sydney at the SCG.
Sydney are in real good form.
Brisbane in Perth.
Well, Brisbane two in a row.
And they dropped the first game against Lingy's Cats.
Yeah, well, I still think Geelong's close to the best side in Melbourne at the moment. So
Geelong?
Well, okay, they dropped last week, but their form will pick up. So I think the test tonight against an undermanned backline. And we know that Bontempelli and Richards have both been injured. So can they regain top form? Well, that's going to be a big test because if you've been injured and you've still got a couple of nagging little injuries there, then sometimes it takes the time to get over those things. Forward line without Darcy, and Norton last week was heroic to get back. So the Dogs really technically shouldn't be anywhere near this. But this is a test of Fremantle on this ground. And I'm not sure that they're great at travelling against sides that can put a bit of pressure on. Now, there's no Liberatore either, so the more he keeps throwing what the Dogs have got, Fremantle should win this. but that's the test.
I'm going to ask you this question before the game and then after it. As we sit at the moment, heading into round 8, how many teams do you think can win it?
Well, from the alphabet down, I really now have my doubts about Adelaide. I just don't know whether they're complete enough in the middle. Brisbane, certainly, we've already seen them do that. Collingwood, I think it'd be a miracle for Collingwood to win, quite frankly. I really just don't think 18 shots last night, 15-3, a kick like that every day, they're going to win a lot of games. They'll probably make enough to get to the 8, maybe a 10. Fremantle, I'm not convinced. I just don't reckon Fremantle. I think there's still one really good mid-short.
I am.
Yep. Hawks, I reckon, can. Yep. Because they will probably get better by the end of the year.
Hawks can win it.
Hawks can certainly win it. Yep. There's no question. I still think Geelong. The worry to me, Lingy could answer this one. Paddy Dangerfield, second last game last year, was instrumental in Geelong winning that game. I think I might remark the next week, he's going to be really struggling to play that level because it takes it out of your body. I watched last week, there was one passage of play that reminded me of Nathan Buckley, Wayne Carey, all those superstars. He knew he wanted to get the footy, his legs wouldn't take him, and he went to ground. And that's the first sign that you're starting to fray at the edges.
But Geelong can't win. They can't win the premiership if they are solely reliant on Paddy Dangerfield. They should be on to the next era.
I agree.
He's a cream on top.
Yeah.
And he can play the odd amazing game and have a great moment still, but...
They've still got the background, though, haven't they? They've got the skeleton there. They've got a good goal-to-goal line.
I've got 5 teams.
Yep. Okay, go.
Hawks? Hawthorn, Sydney, Fremantle, Brisbane and Geelong.
Hawthorn, Sydney, Fremantle, Brisbane, Geelong?
Yep.
Okay. So that means...
and which ones do you rule out of that, Mick? Freo?
No. I've got them at the bottom end of that list.
Okay.
Yes.
But who can win the flag as we stand now? Well, Hawks, Brisbane, Geelong and Sydney.
No, I think certainly Sydney's got a real chance. Fremantle's at the bottom end of my list, but they've got a chance if they can find another midfield. Hawthorn certainly. I think Melbourne, no. Brisbane, definitely. North Melbourne, not quite there. Gold Coast, I'm really disappointed in Gold Coast. They really haven't matured as quick as I thought they would. Collingwood, you just never know with the Pies. Because while Dacos is still standing up, he's like the bottom 5 yesterday were very evident for Collingwood. But they drew. They drew. And it wasn't... So, and I just... The Dogs are gone. Port and Adelaide tomorrow. One of them will be gone by tomorrow. And I don't say that because it's round 8 and you're only one game behind, but I just think you've got to win the game tomorrow. You must win. Oh, no, tonight, isn't it? Tonight.
Yeah.
So you've got to win that game tonight.
It'll run concurrently with us. We'll have updates throughout of what's happening there between Adelaide and Port Adelaide. It's going to start a little bit later than our game. Just repeating, there's no late change here at Docklands. The roof is going to be open, which is a new change this year. So if it's warm enough, late enough in the day, essentially they'll make the decision to keep the roof open. So it won't be for true afternoon clashes because of the shadows that the ground will cause, but anything from twilight later, and we will have open air fixtures. So the Dogs have actually had 3 of them this year already. So they played the Bombers in an open-air game, Sydney last Thursday night, and the roof's open for Friday night footy here in Melbourne this evening. No late change here at Docklands. Just to tie a bow on the events of last night, incredible ending. So Darcy Moore tackles his namesake Dylan Moore high, 30 metres out directly in front, goes back, kicks the goal. It was a weird old night, as we often say when the match ends in a draw. So Hawthorn, 28 scoring shots to 18, dominated all the key statistical categories.
Everything.
And yet the team that was 7 points up with 30 seconds to go lost. So I imagine both teams probably consider themselves a little stiff in terms of the fact that they left some points out there. Both the coaches, first of all, Craig McRae, followed by Sam Mitchell, were asked about their thoughts last night and where they sit on the spectrum of perhaps glass half full or glass half empty.
Playing one of the best teams in the competition. Which glass do you want to drink, the half empty one or the half full one? Yeah, we're definitely half full, and top me up because we've got a bit more coming.
I don't feel super positive, if I'm honest. But even when we win sometimes, I mean, realistically, we know we need to improve our game holistically. And did we improve parts of our game today? Sure. Yeah, we did some things better today than we have been doing them. But some of the parts of our game that have been a bit more reliable fell away today. So, I mean, I look at the centre bounces. I think it was 19-5. So that's an area where we had some trouble early in the year. An enormous amount of work have gone into that behind the scenes, and we get a great result today. But then not to be able to maximise it in the front half, you're frustrated at that. So the glass is exactly in the middle for me, which is why it's a difficult feeling.
How good's that?
That's great.
Craig McRae would top me up, and Sam Mitchell saying my glass is exactly in the middle.
Yeah, I don't know. These couple of stats might drain Sam Mitchell's glass a little bit. 62 inside 50s to 34.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. Clearances, 39 to 23, so plus 16. Contested possessions, plus 20. You get those numbers, you should be winning by 7 goals, 8 goals, especially with the skill that's running around for that Hawthorn team. So I think once they, on review, the fact they grabbed it at the end, yeah, that might have just given them a couple of extra drops in the glass, but I reckon on review, Sam Mitchell's going to be saying, we blew that. We should have had a 6-goal lead with 30 seconds to go, and none of it matters, and we didn't need to scramble for a draw.
Yeah, I guess it's efficiency thing. A few years ago, I remember looking at Melbourne going through multiple times in front of the 50-metre entrances, and they were losing by 3 and 4 goals. So a lot's got to do with how you finish. And one goal, 7 1/4 time. The interesting to me was how Maynard played. How Maynard played off the half-back line. I thought his run and that sort of stuff really, I guess, with Dacos, put them in a pretty good position forward out of that back line. Gunston was really struggling last night. You know, there's one that. Did he miss the week before?
He did,
yes.
Yeah, see, you know, so it should be fresh. I thought the Wizard was held until those. I mean, they're 2 magnificent goals, but nonetheless, he was held pretty well. The ball went in there a lot of times, but they weren't able to score because they got the ball to 45 metres, and Collingwood were able to resurrect it time and time again.
So, Mick, naturally, we look at the last play and see the Darcy Moore drop mark, and then the clumsy tackle, and gives away the free kick to Dylan Moore. So that's what all the focus goes on to. If your coach, when Collingwood were able to exit their back 50 just before the play I'm talking about, and Tom Barrass takes the mark, and you've got Dan McStay there, to me, that's the moment where Collingwood lost the game. Where McStay is in the team for that ball to come to ground no matter what. Instead, Barrass takes the mark, immediately plays on handball, kick to a dangerous part of the ground. And yes, Darcy Moore stuffed up, but it should never, ever, ever have been there if McStay's doing what he should have been doing for the team.
A really big tick going for Hawthorn here. I talked about that this morning, actually. You've got Dacos, who could find a target most places. And this is Josh. So he's on the edge of the 10-metre square or the goal line. He looks up. Generally, they go bang 20 metres and find it. Hawthorn's defence at that stage was magnificent. Because the longer he looked, the more those players were gobbled up. He had no 20-metre target to draw out 20 seconds or whatever the case may be. Yep. He was forced to kick that long. So you got the double wing.
Yeah. Force it long. No easy exit.
At least smash it out of bounds. Didn't happen.
Yeah.
And of course, he didn't have a target. It was fantastic play by Hawthorn.
Has the Pies' late game aura gone a little bit? I mean, you look at their last 6 games decided by a goal or less. They got 1 win. So 1 win, 4 losses, and a draw. Fair.
It's got to spin around at some stage. You can get lucky on those. You've got to know what to do, yes, but you can get really lucky. Darcy Moore marks that, they go, we've won that game by a goal, whatever it is. And he doesn't. And now he's been out for a while, so he's a bit scratchy. So, all the way along, you can find little things that, look, Elliott looked like he wasn't going to get near the football. He had 1 or 2 hand passes at half time, and all of a sudden, bang, 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 he kicked his 3 goals.
Just for completeness too, Gunston kicked 5 the week before against the Suns, missed the game before that.
So maybe it's a bit, the body like that may well be that this is when round 7, round 8, I know it hasn't been wet and this and stuff, but it just, those bodies start to, the wear and tear starts to catch up with you. He had no outside the first 5 minutes, he had no speed from there on in, and then you've become an easy target in today's football. If you've got no speed, you're gone.
Here's the injury list out of last night. So Perryman, right hamstring, standard 21 days. He's going to miss the next few. Good news for Darcy Cameron. So he's been cleared of structural damage on his ankle. So the TV replay showed a lot of the knee-on-knee contact, and yet what we were looking at the ground on the bench was the ankle being tended to underneath his shin guard, but he's been cleared of structural damage to the ankle after scans today, so good news for the ruckman. Still side bottom, feared he had a broken blood vessel in his finger after it was stepped on last night, so a gruesome injury, blew up straight away. Looked like he'd been stung by a bee. At other clubs today, there's carnage across the competition. So George Wardlaw's out with illness. He won't play against Geelong down at the Cattery tomorrow. Josh Gibcus is out for the year, so he's having knee surgery. He's a top 10 pick, hasn't had a run at it. ACL sprain in the VFL. This is on top of Sam Lawler's injury news yesterday that he's got the partial tear in the Achilles.
Wow.
At Punt Road, they have 17 on their injured list and just 3 AFL-listed players playing in the VFL this weekend.
Is Sam Lawler partial tear of the Achilles, is that season and operation, or are they going to try and go through it?
They haven't said.
They've been very vague on it.
They have very vague. And his season was ruined for half of last year, wasn't it?
It was.
Really
bad.
Hamstring.
Yeah.
So there's muscle, so there's tendons. That is he prone to those tendon injuries. I mean, you do it at training on a Thursday, Friday or Saturday match.
Talked about it a bit last Friday night when we saw the Tigers, but they just haven't got games into their 9 top kids that they've got over the last couple of years. And then Tom Liberatore, who obviously is missing, he's on the comeback trial from concussion, but now he's undergone surgery for a minor arthroscope on his knee, so he's going to miss a month. So Tom Liberatore on the comeback from concussion now with a knee complaint. So that's some injury news out of the competition today. And just a little update for Andrew Lambert, whose nickname's Bart. He's the physio at the Hawthorn Football Club. I don't know if you saw last night.
I did.
Unfortunately, the head physio, he took a tumble trying to run off the ground. He got back up and then went down again for a second time as he rolled his ankle and straight-legged it on the wing, and he just couldn't stay out of the action. Unfortunately for Andrew, he's got tendon damage to both hamstrings.
So no.
Not just one, but the other hamstring as well. He's going to require surgery on one of them. And after 20 years of service, he's going to have a rare miss next week. He won't make the trip to Perth for the Hawks game against the Dockers, and their head physio is out with double hamstring tendon injuries.
Now I have to apologise to him because I've got my parents staying with me at the moment, and we rewound and watched it a few times.
Oh, were you having a good laugh, Cal? Were you?
It was very funny, Lenny. Mick was just giggling. You had a giggle, didn't you?
I did.
I would never have laughed.
Who was? I had to work the game with Ben Cameron last night, he's a sucker for slapstick comedy.
Yeah.
So he was
He'd lost it.
Well,
Goodness me.
You're all horrible people.
We are. Good luck to him. I feel terrible. He has to have surgery.
Where was it on TV where a gentleman was walking across the ground, had to get off the ground, slipped over 4 or 5 times? It might have been the Super Bowl, was it? Was it the Super Bowl where he dressed in a suit and he wanted to sprint and he fell, he got up and he fell over. I reckon he fell over 4 times in his suit.
Oh, dear.
He couldn't get out of there quick enough.
I know.
Last night, unfortunately for Andrew. So Godspeed on the recovery front. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The whole gang's here. Colton Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the action. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling are your analysts. We're counting down to the Bulldogs and the Dockers, and there's no late change here at Docklands. The roof is open, and both teams are out there doing their preliminary warm-up. Temperature not expected to drop really below 19 degrees during game time, so it's going to be a balmy evening here in Melbourne. Chance for us to head inside the Western Bulldogs camp and say good day to Tim Hodges for the first time tonight. Hodgie.
Corbin, nice to be with you down on the boundary with the Bulldogs footy boss, Matty Egan. Thanks for joining us, Matty. This is a big night for your footy club.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Tim, and guys upstairs. Yeah, it is. It's been a pretty rough 3 weeks and played against, obviously, 3 really experienced and strong sides who will be up top end of the ladder, and Freo are no different. They're in great form. Obviously, won their last 6 and got great depth all over the ground. So tough task for us, but I think we've learned a lot over the last few weeks in particular. Had a really good first half against Sydney, but just didn't sustain it. So heaps to work on.
Luke Beveridge said he said plenty of things on Wednesday, mind you, but he said the last 3 weeks had put your team back on their backside. Do you feel that maybe their confidence has been sapped a little bit, or just a bit of a reality check against, as you said, 3 really good teams you've played and lost to?
Yeah, I think every single game you play, you learn something from, and the last few weeks there have been harsh lessons in all different areas. Probably started with our contest and our tackling versus Hawthorn and Geelong, who are definitely the more experienced and bigger bodies. And last week Sydney transitioned way too fast. We started quite well in our contest and pressure game, just couldn't sustain it. We have been a little bit more inexperienced than the teams we've come up against, but tonight's pretty even against Freo. We've brought in some players who have some games under their belt, and bringing players like Tim back in really helps us with some stability around the contest. So, we've learned a lot. Second half against Sydney wasn't good enough, and Bevo's been really honest with them during the week. There's no excuses, no sympathy in this game, and I know he mentioned that in the press conference, and he's spot on. We just need to get to work.
So Luke Jackson is the in-form ruckman in the competition. He's got Mason Cox riding shotgun with him tonight. You bring Tim English back. Is he 100% totally, or is he still, I'm going to strap it up and let's just see how we go tonight?
Yeah, he's 100%. I'm not sure. He'll be very close. Whether any player really is 100% through the year, there's always little niggles here and there. But he was probably right a week ago. He just needed to get some fitness. I had a big session with him last Saturday, where he did match load and, competed really well. He was only doing some centre bounce that we hadn't done, and we did that during the week and he was fine. So Luke Jackson's obviously an elite runner. Had spent some time with him at Melbourne. He's played on ball at different stages, but he's a genuine ruckman and competes around the ground. It's not just going to be Tim. Tim at stages is going to be getting back, supporting our defence, so it's going to be other players that need to pick him up in transition.
We're about 15 metres away from where Aaron Norton went down last Thursday night. It was a bloody scary moment. But are you surprised that he was okay during the weekend or last Friday, then was training, pretty much fully by Wednesday? Yeah,
it was a crazy incident. I've probably never seen anything like it, and genuine shock for a period of time until we got word that it was okay. And pretty scary for everyone. The whole crowd was in shock, but in saying all that, I think he was in genuine shock of the flip, and in the end it was only a bit of a sore neck. So everything's fine from a concussion point of view, and I think you would have seen our medicos got out to him so bloody quick, and we're so lucky we've got such great medical staff that he had a really good week, and talking to him, he's absolutely fine. There's no risk, and be interesting how his first marking contest goes with, just probably in the back of your mind there's some thoughts going on, but we're really confident. He trained really well, and he's got crazy courage, so we're confident in how he's going to perform tonight.
Would be a serious team lifter if he can kick an early goal. The skipper, he's been playing sore probably the last couple of weeks. Is it getting better, or is he just having to deal with this?
Yeah, he obviously about 2 weeks ago he had the little incident with his knee, so he hasn't trained much in the week leading into last week's game, and had 29 and kicked 2. So this week he's been able to train twice, and we had an 8-day break. We had 3 6-day breaks in a row, so really hard for him to recover quickly and perform. But watching his performance last week, hoping he's only going to be only better this week. So he's a freak. He's definitely probably the best preparer I've ever seen. He gets to the game 3.5 hours before to prepare his body, and he's a freak in how he recovers. So we're really confident he's going to have a great game.
We appreciate your time so close to the bounce.
Thank you.
There you go, Matthew Egan from the Bulldogs, Corbin.
Thanks, Hodgie. So the footy boss, Matthew Egan, downstairs in the Dogs camp. It's a fascinating night for the Bulldogs. Caulfield, Gallagher, Jones, Vandermeer, English, McNeil, the 6 ins. And then Gardner, Jakes, Smith, Baker, Hines, all out omitted. And then the only other player that's out of their team is Adam Treloar, who's been managed after 1 week, and he didn't look like he was moving too freely last Thursday night. So 8-day break for the Bulldogs. They get English back. Must be said, though, Lingy, it feels like the other pieces is almost as if a few fringe guys coming in and out. Is English back enough to make them a different team?
It helps, definitely. He's been sorely missed. There's no question about that. I just think through sheer weight of other numbers who are missing, it makes it really tough against a quality team. But no doubt Tim English is an important piece of the puzzle for Luke Beveridge. Unfortunately, though, while he's doing that puzzle, the dog keeps getting up and chewing on a couple of the other bits, and they lose them. So there's too many holes in that jigsaw puzzle for it to be a complete picture right now.
This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. We're about to pick up our audience throughout Western Australia, so we'll go inside the Dockers camp on the other side of that and see what's happening with Fremantle. But there's no late change here at Docklands. The roof is open. The whole gang's here. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood to call the footy. Mick Moldhouse, the coaching icon. The legendary Cat in Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges on the boundary. It's a dual-side double-header tonight, so if you want to listen to the showdown, you can find it streaming through ABC Listen.
Why do we collect things? And how much is too much? Join me, Annabelle Crabb, as I venture into the secret stacks of the State Library of New South Wales and discover that most of the collection isn't books at all. Search for the History or Hoarding podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
A well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can.
Mix from 45 on the run.
Oh.
And they've made it 6 in a row.
What a goal.
Nick Dacos takes the advantage, eyes the goals and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie.
Want it down.
Oh, sock it off the ground by Will Ashcroft.
He's a freak. That
is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
The Western Bulldogs, they were the last of the unbeaten teams at 4-0. They now find themselves 4-3 on the season on a 3-game losing skid, an average losing margin of 10 goals in that time, and the injury list continues to mount up against the team that ended their season in 2025, the Fremantle Dockers. One of 3 6-win teams. They're on a 6-game winning sequence. The Dockers, a rare Friday night venture to Melbourne where they play under the Friday night lights. It is a dual-site doubleheader tonight, so here in Melbourne with the roof open at Docklands on a balmy evening. It's still 23 degrees. Fremantle to play the Western Bulldogs. There's no late change here at Docklands. And then over in Adelaide tonight, the City of Churches, you'll get the game between Adelaide and Port Adelaide. Of course, it is the showdown. If you want to listen to that in full, you can find it through ABC Listen, streamed there. We will take you there for the concluding stages later this evening. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood to call the footy. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Cameron Ling, the legendary Cat, and the coaching icon Mick Moldhouse with you at Docklands.
Corby, I was going to throw this to you, Lingy. The big forwards of Fremantle.
Yes.
Who is going to play on them? And if they take one of those blokes off and they throw Cox forward, which they're likely to, tell me without Lob, without
O'Donnell,
they're in serious trouble. That's where if you're going to get them, you've got to stop the ball getting in there, because if it gets in there, it could well be. It may not be the sort of result that...
Karmas...
Yeah, well, he's going to have to play on one of them.
Yeah, gets one.
Would Caulfield play on Amos? He's not that tall, but he's tall enough. I mean, you've got to come up with someone that's going to play on.
Yeah, no, it's not the word. I know Bailey Dale you want as a ball user.
Yeah,
but do you just give him...
Well, Caulfield's 191.
Yep.
Yeah, he's actually taller than Bailey Dale. I don't know. I just always feel like Bailey Dale can play taller.
So Buslinger's got to get one. Karmas gets one.
Yeah. So I guess.
And then you're probably into Caulfield if they got the three.
Well, I think Caulfield's going to have to play down there.
Yep.
Because if Cox goes in the ruck or goes forward, Jackson will go in the ruck and forward, maybe certainly on the bench. They're going to have.
I don't see them having an answer to Luke Jackson. Out of all the planning and everything.
Well, I think Tracy's the one, because he's a monster in his mark. He's a better mark. He's a surer mark than Jackson.
Yeah, but for me, I agree with you. By the way, just with Jackson, he's effectively a ruck rover.
Yeah.
But he's just a giant ruck rover.
Well, you wouldn't have him. He's probably not going to play away from the centre that often. That's the only thing. When you've got those three, you've got the lunatic down there, Voss, and he's going to have to take someone as well. I mean, who plays on him?
Yeah, I think to make a long story short, I think the Dogs are in a world of trouble tonight. And if somehow they produce a win, it will be
one of the great
win
ones
for the ages, given how undermanned, and you go through every matchup and you just keep saying advantage Dockers, advantage Dockers, apart from one or two of the...
Tell you what, their coach, he's proved to be a master coach in these situations before. Backs against the wall, no one rates them against all odds. Has he got some sort of magic trick up his sleeve? I wouldn't be surprised if when the game starts, we see something that surprises us.
Yeah, well, Bontempelli's 194. He's taller than all of them. The other thing is Oscar Baker. He's going to take another 10 years to get his 50 games. He keeps getting dropped.
I know.
And the other one
surprised by that
is Croft. He hasn't. I'm not denying the fact that he should be out of the side. He hasn't shown anything. But late last year, he showed enough to suggest that he could have been a real foil for Norton. Going the ruck, he's 200 and something centimetres, so he's not, he's a big boy, 201 centimetres, and yet he can't. He went for a couple of big grabs last year, took them. Early this year, he went for one and landed on his back. You always wonder psychologically what impact those things have on players.
He keeps us guessing, doesn't he, Luke Beveridge? He hasn't played since Darcy went out of the team. So reports coming through, Darcy's surgery went well today. So he's had that ACL tear repaired today after, obviously, you've got to wait for the swelling to go down. So that's the reason why there's been a delay after the surgery. No late change here at Docklands. The Bulldogs and the Dockers inside the Freo camp in just a moment. I think this is a sneaky, sort of a big game for Fremantle tonight. And I know a lot of it's been dressed up as Freo's a heavy favourite. What can the Bulldogs do? Injury list, so on and so forth. How do they make a game of it? Missing so many key pieces of their spine. But Kelly outlined it off the top. It's been 1 year since they put in that stinker against St Kilda. So I think that lives somewhere in the background in people's memories that they're capable of that. The other thing is this is a rare Friday night in Melbourne. And I went through and did the numbers later today, this afternoon. 16th time only in clubs history that they've played a Friday night in Melbourne. So only the 16th time they've been the away team in Melbourne on a Friday night.
It's 30 years.
Their record in those games, 3 wins, 1 draw, 11 losses.
And their first one since a year ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the reason why that record's poor, there's a number of reasons baked into that. They're high-pressure games generally, so eyes of the nation on them, so there's extra pressure in a way that there isn't in other games. The other thing is there's often short rest involved, so coming across from Perth, you're often on a 6-day break, whatever it turns out to be, as they are here. So they're off 6 days against a team that's got an 8-day break, and their opponents stay at home. They've come across the country. But with all the things considered, as you touched on before, and yet everything points towards the fact that Fremantle are the better team, and yet these little things going against them, you would think if they're going to become the professional premiership contender that I think many of us think they can be, these are the kind of games, no excuses, you just come here and win tonight, don't you?
Agree completely. And I feel they are a much more mature team than what they've been at any point in the last couple of years. And I mean that from a footy maturity point of view. But I'm a bit with you. I want to see a ruthless edge. And by that I mean halfway through the second quarter, every single person in this entire venue just feels, Fremantle are just destroying them. This isn't even a contest. That's when you know a team is elevated to the true top end. When the Brisbane Lions were originally on their build, or any of the really good teams that go on and win premierships, when they're first on their build, no, they haven't yet won one, they just have this ruthlessness to them where they smack teams that they are expected to beat. And they beat them early, and they just completely put games to bed. So that's kind of what I want to see from Fremantle's evolution.
Yeah.
That's also what I expect to see tonight. We were talking before the break. I've got them in that definite premiership contender grouping. I think they've grown. The way they're using Shea Bolton now has added that extra little bit of flair and edge. Their forward line is much more dynamic. They've got a much better balance between how they're using Jackson, they're running half-backs, everything like that. They're not quite as dour and totally defensive. They've got a scoring power added to them. I think they come out and they show us just how much they mean business tonight.
And they're in this run of short weeks, rotating doors and everything else. They go Derby on the Sunday to Saturday on Anzac Day to Friday in Melbourne to then Thursday next week back at home. But this is the first time they've left since gather round. So they have had a fortnight back at home. This is a short week, yes, but it is the first time they've travelled in 3 weeks or so. We'll see how it pans out tonight. Let's go inside the Dockers camp. Tim Hodges is down there. Hodgie.
Corbin, great to go into the Fremantle camp. Their defensive coach, Jade Rawlings, has been good enough to join us. Jade, just the roof open. It looks magnificent here at the Docklands. Do you like the idea of opening the lid for the footy?
Yeah, absolutely. Our players, we came and trained here yesterday and it was open, and yeah, you just tell that they really enjoyed the atmosphere of it being open, and we were notified early in the week that likely it was going to be that way, and yeah, I think it's real positive.
Oh, Melbourne boy, you wouldn't believe the weather's been this good in Melbourne since you've been here the last 24 hours.
We were just saying, in May in Melbourne, 27 degrees is unheard of, so it'll be a beautiful night for it tonight.
6-1, 6 on the trot for your team. The Dockers are flying, aren't they?
And we're playing okay. We've had some really strong wins away from home. We've had some tight finishes. We've get some games where we had control earlier in the game, which has been advantageous for us, how we manage some players. But yeah, the challenges keep coming. Bulldogs in Melbourne's always a tough ask, but generally we're happy with what we've seen from the group, and always looking for more consistency in certain phases where we think we can perform better.
Before we get to the Dogs, do you watch last night? Hawthorn is so similar to Fremantle this year, won 6 in a row, and they had a really down night. Is that sort of a wake-up call that you can actually remind your players before they run out tonight, just to be aware of it?
No, not really. We don't really talk to our players about it. A lot of them probably wouldn't have watched the game last night. Yeah. So some of them consume a lot of footy, some stay away from it. It's their best form of prep. So the other thing is just get really familiar with what works best for you with both your prep as a team, and also how much we really allow individuals to dial into what they need to do to prepare for the game.
And in your role, you would have been probably watching the Dogs last Thursday night and see Aaron Norton go down with that serious neck injury and think probably a scratching for next Friday. Are you amazed he's come up? Yeah, well, once you hear there's no concussion and the scans showed that there was no issues with his neck, then it's really how he recovers. And he's been a durable and tough player over many years, so we've got a lot of respect for him. And we planned early in the week that he was going to be playing, so our prep for our key defenders was thorough, and it wasn't a shock that he's going to be playing, but it's a great effort by him to be able to get up from where he was a week ago. Paddy Voss was a late withdrawal with illness last week, back in the team this week. Is that a place you can really stretch what is a decimated Dogs defence with your powerful forward line? Yeah, it was just getting the band back together. It was probably the most positive thing for us, Tim. That Vossi warmed up right up to the death knot last week and realised that someone else had to make the decision for him, that he was crook because he didn't want to make it himself. And same with McVee this week. McVee flew over, was just a bit too crook to be able to come up. So we've been very conscious of picking the right teams and healthy teams, but our forward line's a strength of ours. Part of it is what they do, but it's how we actually service them. And when you play the Dogs, the contest side of the game is a big factor. It's an area that we're pretty strong at, so that'll really determine what sort of shape the game looks at and how we service our forwards. The big Friday night stage for Fremantle, do you look at guys like Bolton and Sarong and Brayshaw and think this is sort of the stage that they love to shine on? I expect big games from them tonight.
Yeah, amongst quite a few of our players that I think thrive with more exposure, and you can, prime time, Friday night footy, our group's getting quite used to being on the bigger stage, and that's obviously through results, and people are more interested in watching us. So our players handle that sort of stuff pretty well, and generally I've shown that if a perceived bigger game comes up, they manage it pretty well.
Another bloke who loves the big stage is Mason Cox. Made his debut last week. What did you make of 2 weeks ago? What did you make of his start in the purple, and how's he enjoying life over in the West?
Yeah, he's come in and had an impact on the group, and he was ready for his opportunity. Unfortunately, it was through Sean getting concussed, but his peel form was excellent. His first week was just okay, but last week he had a good performance and supported Dogger really well, but went forward and kicked 2 as well. So that's some weaponry that he brings to our group, but really enjoy him as a fella. He takes his being an AFL player seriously, and he's adapted to Perth life really well, so it's been a real acquisition for us.
You've been able to win a couple of big ones on the road in Adelaide. How important are these wins on the road if you're able to get over the line tonight?
To be taken seriously, you've got to be able to win on the road, and travelling wins are always ones that are reassuring, especially against the opposition you play. So Adelaide and Collingwood and Adelaide were ones that were very validating for us, and as I said before, playing the Dogs at Marvel on a Friday night, it's a difficult challenge where we don't get drawn into the who is or isn't playing. It's the Dogs, and it's a game of high contest. It can be challenging with how they move the ball, and they know how to score. So, it's that stage of the season where you can really position yourself well, but equally a lot of other teams are trying to do the same thing. So we dial into what we need to work on this week for tonight, and then we jump onto the plane tonight and see where we land after tonight, ready for Hawthorn next week.
We appreciate you joining us so close to the start. Thanks, Jade. Good to see you.
Thanks, Tim.
There you go, Corbin. Jade Rawlings from the Dockers.
Thanks, Hodgie. So, Jade Rawlings inside the Fremantle camp with the latest there. The roof open, the banner crews both made their way out onto the field at Docklands, and there's plenty of purple out there with the guard of honour set up by the fans that are lining the way for the players to run out and through the purple banner. And at the other end of the ground, was traditionally known as the Lockett end, or the northern end of the stadium, the banner crews set up for the Western Bulldogs as well, as we're about 15 minutes away from the bounce. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. There's no late change, the Bulldogs and the Dockers. There's also no late change in Adelaide for the game between the Crows and the Power. The showdown, of course, taking place over there. The 59th edition, the Crows 2 ahead in that head-to-head record, 30-28. If you want to listen to it in its entirety, you can find it through ABC Listen, and you can stream it there. Just picking up on the Dockers, we were having a little chat about them off-air earlier. What do they want for Fremantle? So if you look at their list and the way they're constructed at the moment, I mean, it seems like they're a bit like Noah's Ark. They've got 2 of every animal. They're 2 ruckmen and 2 key backs, 2 key forwards. They've got just about every area on the ground covered. What do they lack, do you think? What are they missing from being a premiership team?
I don't think they lack anything. Mix, right? And just before that interview, he said he'd love them to have one more really good midfielder. Yes, of course, I would always say that. If you could grab one more mid. Given the team I think they're going to have to go through ultimately, maybe it's going to be the Sydney Swans, but I still think Brisbane come the pointy end. The depth of their midfield is what took Geelong apart in the grand final last year. Yep. That's going to be the challenge for any team. Can you take on Dunkley, McCluggage, Berry, Ashcroft, Neal, Zach Bailey?
Yeah, you keep nailing them. That's it.
Yeah, so that's the one. Sure, you'd love another B+ to A- type midfielder to just be able to throw in there. But
you did name one. And he's got to spend more than just cameo roles, and that's Bolton.
I love the fact they've boosted his midfield time. I also love the fact that I'm reading from afar here. I feel like Bolton's given himself a chance to play more midfield. He looks fitter this year than he has done for the last couple of years.
So he's gone from 37% centre bounce attendances to 60, which puts him top 15 in the competition for most centre bounces attended.
So does he go there and just run out? See, this is where...
Yeah, I reckon he's a forward half mid.
That's right. So he comes up, does that, and just drops out. The winger goes in, or half forward goes, whichever way. I just think a bloke like that's got to spend more time as a genuine mid from back to forward and do your role as a genuine mid, because one of the things that why I reckon Melbourne have picked up is because of Pickett. Now he's spending more time, not only in the middle, but it's at stoppages around the ground, and he's so dynamic. If you get some players in there that they win the football, and he can win his own football in close, make no mistake about it, but if you give that ball to him, he's out like you cannot believe and you can't stop. That's why Dacos is so interesting. His explosive speed. Lockie Neal, a couple of years ago, he's dropped a little bit of speed now, but...
Can't you just let Andy Brayshaw churn the K's through the middle, but let Bolton be...
5 in,
basically, not even to the back of the square, midway between right in the middle and the back of the square forward, and say, attend any stoppage through there, but we don't want you entering anywhere near the back half back.
So I reckon that's where they get into trouble lately. I reckon that if Brayshaw doesn't have a big day, Sarong gets held or has an okay day, and Young, we know that Young's a good player if he can stay out there. I think that's where Bolton's next piece of development is, and I've watched Pickett do it. He will attend a back 50 ball up throw in, and he's very mindful of winning the football. I don't know how much he spends on looking at the opposition, but he's out of there, and that ball becomes all of a sudden it's a live ball in the back line. So that's what I say Bolton can improve.
It feels like there's a new role in footy because of these rules and the speed, and it's like a soccer striker, in the sense that we've seen Shea Bolton do it. As soon as they get it, they're in the midfield, they move forward. Cozzy Pickett's setting the Nick Watson, Isaac Rankin, and it's a glamour role.
And, of course, the greatest to ever do it, and the one who almost created it was Dusty.
Yeah.
He wasn't really a mid, but he'd drift up to a mid-ish stoppage, and then... It was that confusion of, does a mid take him or does the back stay with him?
And they explode.
And he just exploited it completely. And It's a key role.
They're the
in any of the really
superstars
good
in the
teams.
game at the moment, aren't they?
Correct.
Across the Nullarbor, our Dockers have flown to turn your fortress into a purple zone, is what the banner reads as the Dockers make their way out onto Dockland Stadium. There is no lid on tonight. The roof is open. It got to, you won't believe this, people in Perth, 26 degrees in Melbourne today on the 1st of May. It was a beautiful day. And none of us have jumpers on. We're sitting here with the windows open and the roof is open above in what is going to be a balmy evening. It's not even expected to dip into the high teens during the game time, so 22 to 20 is the forecast on what is a mostly cloudy evening after what has been a warm day in Melbourne to begin the month of May. There's no late change. The Dockers are out there. The Western Bulldogs tunnel where their race, where they run out, is filled up with smoke. Incredibly, they've made 6 changes, 5 of them optional, so only one force. That was Treloar outmanaged. The other 5 have been omitted, and really the big stars, the only one that they get back is Tim English in the ruck. Outside of that, it's a bunch of role players who have shuffled around, and the injury list still includes the likes of Lobb and O'Donnell, so their fullback and centre half back. Their centre-half forward in Sam Darcy, who had surgery today. Connor Butterick, who started the season well. Tom Liberatore and Cody Waitman. So still plenty of name-brand players on the injury list, Mick, for the Dogs.
And not many coming back. Waitman hopefully will come back.
He's still 4 to 6. O'Donnell 3 to 4. Lobb 2 to 4.
Yep.
Butterick's probably the closest, and he's still a fortnight away.
Yeah, and you got Liberatore, who now we don't know. So, and the main, without... it's hard to say that the main guy, anyone who has an ACL in any sport at any level, it's just rotten luck, and the Dogs have copped that rotten luck with one of their most influential players, let's face it. So let's hope, we cross the fingers that he can rebound from that for early next year.
They get their ruckman back tonight. Tim English, he's the last one up the race and through the banner. And the last time he was out there, the Western Bulldogs were the last of the unbeaten teams in the competition. So we see him for the first time since that round 4 game against Essendon. The team was 4-0 at that stage. They played in 3 losses by an average margin of 60 points. Since he's been missing, he comes back in tonight to add a little bit of support, but still a bunch unavailable. The Dogs trying to avoid a 4-game losing skid for the first time since 2019. And incredibly, I keep saying no late change, as we often do, to repeat that there's no late changes, but that means that Aaron Norton, after suffering a scary incident on this ground just 8 days ago where he landed on his neck, having his legs taken out from underneath him, came down with his full body weight high up on his neck. He was hospitalised, checked out for precaution, as a precaution. It's come back really as just a sprain, and incredibly, Lingy, he's out there tonight.
Incredible luck. I mean, you see things like, probably less than that end up a hell of a lot worse. So thankful that he's okay, and he's playing and in really good hands with the medical staff, so all good. One thing I did just notice, and Dogs fans, please don't get too alarmed because he can obviously push through and do pretty much anything, but the skipper, Marcus Bontempelli, running out there, his right knee really heavily strapped, and I understand he's had that strapping in previous games. It's nothing new, but his running gait as he was trying to warm up and jog out was really obviously affected. So he, knowing how great a leader he is and player that he is, it's the sort of thing that if everybody was healthy and everybody was playing, maybe he has a week off to rest up, but because of their injury list, he's probably thinking, I've got to push through and front up and be out there. He's not running at all smoothly. Now, he'll still probably have 30 and kick 3 goals because that's Marcus Bontempelli, but just a little bit worried about how well he's moving in the early stages of this warm-up.
It's interesting, if I could just add, you've got Bontempelli, Richards and English, 3 prime movers in the middle, and they're all at some stage have had an injury, got an injury, probably covering up an injury, and like, players are brave these days. I mean, as you say about Norton, I mean, they just carry injuries and they just want to get out there and play. So it's a shame that those 3 in particular, because they were the catalyst early in the season, those 3.
Off the SMS, shout out to Grant in Hobart, just letting you know it's still 21 degrees in Hobart. Amazing weather. Go the Blues. Thanks, Grant. Nice to hear from you. Shout out to Fran, who's always listening. And also, who's this one from here? No name, no pack. Oh, Grant from Waterloo. Hello, Grant. Appreciate this. Good omen for the showdown. Go Port. in the Sandfall, Port Adelaide beat the Crows, so they won by 20 points there in the Sandfall earlier tonight. Thanks, Grant. Appreciate that. Marcus says Freo will have extra class in the midfield next year when Lachie Neale returns to the Dockers. Started already in that front. And from the Freo Cookster, Geez Corby didn't get above 19 in Perth today. It's currently 15. So the mighty Dockers. We've got the warm weather on this side of the country for tonight at least. No late change here at Docklands, the Dogs and the Dockers. Just before the last word from Mick and Lingy to take us through the preview, I just want to put a little light on Andy Brayshaw. Nathan Brown during the week on Channel 9 gave some great analysis looking at the numbers of Andy Brayshaw this year compared to Trent Cotchin in 2017. There was an interesting comparison. So if you look at Brayshaw 2025 versus 2026 and Cotchin 2016 versus 2017, they're almost a mirror image where disposals have gone down and yet tackles and 1%ers have gone up, suggesting that maybe he's playing more of that defensive sort of midfield role that Fremantle need, and then letting some other guys shine, and basically a bit more of a selfless role for the individual helps the whole midfield function a little better. What do you make of that, Rob?
Well, look, I hope he does that because, yes, one, I'm a great fan of Brayshaw. I think he's a heart and soul player, gives everything, has some really good games, and when he's quiet, he's really quiet. So when you're quiet like that, you've got to develop what's next. And what next may well be a tackling machine in and under. Stats don't turn out for you, but what your effectiveness does. So, yeah, I'm all for that. I think that maybe there's a couple of missing links, and that part of it may well be something that Fremantle could jump on. But if Fredericks and these sort of players coming back in, they add a bit more pace outside, so he doesn't have to be all things for all man.
It's every good team has them, don't they, Lingy? I don't need to tell you that about that selfless role in the midfield.
No, they do, and even in more recent history, you're right. So Cotchin's one, he understood that, I think, and this comes with youth and just wanting to make your name as a top pick and everything like that. You want the ball, you want to be the man, you want touches, you want to feel good, so you want the glory, and that's natural. I'm not saying that in a negative way. But then with a bit of maturity, a bit more of understanding around the game, and you've got a bit more comfort with your spot in the team as a leader and a captain and things like that, like Trent Cotchin was, you understand that the true weapons in your team was Dusty Martin. It was also a guy who's playing with Andy Brayshaw tonight, Shea Bolton. Those sorts of incredible players who could do the things that maybe you realise you can't quite do. You're still an incredibly good player, but they're the weapons that need to shine brightest. And so when that kicks in and you go, I am going to sacrifice a bit of my game, be a bit more selfless, knowing that ultimately I'm going to win more because of it, that then becomes a really powerful force. Even down back, Mick mentioned Alex Pearce's name. He knows he's not bent down there to be the one who's running off and creating three bounces, everything like that. He's doing everything else so that Jordan Clark can shine and bounce and use the ball and get it back and run it. So you all have an understanding of the strengths of all of each other, and together we are a force that is so powerful that teams won't be able to match us. That's what you start believing in. And once you capture that, you can do some pretty amazing things. And I wonder if that's where this Freo team is and is heading.
And you look through the recent premiership teams. Jared Berry at Brisbane plays that role. Tom Atkins at Geelong.
Absolutely.
You've got to have them. I'm going to ask this question. Cox is in the side. Is Darcy far off playing?
He is still listed as 3 to 5 away with a calf.
Oh, it's a calf. I thought
it's a calf. Okay. A re-injure of a calf. 3 to 5.
Okay, so he's re-injured.
They've only got 4 on their injured list, though. Sam Sturt, Brandon Walker was concussed in the waffle last week, and O'Meara's about 3 weeks away as well.
Yeah, O'Meara, I know he played State of Origin. He could be that 23rd player on the bench that can just add a little bit of, I guess, rest.
You might just be after 7 to 9 minutes of water in the middle of the ground.
I think that'd be maximum. Yeah. I'm thinking more 5. When you've got only 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So let's look at the quarter being 20 minutes. Forget all the time on.
Yeah.
If he can gobble up 5 minutes,
of actual playing time.
Yes. Yeah. Because so for those who are out there, I'm only doing this as a coach, right? So you've got, forget about the ruckman. You've got the 3 midfielders. That's 1 hour of football. So in that 1 hour of football, you've got to decide how much your players are going to play in that 1 hour. So when I say that, they're 3 by 20. 3 by 20, so how much do they play? So let's say Brayshaw, you want him out there for 14 minutes, so he has a 6-minute break. And then you've got Sarong, so the same. Now, is that going to be, does Bolton go in there and take one of those 6s? So you've got to work through the whole match on that premise, that you're going to have that full hour occupied by 3 players. And sometimes that could be a tagging player. And a tagging player is not determined on the clock. He's determined by who he's played. Yep. Lingy, I'm sure you would have been on there sometimes 5 minutes, sometimes 20 minutes.
Correct. Yeah.
So you cannot, that does not be determined by the bench. So then you're in the hands of what's left over.
No late change here at Docklands. It means Aaron Norton is playing. So Aaron Norton's out there. No late change here at Docklands with the roof open for Friday night footy. We'll get down to Hodgie in just a moment. There's 2 games on tonight. The Crows up against the Power in Showdown 59, and you can catch coverage of that. If you want to listen in its entirety, it's been streamed through ABC Listen. We'll take you there for the concluding moments. Your thoughts throughout the night on 0437 774 774. I feel like we've done everything to make the case for Fremantle as much as possible. That the one thing which doesn't make a lot of sense is still their age profile. So they're 14th. They're still bottom 5 in the competition for average age. The competition is trending older. 2 of the oldest premiership teams we've ever seen have happened in the last 4 years. So that is still something. They are a very young team compared to a lot of the other contending sides. The 5 oldest in the competition on average of guys that have played this year: Collingwood, Sydney, Geelong, Brisbane, Hawthorn.
And
so almost all the other contenders are top 5, and Freo's bottom 5 for average age. Yeah. Let's go down to Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Hey, Corbin. Hey, team. Nice to be with you. Marcus Bontempelli has won the toss. The Dogs will kick to the Footscray end. That's the left of screen if you're at home watching on the telly, listening to us. The roof is open. It is an awesome Melbourne night. It looks spectacular too, looking at the big skyscrapers. Hard to believe it's the 1st of May and it's still 23 degrees. Feels like we're at the cricket in the middle of summer. The Dogs not expecting a big crowd. They're hoping to hit 25,000. I think we're still some way from that at the moment. Right now, this is a pretty average Friday turn-up, it's got to be said. And just repeating, no late changes. So that means Marcus Bontempelli, who has a heap of strapping on that right knee, as Lingy said before, he is playing. He's playing alongside Tim English, who has a heap of strapping on that right knee, so he is playing. And Aaron Norton, who was stretchered off the ground last Thursday. And I mean, honestly, everyone just was hoping that he was going to be okay, let alone playing just a week later. So how the Dogs need those 3 to fire to stop the Dockers winning a 7th straight game. Good calling upstairs.
So here we go, the Dockers in town for a rare Friday night in Melbourne. The Bulldogs on a 3-game skid await on ABC Sport. You're with Kelly Underwood.
And English waits for it to drop. He's got that knee heavily strapped. Jackson flew, and then at ground level picking it up is Jackson. Quick kick was smothered. Going to ground was Warner. It's stolen by Bontempelli. Handballs backwards to Kennedy. Kennedy goes back to Bontempelli. Quick hands. Clean hands to Artie Jones. Tries to sidestep. Then the spin. Handballs back to Bontempelli. Tries to break a tackle. He handballs to Fraser. Artie Jones breaks a tackle. Over to Richards. And he churns the goal. A blistering start by the Bulldogs. And what a team effort to get them up and going on Friday night footy on ABC. The Dogs 1 straight 6, and we've only gone 35 seconds in this contest.
And at about 7 different stages there, Cal, it looked like the Dogs had overused the handball.
Yeah.
It kept looking, it's going to be a turnover, it's going to be a turnover. And somehow they finally get through, and Ed Richards finishes. 1 kick, 8 handballs from the centre bounce, but great start by the Dogs.
The Bonds got 2 of them.
Yes.
And he was able to hold up in a tackle on both occasions. It wasn't a panic hand pass. It was, you've got me, yes, but I'm going to still use it. Yeah.
Grandson.
I reckon I'm just about right on this back line. I tell you what, there's some real interesting matchups for the Dogs.
A ruck sleep high in the middle. English palms it down. Sarong sockers it forward, though, for the Dockers. Switkowski turns his opponent inside out. Dabs it inside 50. Tracy hitting up. Get off me, he says to a couple. And Kennedy says, I'll have a go. Locks him up, the big kahuna, and tackles him to ground. And that's holding the ball. He beat a couple, but not Matt Kennedy.
I think Caulfield might be picking him up, you know.
Don't mind that from Tracy, though.
Oh, that's fantastic. But I reckon, isn't it strange? I reckon Caulfield may well have Tracy.
Yeah, and Karmas has gone to Amos.
Yes.
Bustling has gone to Voss.
Yeah, so that's a very interesting match-up. So he's going to try to get him with speed.
Matt Kennedy just farm strong, though. Able to wrap him up and hold him where he stops him where he is in his tracks.
Well done.
Short kick to Richards. Heads down to half forward to Norton, who hits up Marks. Handball to the Bond. Kicks into the forward pocket. Slides off a few fingertips. Erasmus, last line of defence, trying to clear. Can't get it out of the defensive arc. Back into dispute. Pearce collects. He's tackled. Ball up. Inside the attacking 50 for the Dogs.
I don't think a good tactic from Freo is to let the Bont just cruise forward by himself.
Ball up. Palm straight down to Norton. He tried to get around a Dockers player and he couldn't. And he's been tackled by Erasmus. 20 metres out directly in front of goal, Norton. So Erasmus with the free kick. And you're right, Mick, Caulfield in his first game for the Dogs this season has got the job on Tracy. And that looks like where the kick from Erasmus is going to come. Set for Tracy. Got a bit of separation. Got his hands to the footy. Dropped it and then ran into a few. And a ball up.
It's going to be a good duel because he's not going to let him go. He's going to be at him. Standing next to each other, he's going to murder him. But on a movement, he's going to go okay.
Richards picks it up from the ruck. Pokes it just inside 50. Vandermeer playing his first game of the season from 50 out. He keeps it low. He goes to the goal square. It was a wonderful leap by Lewis. Took it, grabbed it, and snaps the goal. It's 3.5 minutes here for the Bulldogs. And what a start. 2 straight 12. Dockers yet to score.
Up and about, Kel.
Up and about indeed.
Well, that one come from nowhere, in reality. It was a chaos kick going in. And I don't think they can be structured going in unless they've got a good runner. This is the best means. Go in there as quick as you can, catch a Dockers side that hasn't got the support of their midfield. And that's exactly what took place. It's amazing that it's Lewis kicking the goal. He's a good footballer, but he's not a great footballer, but he found space, and it was on Pearce.
Playing just his third AFL game with his second goal. He couldn't take the mark in the air because it came in like a rocket. Bounced in front of him, he snared it, and he snapped it, and it's through.
Similar shades to the Dogs start last week against the Swans, where they kicked the first 3 in the opening 8 minutes. English wins their head out. Bond can't quite trap it. Spills to the wing. Johnson for the Dockers. Handball away to Sarong. Long kick inside 50. Down there, Tracy in the vicinity. Can't mark. Spills to Caulfield, his direct opponent. Gives it to Williams. Dogs back with it. Last line of defence. Handball to Dale. Kicks to the back pocket. And Jed Bustlinger takes the mark.
Yeah, could have gone straight away to Frazier. Instead, got a little nervous. That's playing outside the boundary, isn't it?
I would so, once you start to play on.
Some indecision and then goes long to the wing, but Brennan Cox takes the intercept mark. His namesake Mason Cox, of course, out there again today. Third game on the trot for Mason after making his club debut in the Derby a fortnight ago. Kicks into the forward pocket. They come from all directions. There's a free for a hold. It's a Dogs free and all of that, and English is going to get it. He goes back and across to Karmas, who marks at fullback for the Bulldogs. And Brayshaw scored inside the protected zone. He planted his feet inside the 9 metres.
9 metre mark.
Which you're not allowed to do, and so the umpire all over it pinned him for 50.
So Karmas just works the 45-degree short kick to Bontempelli. Possession number 5 for the skipper, and he's got his right leg completely strapped. His kick was beautiful. Hits up McNeil, who can stab it into West. And it just got there, just the required distance and just inside the boundary line. So
was it, Kel? Was it really?
That's what I'm saying. So Ryan is the man on the mark as it goes long to the top of the goal square. Touch through, rushed. Vandermeer again there.
It's another player that's really got to jump up. I reckon young West has been off the boil for the last 3 or 4 weeks.
He's been down.
He's another one that can roll through the middle. Briefly, I reckon, Lingy.
Yep.
1 goal 7 for Riley West in the young season. Short to Pearce. Pearce goes short out to Chapman. Back to Luke Ryan, who originally took the kick out. Still got it in the defensive 50. Straight down the pipe to Reid. Takes the mark, the Rising Star winner. Shifts it out to the wing. Davidson spoils it away from Switkowski. The Docker good enough to win it. Gives it to Bolton. The 1-2 with Erasmus. Bolton down to half forward. He's 55 out, back on his right side. Short kick to Reid. Not the required trip. Handball goes back to Wagner. Wagner high up and under inside the forward 50. Jackson leaping. Tracy flies through. Broken up by Bustlinger. Spills to Bontempelli. Handball to Fraser. He coughs it up. Straight down to Young. Handball back to Clark. Kicks off a step to full forward. Frederick flies. No mark. Selwood last line of defence. Gets it away to Karmas. And now out to Dale, who can bring it off the back flank for the Bulldogs. He just moves it forward quickly by hand to Bramble. And a kick down the wing.
To Lewis and his player. It's knocked down. Oh, the umpire's gone down and behind plays. Quickly up. Pearce fumbled it. Now here's a chance for West. He closes to 40. Open goal square for the first three. It pulls up short and it stays in play. It bounced the wrong way.
That's not okay.
Brennan Cox tries to hit up his teammate Johnson on the defensive kick out, and he couldn't take the mark. It dribbles over. Boundary throw in.
That's a player out of form, as you two were just discussing, who just selfishly wanted to kick a goal.
He's burnt his teammate.
Oh, that is
unacceptable. Going around the front waiting. Honestly, that is a shocker. That's one of the worst I've seen.
They could have shared that all the way to the line.
Walked in, just keep swapping hand passes.
Jackson in the ruck. It's picked up here by Gallagher. Was he taken high? He was. He wins a free kick, and he's within range, 45-degree angle, 40 metres out.
The dogs are all over them at the moment. That should have been a goal to the Dogs with the Riley West one. They're about to have another shot now. If I was Justin Longmuir, I'd be very frustrated. We're talking about, would they start this game ruthlessly, show they're in that top tier of teams? They're just letting the Dogs play the early part of this game on their own terms. They're not playing like a top 2, top 3 team.
So Gallagher back in the side. Only played the 5 games last year. This for his second, and he's just going to hang that out to the left. So a little inaccurate there for Harvey Gallagher. 2-2-14. The Dockers... Donuts yet to score. The Doggies by 14 points.
Ryan short on the kick out. Got to Wagner on the hop. Lays it off by hand to Ryan. Long kick out of defence, and Pearce stands tall with Selwood's pressure. Marks at half back.
I reckon English is playing key back and ruck. As soon as the ball moves anywhere near their forward line. I know he's mining jacks at the moment, but he stays a lot of time inside the back 50 helping out those talls.
Short to Reid, short to Sharp.
Which is fantastic.
Sharp, one of 9 Victorians out there for the Dockers. We talk a lot about, particularly in gather round, guys from other teams, South Australians that are back in their home state, and same in WA, having broadcast a lot over there. But worth keeping in mind that a lot of the guys get a chance to come home and maybe see mum and dad in the Fremantle team too. It works the other way too, as Clark kicks inside 50. Offhand spills down to Dale. Handball out to the Bont. Kicks long down the wing and knocked away by Norton and out of bounds. So a throw in on the wing. So 9 Victorians plus in the Fremantle team out of their 23, plus Paddy Voss, who's from New South Wales but went to school here. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Buku Karmas has gone to Josh Tracy at the moment. His direct opponent, Nick Caulfield's been off. He copped a nasty one under the chin, a heap of blood. He's been down to the rooms to have that patched up. Still feeling a little second hand, not back on the ground yet.
So it was a boundary throw-in right in front of the Dockers bench. They're over-possessing it here, Fremantle, by hand. Their 2 best players getting involved. Bolton to Jackson. Gives it over to Warner. All-important kick to the top of the goal square. Karmas does well. Handballs to Bramble. Oh, that's a little risky there. He was under the pump, was young Bustlinger, and a kick. Not sure what he was trying to do. He got tackled as he was a metre out from the goal line. Went a little stab kick in the pocket and it dribbled over. So a boundary throw in. 10 metres around from the Dockers goal. Yet to score. Dogs by 14 points. Twirling ball back into play. English is there. Down to Dale. Quick little handball to Bontempelli. Possession number 8. He gets the kick away. It's been marked by the Dockers. And Chapman, right place, right time. 55 out.
English is near the goal square. He's just helping out. That's his role. He's off Jackson.
He's been told to play on, so he handballs backwards to Brennan Cox, who just rockets it. English got up high. Switkowski snaffled it. Snaps. Goal.
Push there.
Dogs 2-2-14. Fremantle 1 straight 6. After 12 minutes of play, it's the Dogs by 8 points. Friday night footy on ABC.
I'll just translate Mick's sound effects there, and he's spot on. Tim English just got pushed fair and square in the back in the marking contest.
2 umpires watching from those angles cannot possibly miss that.
That's just a big shove, and because of it, he couldn't get it decent go at the ball. I think it was Tracy just, I'm just going to take him out of the marking contest. Falls to Switkowski, and nice finish, nice goal. Should have been a free kick, though.
So this is where I look at the umpires. There's one to the side here. The other one is on this angle back here. So the one on the side has got to be able to see that infringement. And you don't want to over-umpire. We don't want over-umpiring. But when it's...
No,
he's down there to spoil that ball.
Emmett in the ruck opposed to Mason Cox. They share it down. Kennedy trying to get a kick away. Just trickles over halfway. Nice work, Fraser. Traps it off the deck. Gives it to the bot. Handball out in front of Jones. Paddles it out in front. Pearce in the other direction. Attacks it, wins it. Handball away to Cox for the Dockers. Back into the corridor. Picked up by Sanders. He's tackled, dispossessed. Emmett got a handball out. Collected by Erasmus, and he's tackled. We'll have the ball up. Attacking edge of the centre square for the Bulldogs. The Dogs by 8 points. They kicked the first 2 goals. 12 minutes in. Cox, great service from Mason. Straight down to Sarong. Hurried kick forward. Collected by Buku. Shakes the Amos tackle. Gives it to Williams, and he's buried immediately. Frederick with the tackle. Ball up middle of Docklands. 8-point lead for the Dogs.
I know it's unfair. Karmas there has the ball, gets caught with a hand pass. Bontempelli grabs it. He doesn't get caught with it, or he hand passes it, one or the other.
From the stoppage, waiting at the back was Bailey Dale. Got it to Sanders to Bontempelli with a kick out wide. Jones flew, couldn't mark it, and it dribbles over.
I'd love to see what Marcus Bontempelli could do with 2 legs.
2 legs.
Yeah. He's had 10 disposals already.
Amazing.
He couldn't even run through the banner, Lingy. Goodness me. What a champ.
You're right, Lingy. He really is favouring that league.
He's got Erasmus for company as the ball spills back into play. Mason Cox in the ruck. Gets the kick away out of the air and...
Saved me.
Free kick against Buslinger. It'll go to Voss.
You've got to be able to spoil the ball.
Patrick Voss inside 50. Goes over the head of Tracy. Oh, waiting at the back and then dropping it cold was sharp. Lowes invites the Dogs to come in defensively. As the hurried kick out of there is Bailey Williams. Waiting for it and trapping it was West. Handball made it tough for Lewis. Brennan Cox in, tackles Lewis. Asking the question. Umpire doesn't blow the whistle. Ball's still alive. Voss gets it out to Murphy. Murphy to Erasmus. Back to Murphy. Murphy Reid it is. Goes one way, then the other, and then just blazes away into the pocket where Karmas was waiting all by himself, and he snapples it.
Across the goal mouth, finds Caulfield. Marcus Bontempelli just came straight off the ground moments ago. Tim Hodges.
Oh, well, this is straight after Mick said how much he was favouring that leg. He waved to the physio, came off the ground. They've taken him straight to the room. So a developing story here on the Bulldogs captain and his injured right knee.
Thanks, Hodgie. The Dogs work it up by hand to halfway. Jones was taken high in all of that. Free kick. Hardy Jones races away. Long inside 50. Carries the pack. Erasmus at fullback for the Dockers. Tumbles a kick out of defence, but it'll be coming back. Waiting for the Sunday hop. Dale has to pick it up off the deck. Didn't rise for him. Handball to Bramble. Handball further forward to Davidson. Back on the right peg. Kicks to full forward. Norton rises up. Lost the headband, but he's got the Sharon. Yeah, 12 metres out directly in front.
Well structured. Yeah. Well structured. Put the ball top of this key. I think a lot of the Dockers were going back to the goal line. So he's able to come out and launch at it. Ooh, sharp, dropped one right, 15 metres out. That was unbelievable down the other end beforehand. Yeah, this is really, really well done. No one went with him. Cox is standing back, just watching the play around him.
The astronaut knocks it through. 8 days after his crash landing, he's back out there and firing for the Bulldogs. 3-2 to 1 straight. And the Dogs again with the jump on their high-profile favoured opponent. We saw it last week against the Swans. They were outscored by 84 points thereafter, but they're up by 14 here, the Dogs. 3-2 to 1 straight over the Dockers, 16 minutes in.
I'm just wondering, Timmy, I'll make this statement. Sometimes the tape can be the reason why your leg is going to sleep. Maybe they've just had to reorganise that tape. I'm hoping for Bontempelli and the Footscray support or the Bulldog supporters, that may be the problem, because sometimes it's that tight to hold that angle of the leg.
It's a good observation. He did have it at training during the week and barely trained at all. Barely moved, just Really kicks some footies around very casually.
Mason Cox easily beats Emmett in the air. Richards is there at ground level, can't pick it up. Little toe poke off the deck came from Brayshaw. Tracy comes out hard. It spills into the lap of Bailey Williams. A free kick going the way of Tracy. He's inside the centre square.
Jackson wants it long, deep. He's got a good matchup he likes.
He's going to put it in that direction. He leaps up over the top of Baku Kamas. Cameron Ling in the expert's chair, and he saw that coming a mile off. Jackson with the knee into the shoulder of Kamas, and he hung there. It was a little hover and a beautiful grab in the air.
Let me just say, you cannot do those by yourself. Whoever was guilty there was the player that was on Jackson and hoped that he wasn't going to make it. He should have gone with him. He goes with him. He disrupts that run-up. He's
been in a purple patch so far this season. Living up to the hype, the superstar in the left forward pocket. He pokes it through. They're second of the night, the visitors. The margin now 8 points. Fremantle 2 straight 12. The Doggies 3-2-20. Cameron Lang, you were all over that one.
Yeah, he was just desperate to get the attention of his teammate. Just quickly, can you get it in here before everybody makes their way back? And you're right, Mick. I couldn't quite make out who the Bulldogs defender was. Was it Buslinger?
Yeah, it was Buslinger. Just standing back, hoping.
Yeah, so he was the deep matchup that Jackson first wanted to. He kicked it on Karmas's head.
Yeah.
So Karmas is there to help. If Buslinger goes with him, then maybe he's a chance to come over the top and
that's right.
punch it or block the run.
Well, he probably would have got the big leap on him.
Yeah.
You've got to go with your man on the back line. You must go.
Back in the middle, the umpire spots a free. It's a high tackle. It's going against Brayshaw. He can't believe it. Free kick for Richards. Get down to Hodgie in just a moment. 8-point lead for the Dogs. And Richards is going to put it back inside 50. Runs straight around Brayshaw on the mark. Kicks the full forward. West leaping from the back. No mark. Hits the deck. Follows up. Taken high. Free kick for Riley West.
That's what you get when you hit the ball hard. And it's unlucky.
Yeah, Jordan Clark, the tackle just went high, didn't it?
Yeah, he went to grab him over the back of the jumper. As West turned into him, it goes over your neck. The free kick's there.
Yeah, it's not one of those ones where you duck or anything like that. You're allowed to have a low centre of gravity as you're trying to fight off a tackler.
Actually, he would have accepted not getting a free kick because he just kept on going. So
1 goal 7 for the year. You can make it 2 goals 7. He's got the kicking boots on tonight. And Riley West knocks it through. The Bulldogs 4-2. Fremantle 2 straight. 14-point lead for the Bulldogs. 19.5 minutes into the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Well, Mick tipped this, that they've totally restrapped that leg on Marcus Bontempelli. He's back from the rooms. He's in the interchange gates, ready to come back on. He'll replace Matt Kennedy. I will say there's much, much more strapping on that leg, if that's even possible, than what was there when he went down to the rooms.
Can I say, Tim, just while you're saying that, just looking at it, it looks like there's a whiter, gentler type of tape underneath it. And that skin-coloured tape is unforgiving. It doesn't move. So perhaps he's just got a little bit more flexibility in that tape.
Yeah, so that's from his shorts pretty much all the way down to his socks, and then the heavy tape is over the top, which was similar to what was there when he went down to the room. So, yeah, he has got a heap of tape on that right knee. Hopefully it stands up.
Dockers are going to win it out of the centre here, and getting on the end of it is Jackson, who goes for home. He's offline. Quick couple of handballs. Young was involved. Jackson on the end of it from 50. And he pushes it across the face.
Isn't he feeling it out of the centre bounce now, Luke Jackson?
Well, his numbers last week were absolutely incredible. We had the 21 disposals and the 2 goals, and you would not see 2 better goals.
Exactly.
Bramble into Karmas, and the long kick down the wing, and Frederick takes the intercept mark. It's going back the other way.
Lee, would you, instead of squares, wouldn't you have a ball ups? Wouldn't you have some of the bits deeper in the sweep?
Yep, especially with the way they hit.
Karmas over the back, Spoils down into the path for Selwood for the Bulldogs. High up and under to half-back. Frederick Spoils down to Brayshaw on the walls. Close in pretty quick as he's gang tackled.
And even to be a spy for Luke Jackson.
Yeah.
So if Jackson charges forward like
You've got him.
Like he does,
you run into him.
You might go with him for a little bit. If your ruckman is caught out,
Jackson in the ruck. Dabs it down to Murphy Reid, and he's standing up in a 2-man tackle. So secondary stoppage here. Ball up. Jackson again. This time straight down the throat of Sanders, who's tackled by Bolton. Hurry kick out of the congestion by the Dogs. Trapping it there. Unable to get it out. In the end, it's going to come the way of Luke Ryan. Tries to get around a player, and he does. The player was Fraser. He kicks it up, sets it up for Voss. Brave in front. Should have been paid a free kick. My
joking umpire.
Selwood lost his headband as he was clattered across the high over his shoulders. Didn't win the free, but Karmas has got it.
It's a free kick every time if it's a forward who does that, Nick.
Two umpires. I just watched with the umpires set up. I'm wondering whether one's waiting for the whistle to be blown.
That's exactly what happens. They get confused, neither one pays it, and then the moment's gone and they ignore the free kick.
Yeah.
The sooner it goes back to 3 umpires, the better.
Yeah, that is the most blatant free kick we've seen today, where the Bulldogs player got his head pushed forward in the contest. It's got to be a free kick.
I'm not going to be as grumpy as last week, though, Cal, I promise.
When you weren't here, Mick, Lingy took over.
So what are you saying?
Nothing.
The Karmas kick down the wing, punched out of bounds by Clark from the throw-in. Ed Richards' first disposal. Handball away to Sanders, handball to Williams. Tackle slipped from Young, and Williams gets a bailout option. Then Sanders takes the advantage. Advantage applied. He gives it to Richards onto the bond. Kicks down to half forward. Will Lewis holds out his opponent in Ryan. Grabs the footy. Good tackle, Ryan. And Lewis was frozen on the spot. Had his arm been pinned and was being held up. And Luke Ryan, the All-Australian defender, rewarded for Fremantle at half back.
He's got Frederick in space on the wing.
Did a terrific job, Lewis, to actually hook that ball in and control it.
Jackson's feeling for it. He's calling for it. He's worked his way in front. He got his hand to it. Couldn't take the mark in the end. Bramble's involved here. It was set for Bailey Williams. He's then tackled by Murphy Reid. Umpire says we'll ball it up. Caulfield back out there, and he's got that match up with Tracy. Jackson dominating with these hit-outs to advantage, slapping it down. Fraser works his way in to Richards. He goes the handball. Richards goes long to a one-on-one. It's a free kick.
Well
in
done.
An interesting matchup between Luke Ryan and Lewis. Lewis wins the free. Gets it over to Vandermeer quickly. Slews off the side of the boot. Goes to the top of the square. Charging him with sharp. It lands in the lap of Norton, and he gives it off to Lewis, who it's touched. Touched by Chapman. Right on the line.
Wouldn't you have loved if Gallagher had known that Bontempelli was right there with him?
Gallagher rather than Mitch Lewis. My apologies.
14 points the margin. The Dogs on top. 24 gone opening term. And Marcus Bontempelli, by the way, who looks hampered with a knee injury that he's been carrying the last couple of weeks, has had it re-strapped. And despite that, he's had 11 disposals and had it on a string while he's been banged up. As Fremantle get it over halfway, picked off though. Busslinger, intercept mark, short kick to Caulfield, heads down to half forward for the Dogs. Lewis again trying to turn his opponent inside out. Oh, they've called last disposal out of play. Lewis thought he touched it.
He touched it.
He tapped it on to try and run onto it.
Come straight onto his arm.
Oh, the arc. Corbs.
Yeah.
Can the arc get in before he kicks it?
Oz Brayshaw will be moving it on pretty quick here. Saw the timing to those rules as Brayshaw heads down the wing. Caulfield a little nudge. Couldn't take the mark. Picks it up though. Handball away to Kennedy. Handball to Sanders. Handball back to Caulfield. Dogs with it but retreating. Kicks all the way back to Selwood. Centre half back. Goes laterally. And just got it into the hands of his intended target. Now to right half back. And the footy there with Gallagher. Short kick to the wing. And here's Kennedy.
Bontempelli's gone forward and got Pearce for company, but Kennedy cuts it back into the corridor looking for Vandermeer. It goes back out on the wing, and Vandermeer's given away the free. Went too high on Brayshaw. Brayshaw's got it on the City wing.
Vandermeer just hasn't stepped up.
He hasn't. And that's crude, that tackle.
Yeah.
First game of the season for him. Brayshaw gives it by hand to Warner, who goes by foot, long inside 50. Target was Jackson. Jackson's down, clutching at his head. Kennedy's able to repel it all the way to Vandermeer's found some space on the City wing. Stabs it. Working that 45-degree angle to Sanders. He kept running, did Vandermeer. Accepts the handball and then drives it long. Looking for Norton. Got a hand to it. It goes up high in the air. Williams keeps it in play. Tried the dribbler. Ryan got involved. He picks it up. He throws it on the left. He's already kicked a miracle goal.
Out of bounds. Sorry, Cal.
That's just practicing, Cal.
Out of bounds.
Out of bounds, so...
It's good practice, though.
Yeah.
Got excited for a minute.
Well, he knew it was out.
Here's the replay of Karmas, just his palm into the eyes. I think he got a poke in the eye, did Luke Jackson.
For the boundary throw in, Hayden Young first disposal, but turns it straight over. Dale 60 out, takes the intercept mark, kicks for Norton. Up and marking out on that searching lead from full forward. He's got it 30 out dead in front, and Alex Pearce, all he can do is put his hands on his hips and stand the mark.
I tell you what, Pearce did everything right. That mark there was a special mark. Pearce he rarely takes prisoners in this. He's right up and making sure the play gets under the ball. That is a ripping kick, ripping mark, and good defence.
Aaron Norton. Who'd have thought he'd be here 8 days ago? He's got 2 first-quarter goals, and the Dogs are on. They've kicked 5 in the opening term, and they're giving Fremantle, winners of 6 straight, all they can handle. 5-3-33, the Bulldogs. The Dockers 2-1-13. 27 and a half minutes into the opening term. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Obviously using a lot of handball, the Western Bulldogs. Now, they're known for that type of thing, but basically a 1-to-1 ratio of kick to handball, 52 kicks, 49 handballs. But it's really effective at the moment. I think that's because, Mick, Fremantle just a little bit off each of the handball receivers for the Dogs. It's a little 1 metre buffer here and half a metre there. And by the time they then try and close, the ball's already gone. And it's getting inside 50, and it's getting inside 50 with a little bit of space to work in. And that's why you end up with 5 goals in the quarter of footy.
Dogs by 20 points. Closing stages of this first term. Bontempelli again. Handballing over to English out of the centre. English drives it long. Big pack forms. Top of the goal square. Hits the deck. Quick kick from Wagner out of there, and Bontempelli again. This is for possession number 13, and he's been off and had that right knee re-strapped and back out there again. Too far out to score. Has a look. Kicks it into the left forward pocket. Over the head of everyone, and McNeil judged it best. He was waiting, hiding behind the huge pack of English and Norton, and it went over their fingertips, and just waiting at the back was McNeil. Back in the team this week, one of 6 changes for the set, snap, goal. A scorching start for the Bulldogs. A 26-point lead in the final minute before quarter time. And the Doggies fans that are here, it is a smallish crowd, but they are loving every minute of it. 6-3-39, Dockers 2-1-13.
Well, that danger down Fremantle's end hasn't materialised for one reason is the number of entrances and how they've gone in there. Plus, there's no doubt that English drops straight off and goes in and helps out in the air. But the rebound out of the back line, rebound across the centre line, that would be really concerning to Fremantle because they're just not stopping that ball going in there. What is that, Kel, inside 50s?
22-13.
Yeah, 22 is massive. 22 is a massive score.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I've got that wrong. 14 all.
Oh, it's only 14 all. So, well, it's quite incredible, really.
I was reading the marks as inside 50, so that'll catch you out. So, no, definitely 14 all is the inside.
Yeah, well, that's interesting because when they're going in there, they're making the most of it for a start off.
Scoreboard is the one that matters here, and that's all the Bulldogs. So 6-3 to 2-1, 26-point lead for the Dogs. Roof's open. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling, your call team, and Marcus Bontempelli, who's banged up as a game-high 14 disposals. Incredible, despite having that right knee looked at in the opening term. The Dockers send it down to half forward. It is picked off by Karmas. Gives a handball away towards the Bond. That's possession 15. He kicks to his opposing skipper, though, in Pearce. It's centre half forward for the Dockers. Handball to Sarong. Handball to Wagner. He fumbles on the bell. And that'll do us through one. And the Dockers, as the best first quarter team in the competition, find themselves in an unfamiliar spot. They are not only behind at quarter time, but they trail by 26. The undermanned Bulldogs 6-3-39. The Dockers 2-1-13. Quarter time Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Aaron Norton, he's got 2 goals, and then you can put singles down for 4 other players. One for Richards, Lewis, West and McNeil. Meanwhile, for the Dockers, one to Switkowski. He kicked their first of the night, and Luke Jackson got the other. There's no late change over in Adelaide. We're still a few moments away from the showdown beginning, the 59th edition. So the Crows up against the Power. Updates throughout the night.
I'm just watching Justin Longmuir here. He's usually doesn't show too much emotion at all. He has charged out there. He was pointing their finger to say, get over here now. And let's get down to Tim Hodges. He's closer here, got a front row seat to this. We don't see this much emotion from Justin Longmuir, Hodgie, often at all.
We never see emotion from Justin Longmuir, but he is giving them one of the great sprays, I think, probably of his entire coaching career. And look at the animation in him, which you never see. So he is wound up like a top. You knew as soon as normally the coaches sort of mosey on down through the crowd, he bolted down to get to the boundary and went straight for a beeline to the players. He's given them one of the great 40-second bakes. He's now sent them off into their line groups and he's gone to the whiteboard. So, yeah, that is a very, very wound-up, angry coach right now.
So he should be.
6 goals to 2 in that opening term. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse next. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Get your documentary fix on ABC iView.
We have an industry that's just running riot.
Like Sean McAuliffe's Going for Broke.
Last spin, come on.
Todd Sampson's Why.
The best things in life are on the other side of fear.
And more. Streaming now on ABC iView. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Handballs back to Bontempelli, tries to break a tackle. He handballs to Fraser. Artie Jones breaks the tackle. Over to Richards, and he jams a goal. A blistering start by the Bulldogs. Vandermeer playing his first game of the season from 50 out. He keeps it low. He goes to the goal square. It was a wonderful leap by Lewis. Took it, grabbed it, and snaps the goal.
Forward to Davidson, back on the right peg, kicks the ball forward. Norton rises up, lost the headband, but he's got the Sharon. The astronaut knocks it through. 8 days after his crash landing, he's back out there and firing for the Bulldogs.
Jackson wants it long, deep. He's got a good matchup he likes.
He's going to put it in that direction. He leaps up over the top of Kalmas. Living up to the hype, the superstar in the left forward pocket. He pokes it through.
Kicks the ball forward. West leaping from the back. No mark, hits the deck, follows up. Taken high. Free kick for Riley West. 1 goal, 7 for the year. You can make it 2 goals, 7. Dale, 60 out. Takes the intercept mark. Kicks for Norton. Who'd have thought he'd be here 8 days ago? He's got 2 first quarter goals. And the Dogs are on.
Kicks it into the left forward pocket, over the head of everyone, and McNeil judged it best for the set, snap, goal. A scorching start for the Bulldogs.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Dogs 5:26, quarter time, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, a dual-site double-header, so still to come tonight. The showdown, the 59th edition in Adelaide. You can find it streamed through ABC Listen. Shout out to Gazza, the truckie. Have a great call tonight, guys. I think the Bulldogs are going to be quite competitive. I'll be all ears while travelling to Karratha in my triple road train. That's one way to do it. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse with their thoughts through one at the Dogs by 26.
Great call, Gazza. The Dogs are certainly competitive. They were sensational in that first quarter. And we spoke in the pre-game about Fremantle, where they sat. Were they genuine premiership contenders? I spoke about the fact that I reckon they've matured, and I expected and wanted to see a ruthless edge. Beat a team that is undermanned, injuries galore, struggling along a little bit, just put them away and make them feel like they're not a chance in this game at all. And what we got was the complete opposite from Fremantle. They let the Bulldogs play. To the Western Bulldogs' credit, they were sharp early, hard early, threw the ball around. But if you're going into this game and you're a Fremantle Dockers player and you are Caleb Sarong or Andy Brayshaw or Hayden Young or any of these midfield players, you say there is one player still left in that team who we must not let have a good start to the game. His name's Marcus Bontempelli. You all know him because he's one of the best, if not the best in the comp. So let's shut him down. Let's let him have 5 or 6 touches in a quarter, and then let's go to work, be hard and tough around the other Western Bulldogs midfielders because they will fall away quickly. Ed Richards is a good player, but he can't do it without the support of others. Instead, that Fremantle midfield, Mick, got destroyed. Marcus Bontempelli, 15 touches. The ball goes inside forward 50 a heap of times. The Dogs kick 6 goals from their entries. There's space, there's movement, there's everything. And Justin Longmuir gave them the bake at the quarter-time break, and they deserved every single word that he said. Mick, that was awful by the Fremantle midfield, and well-played Dogs.
Cal, just on Bontempelli, inside 50s, is that 7? I'm reading over your shoulder.
3.
Inside 50s,
Three.
Just seen more than that. His clearance rate must have been high as well.
2.
3 score involvements, 297 metres.
There it is, the 297 metres. The Dogs have done 1,700, Fremantle 1,500. That is significant on a day like this.
Yeah.
Because it's not windy, it's not boggy, so every yard you get is going forward.
Lingy and Mick on ABC Sport. It is quarter time at 26 points the lead for the Dogs as we start the second term. English wins it down, but Bolton gets his hands dirty. Handball out to Brayshaw, kicks to full forward, spills to Buslinger. He's tackled by Tracy. Ball comes out. Dudley zipping around in the forward pocket, trying to put his head over it. Voss couldn't quite extract it. Dudley goes in. Pack forms around the pair. And we'll have a ball up.
First thing Mick said at quarter time to me was how many have the mids had? Young, 4. Brayshaw, 4. Sarong, 6 in that first quarter.
They don't even add up to Kennedy and Bontempelli together.
Ball up in front of the behind post of Freo, and it spills off a series of hands, and eventually Buslinger tackled out of play. So throw in next to the behind post, deep forward for the Dockers. They're kicking to the old Lockett end. We keep getting promised these names are coming back. The name tags, they're not there yet. A Lockett in the Coventry end, as it was for so many years here at Docklands. And the boundary throw in comes down to Brayshaw. He's hand pass back into dispute, and McNeil catches Dudley high. It was a late whistle as Dudley put his head over at McNeil in the other direction, brace for contact. Yeah. Dudley's getting a free.
Yeah, okay, maybe he deserves the free because it is high, but McNeil actually approaches it the way you should approach a ground ball. He's good technique. The old saying, never ever stick your head where your bum should be in a contest.
Yeah.
And now he's penalised for it. And, I get probably a free kick, but I hope that's nothing more than that because we need more people having that technique of McNeil
and teaching it. Absolutely spot on me.
The Dockers need a tone setter, and the Dudley bomb delivers. Through it goes. And the Dockers kick the first of the second term. They are playing catch-up in this game. The Bulldogs 6-3. They lead Fremantle 3-1. We're 2 minutes into the second term. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse.
And the reason I'm saying this so forcefully, and Mick's backing me up, is you never want kids to learn, hey, if I just lead with my head,
get a free kick.
That I'll get a free kick, therefore exactly. I'll do it more, because we know what that will do.
Yep.
There will be more head injuries. There will be more concussions. You must learn to turn your body like McNeil did.
Push your shoulder in before your head.
And protect yourself. But
absolutely.
It cost McNeil with a free kick there and a goal for the Dockers.
Yeah, absolutely spot on.
But the problem is they're incentivised to lead with the head, aren't they?
Well, correct, because you get a free kick and you get a shot at goal.
Jackson beats English in the air at ground level. Brayshaw picks it up, handballs it over to Bolton, who explodes to 50 and goes all or nothing. And he went all the way, and it was touched by Karmas over the line.
Brayshaw, 2 good centre clearances to start this quarter.
And the Ruckman's got their hands on it twice.
Yeah. Shouldn't need a bake from the coach, but it's working.
Karmas' spoil went over the boundary line. So it means it's deep here, inside 50 for the Dockers. Jackson just shoves out English, takes the handball to Brayshaw, over to Bolton again. This time he's going to snap it. Tightish angle, won't go the distance. Players crash in from all angles. Dudley out to Frederick, tries to snap it and curl it to perfection. And after a Justin Longmuir spray, the Dockers have come out and kicked the first 2 goals, bang, bang, to get the margin back to 14 points. Fremantle 4-1-25. The Dogs 6-3-39.
It's funny when you're fierce in the contest in the middle of the ground, really proactive, get the ball forward and it's in deep inside your forward 50, how simple the game can suddenly become.
Yeah, it's one possession of 12, Lingy, so that's, that tells you a lot about what's taking place at the moment. And it's only that, we've only been going live a minute and a half, or 2 minutes or thereabouts. So there's nothing in it. It's just that They're getting the ball forward. They've cleaned up in the middle so far. This is where now the Dogs have got to start putting a defensive role in the middle just to settle it down a little bit.
Back-to-back goals for the first time tonight for the Dockers. Out of the middle, though, Fraser, the first clean disposal, kicks out to the flank. Out to meet it, though, Chapman paddles it out in front. Vandermeer trying to turn him inside out. Paddles it back to Lewis, and Pearce goes and gets him. Takes him high. So free kick going to Will Lewis. Shifts it across the 50 to Bailey Dale, who marks 52 metres out.
A lot of numbers back.
There's a long kick of the footy. Dale decides to lower his vision, and what a superb pass.
Wow.
And on the end of it again, a man who has had it on a string, Marcus Bontempelli.
Well, I know Thurl Merritt's in a hospital in the Wimmera, related great uncle to Merritt of Essendon. Now, he would have been proud of that kick. That went probably head high over 30 metres, Lingy.
Yep.
And the hole left there by the Dockers. They're paying a penalty because they left that hole there, and it took a great kick.
Marcus Bontempelli, his 16th disposal already, is a goal. The Bont is in a mood, and he is feeling it tonight. And the Bulldogs are out by 20 again, 7-3-45. Fremantle 4-1-25. We're only 5 minutes into the second term. It is the Bulldogs by 20. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
I'm just quite in awe at what we're watching at the moment from Marcus Bontempelli. Just when you think you've seen it all, I haven't seen a man limp so much on a football field.
He'd be so good.
And yet he's been so good. He's kicked a goal to go with, what is he up to now? About 16 disposals. It's absolutely incredible what we're witnessing.
Yeah. And Kel, 16 disposals from him are 16 disposals got by, I haven't seen one wasted, whether it be hand, by foot or by hand. So that's the telling factor.
So margin back out to 20 points. Doggies lead it, but breaking out of the centre of the Dockers. Johnson's on the end of it. He goes long and strong. Oh, Tracy over the top. It was almost a bicycle kick in the air. He leapt up over the back of two Bulldogs, and Josh Tracy with a specky.
Yeah, and that's why Justin Longmuir would have been so frustrated at quarter time, knowing if our midfield can be better, our forward line has a huge advantage.
Yep.
So get it in there.
And came from a mile back. It was like the stall gift. He came from scratch, leapt up over the top with those two strong hands, clutched the mark, and he misses the goal.
See, that Bolton, that's the roles that Fremantle can improve upon with Bolton in the middle. You can see how damaging it can be.
Dogs by 19 points, 7 gone in the second.
Richards marks the kick out, and off he trots. Kicks a helicopter down the wing, and somehow Vandermeer was able to mark it. He can give it back to Richards, who keeps on moving city wing. Kicks the Dogs out to half forward. Wagner on a one-on-one out there with West. Ball hits the deck. West keeps it alive. Knocks it inside the forward 50. Lewis clever. Shepherds. West goes and wins it. Handball away to Dolan. He gives it to Vandermeer. Hot hand pass. Away to Gallagher. Centering kick for the Bulldogs. At the drop, Dudley grabs it. Tackled. Ball up.
Good play. Good set up outside the back. Out the front 52. The Dogs got 2, 4, 6 players out there to the Dockers 3. Good setup.
20 metres out from the Dogs' goal. English palms it down. Young passing through. Handball goes back to Wagner. Just got boot to ball as he's been tackled. The Bont extracts it to Richards. There's a whistle. It's a free. It's going against the Bont. He threw it out, said the umpire, and a free kick to come back.
He actually did.
This is going to go to...
He's human.
Yes.
This will be Carl Warner, who's rewarded. The purple boots. He's got it at full back. The Bulldogs by 19.
Brings it out to the Dock side. Amos the target. Now a bouncing ball at ground level. Bolton breaks the tackle, goes to ground, gets up, incredible. Over to Young. Now quick hands. They've got it here, the Dockers. A stabbing ball's been marked by Switkowski, and it came off the boot of Amos. Amos flushes by. Kick goes wide still to Erasmus. Still, they're just skirting the perimeter here, Fremantle. He's too far out to score, Neil Erasmus. On the Dock side, going to the northern end. Over the head he goes of Tracy. Caulfield with the double grabber. It's been paid the mark.
Oh, wow. That's not a good handball.
Well, he handballed It was a bouncing ball that eventually made its way to Bailey Dale, and his kick, as always, saves the day, marked by Kennedy out wide. He gives the handball to the running Buslinger. Drives it straight down the line to Bontempelli, who marks in front. Over to Dolan on the left, dabs it to Norton. Oh, well done by Brennan Cox, tracking back. Had to plug the hole, and with the fist, sees it over, kills it over the boundary line.
Who took the mark out? Who that mongrel ball had come out of the back line?
Is it Kennedy?
Kennedy, yeah.
No.
I reckon it was Kennedy, yeah.
The blonde player? No.
Dolan.
Vandermeer's got the peroxide.
Must win Vandermeer. That was a very good mark. That had potential to break a lot of fingers.
English palms it down, off hands a spill through to Riley West, who hooks it through for a goal. He's got his range tonight, Riley West. 1 goal through the opening 7 weeks of the season. He's kicked 2 tonight. And the Western Bulldogs are out by 25. And Fremantle are struggling to keep up. 8-3 to 4-2. We're 10 minutes into the second term. The Dogs by 25. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Just record the time now that this next part of the game plays, because you've got English off, Norton off, Richards off. And that's real danger. That is hoping that this next phase of the game, that the Dogs can actually hold on through that corridor, through that stoppage work, Lingy.
The only thing I'd say is, maybe he's done it on purpose, is Brayshaw, Luke Jackson, Shea Bolton off for Fremantle.
Right,
so
okay. Yep.
Maybe
okay,
thinking, hey, here's a little chance.
Yeah, well, this is the holding time, I reckon.
Dockers with the first 2 in the second. Dogs hit back with the next 2. So we're 2 apiece as we go inside almost 50 there. The kick from Sarong, but relieving it is Caulfield for the Bulldogs. He kicks wide. Fraser's got it on the wing. On the city side, he runs around Mason Cox and then mongrels the kick low. Unable to control it was Jones, and Dockers with numbers. Handballing over the top they go. Johnson out wide to Sharp. Usually good by foot, and he is this time. He hits up Amos.
Isn't there much Amos?
No, and he's got it attacking side of the outer wing. Goes short. Back inboard to Young. Stabs the ball. Comes to Switkowski. Fakes one way. Tries to come back inboard to Sarong. He's dropped it. Oh!
Great tackle.
Holding the ball. Well done. By Selwood it was. And now the Dogs have got it and they can repel again in that defensive 50.
Gives it to Dale, kicks out to Gallagher, marks at half back, hand pass away to Williams. 25-point lead for the Bulldogs, a dozen gone in the second. Williams under a bit of pressure, kicks down the wing. Pearce traps it, wins it, got to shake the bont, got a handball back to Wagner. He goes back by hand to Clark. Back flank, and the All-Australian superb kick opens up the ground, hits up Warner. Centre half back for Fremantle. Balmy night, roof open at Docklands. Handball away to Johnson. Handball to the wing for Young. Hand pass back inside to Warner, who keeps on moving. Leaves the Dogs in his wake. Kicks down to half forward. Just out in front of Dudley. Got it on the hop. Turns, kicks back into the corridor. Switkowski, who takes the mark just right of centre. He'll have a look from 35 metres out.
Good play by the Dockers. Go back to half back, though. It was Kennedy. Could not chase at all.
No.
And it once it was
past him, gone.
Yeah, and I think it was Wagner, who just was able to run away and opened everything up for Fremantle.
Yeah.
Couldn't get across the ground.
No, it had nothing, did he?
Kicked 1 goal in his last 5 games, Sam Switkowski. Kicked 1 in the opening term. Fremantle's first of the night. Trying to add to his tally here. It's one the Dockers need. And he delivers it. Switkowski goals. And the Bulldogs lead trimmed to 19. The Dogs 8-3. They lead Fremantle 5-2. 13 minutes gone in the second. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse.
Well, Lingy, the game's opened up a little bit in regard to the freedom of where marks have been taken in the forward line or the crumbing's been done in really dangerous areas. Again, it's the side that gets the ascendancy through that 50-50 arcs are almost at will, just doing what they want. Then it's up to the back line to go to work, which is a bit of a shame because you want to see it. I knew it was always going to open up because you couldn't stay like that because
there hasn't been a lot of pressure through the middle.
No, when you look at the tackles through the middle, just about they're not non-existent, but there's not a lot of them.
Halfway through the second term, and the margin is 19 points. Dogs lead it. Mason Cox flying high in the ruck at ground level. It's all the Bulldogs. Sanders to Kennedy. Kennedy just rockets the kick. It'll go inside 50 to spoil off the Dockers' hands. Jones goes without it. McNeil puts his body on the line. Coming through is Gallagher. He handballs back outside 50. Did Frederick take his direct opponent high? Umpire says yes, he did.
No, he threw his head back.
It'll be a free kick to Bailey Williams.
That is not a good free kick, I don't think.
70 metres out. He stabs it to right on the 50 all by himself. Is Sanders. Has to play on. Doesn't go the required distance. Back to Bailey Williams. He's kicked it straight down the throat of the Dockers defender in Warner.
Not sure about that kick. Bit tame.
Kick sideways from one side of the defensive goal square to the other, where Chapman's got it. Pointing. And now driving the kick down the outer wing. Karmas flew early. It sat down for Amos. Working his way in front there. Karmas again. Now here's a chance for the Doggies. Davidson's got it. He handballs over the top. Karmas to West. West is having a good game. Stabs the kick. Went past a couple of Bulldogs. Desperate stuff by Bontempelli. Oh, he tapped it to his own advantage. Handballs into the air. Grabbing it was Wagner. He was then tossed aside like a rag doll, and the umpire says, too many bodies. We'll ball it up. 25 metres out from the Doggies' goal. They're pressing and they lead it by 19 points.
Pont's up to 18, by the way, despite that heavy strapping on his right knee that he'd had restrapped in play. He's got it again here. Mason Cox palms it down to him. The Bond's tackled, lost it, holding the ball. Free kick. The Dockers are going to get it. Last line of defence. Everybody stops and waits for the Sharon to be returned. And Mason Cox, who pumped it straight down the throat of the Bond, follows up with the tackle and wins the footy back. Goes very short to Wagner. In the back pocket, long kick down the wing. 3 Dogs climb, and in the end, the third in the queue, Caulfield, takes the intercept mark. Bulldogs by 19.
They've held up rather well, being so short on that back line too.
Caulfield lays it up. All the Flyers go up with it. Jones trying to rip it down. Standing up with the footy, Lewis, and then he's drilled in a tackle. Rolled over by Clark. Ball up. It comes 15 metres, 15, 20 metres out from the Dogs' goal.
Caulfield with that matchup on Tracy is tearing it up in the VFL as that rebounding defender, his first game for the season tonight for the Doggies.
They're reading Cox very well, because Cox's tap work is generally forward, and the Dogs are going right into that little hit zone.
Secondary stoppage. Mason Cox down to Erasmus as soon as he grabs the yellow ball. A couple of Doggies grab him.
Here it is again, Lingy. He just hits the ball straight down in front of him.
Quickly in the showdown, Port Adelaide 2 straight, Adelaide 2 behind, so the Power by 10 points.
Cox down to Erasmus. His kick was smothered by Kennedy. Sarong launching himself at the ball as it dribbles over the boundary line. So toss back in.
Be interesting to see if he does the same in boundary throwings, because you've got to read this play. He'll put the ball about a metre in front of himself if he goes true to form.
40 metres around from the Dogs' goal, and that's exactly what he does. Mick Moldhouse into space. Bontempelli overruns it because of pressure. Pouncing on it is Wagner. He gives it off to a teammate. Couldn't get a clean possession away. Gallagher tried to fit through a Dockers sandwich, and he's brought down. Bit of push and shove off the ball. Bustling it, rather Selwood it is, against Josh Tracy. Up in the air again. Mason Cox fumbles it. Sanders. Little handball to Kennedy, to Bailey Dale by hand. And now to Emmett. He throws it on his boot. It'll just land in. Jordan Clark dropped it in the end, protected the drop zone. Artie Jones pounces. And now a drop mark by Fraser. Jones goes again. Can he save the day? McNeil handballs back to Jones. Wasn't expecting it. They're over-possessing it. Dolan under the pump. Doesn't sit for West. He tried to hack out of mid-air, and he's kicked it 2 metres straight into his teammate Lewis's head. Umpire says, just give it to me. He's going to toss it up, top of the goal square here for the Doggies.
Drop mark. That's a set shot, 10, 15 metres out.
Cox wins the hit out again. Straight down in front of Dolan, though, of the Dogs. He's gang tackled, ball up in front of the behind post.
I don't know how long it's going to take the Dogs to work this out. He only puts the ball about a metre in front of himself every time. There it is again. Smack bang.
And we're going to have a repeat stoppage. Ball up in front of the behind post. Meanwhile, a goal for the Crows. So 6.5 to go in the opening term. Port Adelaide by 4. Opening quarter there. One down in front of Fraser, lost it, got a handball to Kennedy, shoots a hand pass back to a dangerous spot. Gallagher, handball missed Jones, he goes and gets it, hooks it over his shoulder, needed more curl, didn't get it. And behind, Bulldogs by 20, 8-4, they lead Fremantle 5-2. Their spine has been decimated through injury in recent weeks. They're missing their centre-half forward, their centre-half back, their full-back. No Liberatore, no Butterick, all out of their best team, and yet the Dogs are 20 up against the high-flying Dockers, time on second term.
Warner on the kick-in, Bustlinger with the spoil. Comes back to Jones. Quick handball to Bontempelli. His handball was smothered by Chapman. Well played. Sarong goes and gets the footy. Handballs to Sharp. Caught by Bustlinger. Spills clear. Bontempelli just scoops it to no one in particular. Big ball to be won. Brayshaw does well. Spins in. Handballs to Young. His centering kick hits up Frederick. Now they flare left and right. He kicks left. All by himself in plenty of space is Voss. Too far out to score. He's going to put it to the top of the goal square. He's asking a lot of Tracy. He's got to beat 3 Bulldogs. Palmer's tracking back there. Dudley spins to Murphy Reid. Over to Amos. His kick was smothered by the first gamer for this year in Caulfield, who's had a brilliant game so far, Nick Caulfield. And he turns it into a 50-50 ball, and it'll be a ball up here. Left forward pocket for the Dockers.
Mason Cox hooks it down behind. Voss says, get off me, shakes the Fraser tackle. Caught the second time, ball comes out. No whistle on the play. Mason Cox shoots goalward and misses. The score will count. So Voss, the push through would be tacklers off him. Cox are behind, 8-4 to 5-3, 19-point lead for the Dogs.
Well, there's a change up. Cox went over the shoulder in the forward line, so that's interesting. And this is something the Dogs midfield coaches will no doubt have a good look at so they can pick him off in that third quarter.
Dale shares it with Kennedy, gets it back, kicks down the wing, and Davidson marks. The boundary line City side. Goalless in his last 5 games now, the Doc, having kicked 3 goals to the first 2. Doc Davidson out to half forward. Pack of players there, spills off hands. Norton scoops it up right on the 50. Handball to West. Dabs a handball over the top to Fraser. Slick hands to McNeil. Back to Fraser. Joe the Goose. Vandermeer. Goal. The Dogs are having themselves a night. Undermanned, but taking it right up to the Dockers. They lead by 25. 21 gone in the second term. The Bulldogs 9-4-58. Playing out in front. Fremantle 5-3-33. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. 21 gone in the second. Meanwhile, 5 to go before quarter time in Adelaide. It's the Power by 10.
Mick, it's the oldest thing in the book. When you give a team, an undermanned team, a young team, whatever it might be, a whole bunch of confidence, you make a really tough night for yourselves. So Fremantle, because of their first quarter, have just filled up all the Dogs players with this amazing confidence of, hey, we might do it tonight. Well, I'm feeling good. I'm getting a bit of the ball. And now they're being brave with their forward handball. They're taking it on. They're running. They're creating. And so Fremantle think they're just going to get back into this one. But the Dogs have got some answers at the moment.
They have too, right? They have.
Back underway in the centre. Sarong coming off half forward, so not in the centre. Couldn't control it. It flicks the way of English. He goes long and high. Huge fly from West. He's been flying and flinging himself at everything. Vandermeer, a bouncing ball inside 50. It's Skittles. Clean bowls. Pierce, the skipper. Norton dubs it back to Fraser on his left for another. Misses. Margin 26 points. The Dogs 9-5-59. Fremantle 5-3-33. 23 minutes gone in this second quarter.
Well, for all that really good start by Freo to this quarter, we are back to the quarter time margin.
Yeah.
So the Dogs have reversed that early momentum in this quarter really well.
Well, I think it was 12-1 when the Dockers had kicked their second goal. It was 12 positions to 1. Now it's 70-68. So it shows that the Dogs have really bounced back.
And the Dockers in the slow kicking game out of defence. Warner to Wagner, who leaps up and marks. Right half back. Just trying to blow all the players over to the City side of the ground, and then dabs the kick over to Erasmus. The top 10 pick in the Super Draft. Kicks it down to half forward. Murphy Reid. He's a steal. Takes it. Lays a handball off to Shea Bolton. He's against the boundary line. 52 metres out. High bomb right to the goal line. Needs a kind roll. Doesn't get it. And inadvertently off the chest of Sharp, who was in a tangle in the goal square, and we got a rush behind. So 25-point lead for the Dogs. They lead at 9-5, Fremantle 5-4, 24 gone in the second.
And Tracy Amos yet to kick a goal as the Bulldogs through the centre of the ground. Ed Richards has got it. He's kicked it over the head of his teammate down there in Emmett. And now through Pearce, kicks out to Sharp.
Yeah, Emmett, they would have loved anyone other than Emmett trying to run
he just needed to stand up, the kid. I mean, in fairness, you've got to expect contact. If he stands up, the ball's probably still there.
Yeah.
So Sharp, who's got it again, he kicked inboard, he gets it back. He was a late inclusion for an ill Pat Voss last week, came in, kicked a couple of goals. So he maintained his spot in the team. It was a wobbly old kick to the wing from half back, but Jackson was able to hold on to it. He's a little indecisive here, Luke Jackson, so he's just going to bang it long. Skies the ball. Karmas got up high, spoils it down. Beautiful handball out to Amos in the goal square. All by himself is Erasmus. Dogs defenders just nodded off for a moment, and that was all too easy. Set up with a beautiful handball in the congestion by Young. And a much-needed goal for the Dockers. They're 6th of the night, 6-4-40. The Doggies 9-5-59. And we've got 3.5 minutes to play before half-time.
It just felt like everyone for the Dogs went to sleep.
Yeah, they just switched off momentarily.
Even come back here when Luke Jackson was able to
take
run
an easy mark.
And take an easy mark, but then run and get another 7 or 8 metres on his kick. And, I mean, it was a superb handball, as you called, Cal, but there was a lot of just standing around watching.
I reckon that what's happening with those high balls going in there, they know they're under man, so there's a lot of players getting to that contest. And by that, they're dropping off the potential receiver. If you're going to get up there, you either mark it or smash the hell out of it, goes 25 metres and then rearrange. But they didn't clear the ball anywhere near it well enough.
19-point game. Dogs on top, back in the middle. One down by the Dockers, but straight to Richards. Roving the Jackson hit out. Little kick forward. Jackson breaks it up from English. Dockers win it. Reid to Wagner to Jackson. Turnover. Picked off by Vandermeer. Gives it away to Sanders. High up and under inside 50 for the Dogs. Leaping up was Ryan. No mark. Spills it down to Wagner. Hand pass goes back to Brennan Cox. Calms it down. Clears the defensive 50. Bustling and knocks it away from Tracy and then lays a follow-up tackle. Tracy goes and gets it. Handball out to Clark. Handball to Murphy-Reid. He goes back by hand to Johnson. Still at half-back for Fremantle. Handball away to Clark. He just toes Emmett around and then turns and kicks into the middle of the ground. Oh, little Falcon bounced off the deck. Hits Selwood in the bonds. Bolton goes and wins the footy. Kicks into an open forward 50. Amos and Williams in a tangle. Amos still on it. Tackled by Williams. Ball comes out. Ump says keep rolling. The Dogs will clear it. And Dale can kick up towards the wing. Tracy picks it off. Reloads for Fremantle to the top of the goal square. Buku's down there, spills the mark. Comes to Selwood, he goes back to the bond. Handball meant for Williams, slides past him and out of play. We'll have the boundary throw in, forward pocket for the Dockers.
Just a little bit of tiredness and a little bit of lack of...
Fumbly, aren't they,
a little bit. They've just lacked a little bit of confidence in the last minute. They're just not as clean, and they've got to get out of this 50-metre line. They've got all their players forward to centre. Well, back of centre, rather.
English in the ruck, down to Richards, the dump kick, exiting out of the D50. Over there, hand past the hand of Chapman. Brennan Cox is able to snare it, shake off a would-be tackler, kick backwards to the skipper in Pearce. Handballs into the bullseye, gives it to Clark, assesses the options. Usually beautiful by foot, sits it up for Jackson. English worked his way in front, bustling it to English. Quick hands to Bontempelli. Beautifully done by the Dogs as they work their way as a real team. Karmas, Sanders, and then down the line. And it might just stay in. Artie Jones meets it, and he's been met heavily. Tried the fend off. Jordan Clark got him. He was taken high. Jones wins the free kick.
He did crumple at the knees to make sure he got
that should have been just a ball up. You can't. He did everything to hold that ball in there.
So Jones on the City wing goes towards the boundary line. Norton with the leap. Just slipped through his hands at the last moment. Chapman spinning out, Handballing to Brennan Cox, who handballs back to Chapman. Gives it over to Wagner. Just squeezes the kick, and English rises and takes a lovely mark. With a minute to go before half-time, Dogs by 19.
English kicks to full forward. Norton down there. Brennan Cox punches it away. Great half volley pick up Sanders. Handball to Lewis. Take it high. Johnson got him. And a free kick for Will Lewis in the left forward pocket.
There every day of the week, that one. He may have lowered himself, but that's a shocking tackle.
It is a shocking tackle. Because you've got to expect they're going to lower and lean.
You've got to get low.
It's a big kick. To think the difference between 25 and 19, or if the Dockers get 14 at half-time, just what it will do for Fremantle's belief, what it will do for the Dogs' belief to be more than 4 goals up at half-time. With their spine decimated, a whole lot of injuries. Lewis on the drop punt misses.
No point going to fight the guy on the mark. You just miss an easy set shot for goal.
Yeah.
Get back in position, get on with the game.
20-point game. 20 points is the margin. The Western Bulldogs 9-6 lead Fremantle 6-4. We are 26 seconds away from half-time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Dogs have played it from in front.
And the Sharon's in the hands of Luke Ryan. Gives it off to Clark. He takes off like he knows there's not much time. Went up towards the wing in front of the interchange gates. Jackson flew. Brilliant spoil from Bustlinger over the line.
Lewis is still trying to go on with it behind the play now with Alex Pearce. How about you just kick a 25-metre set shot goal for...
Yeah, put them 25 points in front. Exactly right, Thingy.
Spinning ball right in front of the interchange gates. Neither Ruck in Jackson or English has much control of it. Emmett on all fours. He flicked it out. Sarong pounces. Handballs to Bolton with the explosive speed. Over to Murphy Reid from 50. He's usually pretty good from here. He's great.
So poor this stoppage.
And that hurts the Bulldogs. They've been so brave tonight. A miss at one end and the quick reply by Reid, all class. The running goal from 50 makes the margin 14 points when it could have been 26. The Dogs 9-6-60. Fremantle 7-4-46. The goal kickers 2 each to Norton and West. Singles to Vandermeer, Bontempelli, McNeil, Lewis and Richards. Bontempelli with his 15 disposals so far this evening. And all up he's had, Corbin, tonight?
22.
Up to half-time, so 22 and a goal. And the goal kickers for the Dockers, Murphy Reid right on the buzzer. 2 to Switkowski, Jackson, Dudley, Frederick and Erasmus. No major yet for their 3 key forwards in Tracy, Amos and Voss. 26 points the margin at quarter-time. At half-time, it's the Doggies by 14.
I mentioned it in the call. Huge minute and a half before half-time, and Kelly outlined it right there. The difference between being 25 up and now 14 points, the Dockers within at half-time. A huge late goal for Murphy Reid. And for all the things that they've got wrong in that first half of footy, there's just 14 points in it. The Dockers down at the half. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie, what's happening down there?
Oh, just the injury wrap. Marcus Bontempelli, even just walking across to Brad Johnson doing the television broadcast interview, and now he's walking off from him. He is just hobbling. Like he is going so... it's every step is almost an ordeal for him, and then he starts running and he's a freak out there. So an amazing first half for Marcus Bontempelli, considering the right knee he's been suffering. Just one on the Dockers. Neil Erasmus came off. We saw last night Steele Sidebottom cop a boot, the stud marks on his hand, and it ripped basically 5 holes in the back of his hand. That happened to Erasmus's face. He came off with a rip to his lip, his cheek and his forehead. So he had multiple physios patching him up to multiple holes on his face. That and then they just couldn't get him back on in that second quarter. He was off for nearly 6-7 minutes because they were just trying to patch the bloody holes up from... I didn't see the incident, but clearly copped a boot to the face. So he'll be one they'll be working on in the halftime break to get him back out there in the second half.
Thanks, Hodgie. Halftime in Adelaide as well. A 12-point lead for the Power. So the Power on top there. 3-2 over Adelaide 1-2. So it's quarter time in Adelaide in the showdown, and a 12-point lead for the Power. Our focus on what's happening here at Docklands. It is half-time, a 14-point lead for the Dogs. The coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, and the legendary cat in Cameron Ling.
I don't know how you did it for so long, Mick. I really don't. So a set shot miss there. But this stoppage down here, where you are so close to the bench, you know that there is within 20 seconds to go. And for some reason, the Bulldogs players wanted to keep the ball alive and like trying to tap it to the outside and let it keep bobbling around.
And no one in the corridor.
No one in the corridor. And it got to that outside. It allowed Freo to scoot through the middle. They kick that goal. They've now got the momentum going to the halftime break. All they had to do was just lock it up, trap it in there and go, hey, let's just get to the halftime break. And it was a funny quarter because Fremantle early, dominant. First 4 or 5 minutes, all Freo responded to a bit of a cook from Justin Longmuir. Then the Western Bulldogs, to their credit, wrestled it back to a really good place. They had control again. They got the margin back to the quarter-time margin and looked okay. And then I reckon you called it with about 5 minutes to go in the quarter, 4 minutes to go. You said the Bulldogs just started looking really panicky, shaky, fumbly, down back. Halftime couldn't come quick enough for them. They wanted to get to the break, and unfortunately, they cost themselves a few goals.
They did. Yeah, I'll just look at. Cool, we just might be able to give you those figures for the clearances that quarter.
I've had one clanger tonight, Mick, on the stats, so I'll see how I go on the makeup.
I know. I just can't see. I can't remember the
Fremantle 12-7, and the centre bounce clearances 5-3.
So it's 12-7. I just, without looking at those figures, just look like the dominance that the Bulldogs had in those early moments where they were able to score had gone. And I reckon a lot of that is around the Cox when English can't stay on the ground all the time, particularly with his legs. So that's
not very effective, even English. Do you know the Bulldogs have only had 11 hit-outs for the whole game?
Yeah, wow. But when he does get it, when he's there and he's not winning it, I don't think the opposition are overly winning it. In other words, they're not punching the ball clear of him, that sort of stuff. Whereas when Cox is on the ground, he's very predictable. But it's the players around him, and I just think that 5 minutes was enough for a bit of shakiness to come in and have to regenerate. Let's see if we can steady the ship. And then English comes back in. I don't think English is being magnificent, but on the other side of the coin, I don't think he's been beaten when he's in the ruck. I think what's happened is they might be moving the football outside of the first.
Well, to back up your point,
the first 2 minutes when Bolton got clear in that second quarter.
So the Bulldogs have only had 11 hit-outs to 31. So you'd say being dominated. Yep. However, clearances for the game effectively even 19 to 21. Yep. So on your point, even though the hit-out is going to the Fremantle Dockers, it's not in a way that is creating amazing clearance.
Well, it's only twice. That was,
from those centre bounces.
That's when Bolton was able to get clear and they got those two quick goals. Or I know he got one, but I've got a funny feeling he had a bit to do with the first one. He got the second one. So I think if you can tie that part of the game up when you haven't got your main ruckman out there, and I know you can't go into your players and say, well, look, it doesn't matter about scoring as long as they don't score. But as long as the mindset is we've got to make it as difficult as we can on these stoppages that they don't get. And I call it, Lingy, I used to have always things saying inner and outer. You've got your players that put your head in the trough or snout in the trough. Then you have your other layers out. If they want to lay it off, then you're already in position to cut that. Well, that one there was that one that we were just talking about. That's a classical one. They had their head in the trough, but no one outside. If you have someone on the outside there, that ball comes back and it becomes another ball up or throw in.
And that was the same with, I think it was the Erasmus goal from the goal square where Hayden Young got the handball on the inside and you had all these Dogs players attracted to him. But he flicked it out to Amos, got over the top to Erasmus. So they had the outer ring completely to themselves.
Good position, yeah. It's so important that you unless you have got absolutely, you've got Gary Ablett, Cameron Ling and Bartel, and they're going to get the football, well, that's fine. But if you're in there and the opposition have got a couple of handy players in there, and what you've got to do is you've got to give them the respect, and by saying, righto, we might get it, but if we don't get it, they're not allowed to give it off to a running player that can get the ball because they're going to get slaughtered down there. The reason why they've been able to hold up as much as they have is there's been a lot of balls going in there, and the Bulldogs' defence know that they've got to jump at these balls and just punch them away because there's no use running out Mark, Tracy, Amos, Voss and Jackson. The idea is get numbers up there and punch the hell out of it. But if they're able to get them on the lead, get them one-on-one, they're not going to. They're not big enough and strong enough. Coffield's done a terrific job, and Cummins has done a terrific job. But when they're on the lead, we saw that mark of that Tracy when he missed the goal. That's the sort of damage they can do. So Luke Griffith's got to start all over again now.
He does, because ultimately you think, given the players he's got, their ability to pressure the kicker, hunt around the ball, he's going to slowly drop off as game wears on and gets deep in the third and early in the last. And so we
saw it against Sydney.
Yeah,
I know they had injuries, but
you think Fremantle then run over the top. So there needs to be other little levers that he can pull to say, okay, right now Fremantle have got the control of things and our backs are under the pump. What's something else I can go to just to hold them up for another couple of minutes while we get things back on our turn?
Yeah, exactly, Ling. And that's why I say about little cameos. Get a couple of players in there that can hunt the football, but also have it like Artie Jones. Maybe Artie Jones goes in there as a sweeper and can latch onto a West's hand pass or something where West can put his head over it and try to lock the ball in there, but Jones can't get sucked into the play. And I know it's hard not to put... You're in the middle and you go, or a stoppage, you go, well, there's the ball, I've got to go. No, just hold your ground, because this is where they're going to come out through this area. If they come out through there, bang, they're going to run smack bang into me. Now, you've got to practice it. There's no question you've got to practice that. But if you can get a few more through there, then keep bringing your Bontempellis and your Richards on at the psychological moments, deep, early and then deep.
Yeah, and you spoke about this at the quarter-time break, finding those minutes. But now we might, for the rest of this game, we might only be talking a 2-minute block.
That's it.
And you just get Ed Richards a 2-minute rest, which is enough to keep him going as long as you can. And ultimately, you're kind of hoping, given how undermanned you are, but if you can get deep enough into the last quarter, well, then sheer willpower might take over and it's a close finish and you're in the finish and you're a chance.
Yeah, see, Carmus and Kennedy together, Fraser and Kennedy together, just you've got to add a little bit of speed in there. It might be, Davison's not, he's fallen off compared to what he was, but perhaps he needs to have a responsibility for that little cameo of 2 minutes, So anyway, we'll it'll be a very interesting start of the next quarter.
14-point lead for the Western Bulldogs at the half. Meanwhile, in Adelaide, 14 and a half to go before half-time. It is Port who lead it by 13. Taylor Walker's done his hamstring, so he's out of the game. Taylor Walker has done his hammy. The Crows down by 13 with, the better part of 15 minutes remaining in that second term. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The second half is not too far away here at Docklands, where the Bulldogs lead by 14 points. So a chance for us to visit with the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, good evening, I'm Noni Edwards. Independent Senator Lydia Thorpe says there needs to be an inquiry into failures that led to the killing of a 5-year-old girl in Alice Springs. She says the alleged murder of Kumanjai little baby is deeply distressing and her heart goes out to the grieving family and community. But she's also called for a look into how the alleged killer, who police say was released from prison days before the girl went missing, was able to be near children.
There needs to be an inquiry into the systems that failed this baby to allow this to happen. Where were corrections? How did this person, this perpetrator, be in the company of a 5-year-old?
A Melbourne teacher accused of secretly filming primary school students in toilets has been denied bail. 33-year-old Timothy Blamers was charged with producing and possessing child abuse material after a camera was discovered at Kingswood Primary School in Melbourne's southeast. Today he was denied bail. A magistrate said there was an unacceptable risk he could interfere with witnesses and destroy evidence. About 50 members of the school community, including parents, attended the hearing. This father spoke outside the court.
Our job, first and foremost, is to protect our children, and to have the thought of information out there that we don't know about is a pretty scary thing.
The head of one of the world's biggest fertiliser manufacturers has warned that the continued closure of the Strait of Hormuz as a result of the war in Iran could cost the world up to 10 billion meals a week. The price of fertiliser has soared by 80% since the beginning of the war, as the BBC's Maura Fogarty explains.
The vulnerable countries, the ones that are on the lower end of the economic scale, are the ones that are going to be hurt the most. And if you look around those regions, you're seeing Sub-Saharan Africa, for example. You're seeing India, parts of Southeast Asia as well. We're now talking about food security, not just higher prices of fertilizer. We're talking about the ability to produce food to feed your populations. And if you think further down the line from that, if you don't have food security, do you have social stability? Do you have economic stability? And these are questions that countries need to start thinking and grappling with.
Ukraine has struck oil infrastructure in the Russian Black Sea port city of Tuapse for the fourth time in the last 2 weeks, while Russia has also continued air attacks on Ukraine. The BBC's Jacob Evans reports.
Russia's local operational headquarters said a maritime terminal had been set on fire and that more than 100 firefighters were tackling the blaze. A Ukrainian official acknowledged the attack on social media without giving details. Tuapse has been targeted repeatedly by Ukraine, with earlier strikes causing oil spills and locals reporting of black rain falling from the skies. Kyiv says oil exports from refineries helped Russia fund its full-scale invasion. Overnight, Ukraine said Russia attacked the country with more than 200 drones.
The legal team of Myanmar's former leader Aung San Suu Kyi says they plan to meet her this weekend after she was transferred to house arrest. Her son, Kim Aris, says a picture released on state television along with the announcement that she had left prison was taken in 2022. Professor Sean Turnell is an Australian economist who was Aung San Suu Kyi's senior economic policy advisor, a role that led him to being jailed there in 2021. He says he remains sceptical that she's out on house arrest.
Over the course of the day, my optimism has declined quite a bit because we've got no real proof that this is taking place, and in fact not even any proof of life yet. So I remain at this moment hopeful but extremely sceptical.
Police in the US say 6 people have been injured in a stabbing at a school in the state of Washington following what authorities described as an altercation. 5 high school students and an adult security guard were taken to hospital, with local officials saying all are in a stable condition. Police say the suspect, who is a student at the school, was detained and injured in the incident. Several parts of Victoria have recorded their hottest May days since records began, but the warm weather won't last much longer. Temperatures across Victoria today were 10 to 14 degrees above average for this time of year, with May records broken in Essendon, Melbourne Airport, Moorabbin, Shepparton and Bendigo, among others. The top was 29.3 degrees at Avalon and Geelong Racecourse. Senior meteorologist at the Bureau, Dean Narramore, says while we've had a good run of warmer days, cooler and wetter weather is on its way.
We've got this big, strong cold front moving into WA and South Australia today and tonight. That'll sweep across Victoria Saturday night and Sunday with a band of rain, strong and gusty winds, and many areas will drop 5 to 10 degrees as well.
That's the latest ABC News.
For some, the world's a stage.
The theatre we make, it's visceral.
For others, it's a spreadsheet.
She has got to go.
Anne Edmonds and Kitty Flanagan star in the brand new comedy, Bad Company. Streaming now on ABC iView. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
The boundary throw in comes down to Brayshaw. He's tore. Hand pass back into dispute, and McNeil catches Dudley high. It was a late whistle. The Dockers need a tone setter, and the Dudley bomb delivers.
Players crash in from all angles. Dudley out to Frederick, tries to snap it and curl it to perfection.
It's a long kick of the footy. Dale decides to lower his vision, and what a superb pass.
Wow.
And on the end of it again, a man who has had it on a string, Marcus Bontempelli. Marcus Bontempelli, his 16th disposal already, is a goal. The Bont is in a mood. English palms it down, offhand to Spilser to Riley West, who hooks it through for a goal. He's got his range tonight, Riley West. 1 goal through the opening 7 weeks of the season. He's kicked 2 tonight. And the Western Bulldogs are out by 25. Just out in front of Dudley, got it on the hop, turns, kicks back into the corridor. Switkowski, who takes the mark. It's what the Dockers need, and he delivers it. Switkowski goals. Dabs a handball over the top to Fraser. Slick hands to McNeil. Back to Fraser. Joe the Goose. Vandermeer. Goal. The Dogs are having themselves a night.
Beautiful handball out to Amos in the goal square. All by himself is Erasmus. Dogs defenders just nodded off for a moment, and that was all too easy. Handballs to Bolton with the explosive speed. Over to Murphy Reid from 50. He's usually pretty good from here. He's great.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds here from the second term. It was a huge goal right on the stroke of half-time to Murphy Reid. And after Lewis missed at one end, which would have given the Dogs a 25-point advantage, Reid goaled at the other. And the Dogs' lead, which was as many as 26, has been trimmed to 14 at the half. So the Western Bulldogs, 9-6-60, may lead Fremantle, who are 7-4-46. And so that margin at half-time is 14 points. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, the coaching icon Mick Malthouse, and the legendary cat in Cameron Ling, your call team for Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. It's one of two games that are currently being played. The other one is coming at you from Adelaide. It is the Showdown. We'll bring you the concluding stages of this, so we'll take you there for the fourth term. If you want to listen to it in its entirety, you can find it streamed through ABC Listen. Port Adelaide up by 6 points. 8 minutes to go before half-time. So the Power 3-4-22. Adelaide at 2-4-16. It's worth keeping in mind, by the way, as I told you just before the news, that Taylor Walker has done his hamstring. So he's out of the game. The veteran who celebrated turned 36 on Anzac Day, so he's going to miss a chunk of footy out with a hammy. Meanwhile, the Melbourne Storm out to stop losing skid, the worst one under Craig Bellamy, now at 6 games. They lead at halftime against the Dolphins 10 points to 4. So Storm up 10-4. In the earlier game, it was the Cowboys 28 points to 12 over the Bulldogs. So Cowboys 28 beat the Bulldogs 12. And Women's Origin was a huge success last night. New South Wales won 11-6. On the free-to-air numbers alone, actually outrated the AFL game. So outrated Hawks Pies. The Women's State of Origin game 1 of that series. So absolute juggernaut and a huge win for the NRL last night in the TV Wars. Dogs by 14. Here's Kelly Underwood.
And guess who gets the first possession of this second half? It's Bontempelli. Possession number 23, and he's kicked to goal, and he puts it beautifully out wide onto the chest of McNeil, who just grubbers that kick. He had to hit his target, Fraser, 20 metres in front of him, and he missed everything and skidded it over the boundary.
Fraser had done the work too, had the nice break. Out.
So instead it's his direct opponent in Jordan Clark who kicks up, and Tracy, a strong mark. Big strong mark. And then kicks over the top to Amos. Running back with the flight. He dropped it. Kennedy. Handball looking for Bramble. Missed him. Erasmus comes in, drops the ball. And Bramble follows up with a tackle on Erasmus. Just inside 50 for the Dockers.
Oh, that hand pass over the head by Kennedy. That could have gone anywhere. You've got to protect that ball in the back 50, even if it means running the opposite way, do something.
Kicking to the southern end, the Dockers, to start this third term. Bolton. Handballs to Clark. He's going to kick it high. Voss there. Bustlinger. Umpire blows his whistle. Free kick to Bustlinger. So for Doggies fans, they lead by 14 points, but if you've been told at half-time no goals to Tracy, Amos and Voss, you would have taken that, and that is the case.
Dogs go racing away with the footy. Dale's got it against the boundary line southern side. Kicks down to West.
That is some sort of kick.
Oh, that is a beautiful... well led by West, though, too. Knowing the capability of your teammate helps.
Shout out to Nicholas in Inverloch, who's one of our loyal listeners. Sent us a nice message earlier in the game. I hope you're still with us, Nicholas. As West runs inside, kicks down to half forward, off the pack, spills down towards Artie Jones, and he's drilled into Sarong tackle. Nice work from Caleb Sarong. Jones looked like he was set to shoot goalward. And that's been cancelled out.
Sarong hasn't got firing yet. That's only disposal number 12 for him. And just even the 11 he had in that first half, not a lot of real impact.
Long kick out to Erasmus, has got it on the back flank, runs, carries, and then turns it over. Kicks down the wing, and Bramble takes the intercept mark. There was a number last year, it was around 28, Lingy, that was incredible, the win percentage. When Sarong got to 28, they won something like 90+% of their games. When he was below that, the winning percentage fell right off. Because the Dogs trying to switch play here, and Davidson has a fumble out of play, so boundary throw-in on halfway.
He's a genuine A-grade mid, Sarong. Like, superb at what he does, kicks goals, but has just not looked as sharp tonight.
Who's the better one, Lee?
And Fraser and Sarong.
Yeah,
I have Sarong ahead.
Boundary throw in, City side. Jackson goes to ground. English palms it down. And then Kennedy hacks it out of there. And Clark with the defensive relieving mark at half-back. Thought about kicking backwards. He's asking someone to run and lead, and that's exactly what Ryan does. And he marks it at true centre half-back. It was the Dogs by 26 at quarter time and then 14 at half-time as Luke Ryan squares the kick.
There's a lot more one-on-one football at the moment, and by that I mean no easy targets, so you have to mark this football.
So Wagner's kick went down the line on the Dock side. No one could mark it. Now it hits the deck. Bontempelli's there. Has to flick it out only as far as Tracy. Tracy's handball was smothered by Bontempelli. Ricochets the way of Kennedy. Hits up Artie Jones on the chest. He's got it on the City wing.
Carl Warner's just down here, Kel, with the trainers. The trainers hurriedly got up, ran off the ground, and Warner's just picking himself up.
Well, I just don't understand why you stop play for that. He's gone over. The trainers have gone to him. He's got back up again on his feet. Once you're on your feet and you're walking, I'm not convinced that now the Dogs, instead of going forward, have to go right back to centre half back.
Where Bustlinger's got it, and he's going to flick it wide. The switch is on. Karmas marks uncontested, stabs it to Bramble, who can go. He's got a bit of space. He looks up ahead and he hits out the leading Norton.
Really well constructed Bulldogs.
Excellent.
Mick was right. They were unfairly disadvantaged by the stop in play. Didn't panic, just switched it right back out this side. But they didn't slow switch it. It was a pretty quick switch. And then when the opportunity to go forward was there from Bramble, he just went a nice kick inside to Norton. Really well played.
Already kicked a couple tonight, so a couple of steps in from the boundary line for the left footer. He really needs to thread it.
Ooh, it's close to.
Just pushes it across the face. Misses for a minor score.
You know, if they call for the stretcher, you've got to be off for 20 minutes. It should be a version of that, I think, where at least if the umpire stops play, you should have to go off the ground.
But who determines going off the play? I don't reckon that player wanted to come off the ground. Well, play to stop.
Clark, handball away towards Bolton. He gives it to Young, and quick transition from the Dockers. They go straight through the middle of Docklands, and the long kick looking for Voss. Bounces and slides out of play in front of him and Karmas. So boundary throw in forward pocket for the Dockers.
Amos is just saying, I was 35 metres clear in the corridor and somehow you chose to go to the pocket.
Yeah.
Kick it out of bounds.
Because they didn't have numbers there, did they? The Dogs were caught out. Well, there's a free kick.
15-point lead for the Bulldogs. The ruck's tangled. Ball comes out. English grabs it eventually. Hurried kick forward, turnover. And here's Warner, the man who was with the trainers, now up on his feet, got the footy. And the Dockers going back inside 50. Looks for Tracy, who hits up, had a fair bit of it, couldn't mark, follows up off the deck, shoots goalward, misses.
He's so big and strong, isn't he?
Well, he is the big kahuna. I mean, he's got that name for one reason.
14 points, the Bulldogs lead, back to where we were at the half, 6 minutes into the third term.
Dale on the kicking, goes to Karmas, who kicks to Ed Richards. Crosses across the 50 and then kicks for Norton. Leapt up over the top of Pearce, couldn't take it at the end. Vandermeer hit it at pace, his kick was smothered. Ricochets back to Norton, grubbers the kick to a standing start. Lewis, who feeds it off to Fraser, dabs it into the pocket. Davidson tacks it down to himself and then he's tackled. Handballs to Norton, over the top to Jones. Jones gives it to West and then it made an absolute meal of that.
Oh, what are they doing, the Dogs?
They have overpossessed and mucked that up.
Just kick the goal. Kick the goal. Who cares who kicks the goal?
No
who
one
cares
wanted
what it
to kick
looks like?
it. Dogs by 15.
Low-scoring showdown, the Power by 6 points over Adelaide approaching half-time. Long kick up the wing from Ryan. Tracy flies in the air, ball spills to Switkowski.
Well
Good chase from Dale, put the pressure on the kick, spills away to McNeil of the Bulldogs. He collects and he's tackled inside the centre square.
Sometimes
Ball
you've got to take a hit like that. He's not a great player, but he had to hold that ball and wear the next tackle.
15-point lead for the Dogs. Early stages, third quarter here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. from the ball up. Comes down to Dale. Handball to the Bont under pressure. Knocked out in front of Richards. Dogs win it, but at half-back, Richards slides out of the Switkowski tackle. Kicks wide. Dale collects on the bounce. Handball away to English. Runs, carries. Sweeping hand pass to Vandermeer. Handball over his shoulder to Lewis. Collects, draws a defender. Gives it to McNeil. McNeil can't trap it. And soccers it out of play. That's a lasso free kick for the Dockers. And Andy Brayshaw's going to get it at half-back.
He's given him a little bit.
Hang on.
They're going to reverse this here. They're going to give the footy to McNeil.
They're going to say it was off the boot of Brayshaw.
Oh, wow. McNeil kicks to Artie Jones, who leaps up, no mark, falls down to West, steps out of a tackle, tried to give it back to Artie Jones. Back in the ruck it goes, taken by Chapman. Handball away to Young. Young are high up and under. Voss has got 2 to beat.
And he can't. Bailey Williams is there. Handballs back to Selwood. Selwood just takes off and runs goalward and then delivers. Jones was waiting at the back. The ball was touched though. West went flying through, missed the soccer kick. Vandermeer back to Jones. Lovely little sidestep and Sanders delivers. They've been peppering and over-possessing with the handball. And eventually the young star, Sanders, says, I'm going to slot it with a sidestep. And off a step, put it through 25 metres out. And the Dogs by 21 points with the first goal of this third term. 10-8-68. Fremantle 7-5-47. Friday night footy on ABC.
Finally, someone just take responsibility and pop that one through. I'm just seeing the replay of this Brayshaw, the out of bounds, that it appeared as though the arc overruled. I reckon that's off McNeil's, isn't it? Or am I seeing things?
No, it's off McNeil. It's off McNeil.
I wouldn't be surprised if the ARC's been told, hey, we want much less intervention after recent events. But I was with you. I thought naked eye, that was definitely off the dog.
Wow.
How long does it take to get a goal out of this? It's just good play, but...
Bulldogs by 21. Big-time tackle as Fraser locks up Johnson at the restart, and that's holding the ball.
Go direct. Don't mess around with it now.
So here we go. Straight up the pipe, the Bulldogs. Jones with a running start. Offhand, spills out the back. West waiting there. Paddles it to his own advantage. Jumps on it. Gives it to Richards. Richards drilled in the tackle, holding the ball. And Luke Ryan's going to be rewarded. He'll get it at full back.
It's all right. As long as you're defending the ground now from your forward half, don't let them exit, is what the Dogs players would be screaming at each other now. Cover off every exit point.
Goal saving from Luke Ryan. Goes short to Brennan Cox, short to Wagner.
Now they're making, as I said, they're making it one-on-one, so they has to be a high ball in. They can get their numbers there and smash the head. Oh.
Good long kick to the wing, finds Cox, the tallest man out there, takes it overhead.
Yeah, well, they jumped. They couldn't get near him.
Here's Mason Cox, a former Magpie. Ugly-looking kick. Got to his teammate on the hop and Jordan Clark, who turns and gives it a whack down the city wing. Pack of about 5 or 6. Offhands, it spills out in front of Bolton, who cleverly whacks it back to Frederick. Handball away to Reid. Reid runs, carries, kicks into the pocket. Switkowski leading up out of the goal square. Marks left forward pocket, hard against the boundary line.
Yeah, he's been lively all day, Switkowski.
And Murphy Reid as well, the kick in.
Oh, yes.
Both of those two are always busy, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And he's got good hands. He's pretty reliable on shot on goal too.
I just saw the replay of Bolton keeping that ball in. It was in the 4th row of the stand.
Yeah, there you go. How many more umpires you want, Lee? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't want any. I'd take one away for me, please, but that was out of bounds.
So here's Switkowski, tight angle. He's going to go with the drop punt. Right foot on the inside as the kick is superb. The sharpshooter, Switkowski, keeps Fremantle in it. He's got 3. And the Dockers are back within 15 points. A dozen minutes into the third. The Bulldogs 10-8-68. Fremantle 8-5-53. And that is a neat finish.
Yeah, well, he's reliable. He's a dangerous player. Boy, I just watched that. That ball's definitely out of bounds as far as when Bolton brought it back into play. But, you know, win some, you lose some.
The McNeil one down here went against them, led to a goal, and now Bolton's one's out of bounds, leads to a Fremantle goal.
Yeah, it's just when you look at this, that was a superb mark and superb finish. So you can't deny that.
He's needed it, Mick. He's actually Turns 30 in November. He's been down a bit this year. 2 goals, 4 for the season. He's come in and kicked 3 tonight, Switkowski. Cut it back to 15 points. They continue to hang around. 3 out of the ruck. It's going the Dockers' way. So Mason Cox was involved. Quick down the throat to the top of the goal square. Selwell does well. Bouncing ball. Bontempelli slaps it to the advantage of Bailey Dale, who hacks it drive volley-like in tennis. Bontempelli again working hard right up against the boundary line. City wing, Fraser crashes in. Good hands, they work it around. And now Dolan pushed as he got the kick away. Big ball to be won here. Well done by Gallagher. He loops it over the top of Kennedy. He's got trouble coming the other way. It was a crunching hit by Pearce.
Good play all up.
Both players.
Good play all up. That's courage. Hit the ball hard. Kennedy was fantastic.
Vandermeer and Bolton in the end bring it to ground.
Yeah, Bolton was very good too. Stood his ground.
Ball up. Mason Cox reaches up. Tries to give it to Bolton. Frederick was there. Gives it over to Murphy Reid. The blazing kick out of the defensive 50. Tracy at half-back. Mops it up. Handballs over to Frederick. His kick was knuckled over the line by Bailey Dale. Over the top of Young for the Dockers. Boundary throw in, half forward for the Bulldogs.
Go back to that centre bounce. Yeah. That is an embarrassment. That is a free kick.
Cox wouldn't go near the ball.
No, he didn't want a bar of it. If somebody is jumping out of centre ball up and you just get out of their way and fake them, well, of course you're going to cross the line.
We saw this last night. We've seen it again tonight.
That's disgraceful.
Kel, you and I did a game in the pre-season, the Swans and the Giants, where Brodie Grundy did it. And that week, Greg Swan came out on Fox Footy and basically said, we've looked at that. And Grundy, got a free kick for that last week, but there wouldn't be a free kick going forward. So they closed that loophole saying it won't be a free kick. And we've seen it 3 times in 2 games.
And it's going to cost sides. It's going to cost them games, not just goals. It'll cost them games.
So I don't know if the umpires have forgotten it or they've loosened the rule, but it's in vogue. The player not jumping at the centre bounce, the opposing ruck crossing the centre line, and the free kick being paid to the man that doesn't jump, which is completely against the spirit of the rule.
Correct. There's an element of bravery as a ruckman in the middle to launch yourself, knowing that your opponent's going to do the same thing.
What are you going to do? You're standing back for 2.5 metres. You're going to land over the line.
Dogs by 15. Freo through Chapman. Kick it inside 50. Off hands. It spills down towards Amos. Handball away to Johnson. Tried to fend off Sanders. Lost. Sanders said, come here. Tackles him. That's holding the ball. And the goal kicker from moments ago, Riley Sanders, has it in the defensive 50. Switches to the opposite back flank. Caulfield comes out of defence. Up to Gallagher, who marks against the boundary line. City side kicks for Dolan, and Dolan bangs bodies on the way through with Clark, but takes the mark.
No, he tried to handball, he did, Corby. And up to it was Jordan Clark. He stole it, gave it to Frederick, a bounce, and then delivers to Amos.
He slipped over.
Buku Kamas couldn't keep his feet, and Amos with outstretched arms backing back has taken a mark in the left forward pocket.
Has not looked like it tonight, Amos, at all. But it go back to the wing. That was the mistake. Just the decision to try and give the handball Dolan when Clark was clearly onto it.
Yeah,
concentrating really well on the mark.
Yep, too close to the man on the mark to play on. You're allowed to put your hands up on the mark. And, he's paid a big penalty here.
To get the margin back to 9 points here, the Dockers. Amos has kicked 8 goals in the last fortnight. 3 last week, 5 goals 4 the week before. In the left forward pocket, the left footer has missed everything. No, it's just squeezed through. So it was a miss, though. Through from minor score. The Doggies by 14 points.
The Dogs work it out of defence. Dale kicks up looking for Kennedy. Missed him. Intercepted by Sharp. Half forward for Freo. Handball away to Reid. Handball back to Sharp. Feeds it further forward to Amos. Look away handball. Back to Sharp on the 50. Retreats to Amos again by hand. The lefty puts a high bomb inside 50. Tracy the target. Carries his head out the back. Picked up by Caulfield. He's gang tackled. Ball up inside the forward 50 for Freo. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Just keeping an eye on Alex Pearce, really struggling out there with the right shoulder. And Latham Vandermeer, it looks like his soft tissue injury curse has continued, came off the ground. Really frustrated, taken down into the rooms. Looks like another hamstring.
Thanks, Hodgie. Forward 50 stoppage for the Dockers as Voss is spun around 360. Had an arm free, didn't make an effort to release. And the ump said that's holding the ball. Free kick for Dale.
Dangerous kick.
Mick. He shared it very hurriedly with Caulfield, and then Caulfield just an absolute blooper, trying to chip it short and intercepted by a man, Tracy, who jumps in front of bustling at a mark at right half forward.
Yeah, this 4 or 5 times this quarter, the Dogs have given up a sure kick, which has been intercepted and gone back the other way. It just hurts you too much on the scoreboard.
Had to put it out in front of him, didn't
Absolutely.
he? Boundary
yeah,
side.
yeah.
One of their 8 Victorians in the team, the big kahuna with a big finish. Here come the Dockers. It's back to 8 points, and it's as close as Freo have been for a minute. 9-6-60, the Bulldogs 10-8-68. 18 minutes gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
When everything locks up, attitudes, speed, it comes down to talent. To be able to deliver that football under pressure. We've seen it with McNeil now a couple of times. He's given the ball back, straight back to the opposition. Nothing against his attitude, nothing against his spirit, just his delivery, and that's why he's in and out of the side. That kick there was at Caulfield.
Yeah.
Never steadied. With a right foot like that, you've got everything in front of you going from your right to left. That's what you've got to use.
And even if you err on the side,
it goes
out
out
of
of
bounds.
bounds. Big deal.
Yeah.
Because it's inside 50.
Here come the Dockers again out of the centre. Sarong got it. He kicks it high towards Mason Cox. Sort of played for being taken high. Now the ball hits the deck. Dudley slides in.
Good.
And Selwood slides on top of him, and he's been pinged for holding.
Yeah, good decision. You can't drag the ball.
No, he slid to his knees, as Kelly called, and then dragged
it in.
Yep.
That's right.
Free kick here to Michael Selwood, one of the young defenders for the Dogs. Goes down the line.
They need to get one back, the Dogs, just to settle the nerves in many respects.
Brennan Cox to Wagner, who kicks it back inboard towards Bolton. Beaten to it, though, by the young gun in Sanders. Then he's tossed off it. Sanders goes again. Johnson tackles him. Quick hands involved. Gallagher to Richards. His kick was smothered. Gallagher mops it up again. Gives it back to Richards. Fires the handball back in a little bit of space here. Bailey Williams goes straight down the line. And a little sloppy from the Dogs. They've suddenly looked rattled tonight for the first time. A long kick, and Cox sprinted, launched himself, Mason, got his hands to it, and then almost ended up over the advertising hoardings in the front row on the lap of a couple of Bulldogs fans. It'll be a boundary throw in, 70 around from the Dockers' goal.
Yes, up on Cox, sorry.
Tim Hodges on the boundary, sorry, Mick.
Confirmation from the Dogs, Corbin Latham Vandermeer, a right hamstring out for the night, and for a few more weeks his wretched run continues.
From the boundary throw-in, comes down to Kennedy, handball away to Sanders, intercepted though, Brayshaw collects for the Dockers, gives it to Sharp, kicks inside 50, Cox down there, bustling her only one up, spoils, slick hand Selwood to Karmas, way towards Williams, he gives it to Richards, kicks out of defence but a turnover. Freo can reload again, Jackson to Warner by hand, handball all the way back to Brennan Cox, runs, carries, takes on Lewis, kicks to full forward, Cox leads up in Mason, no mark, falls to Frederick, handball to Dudley, handball to Bolton, Bolton caught, took on too many, holding the ball.
Yeah, that's great tackling, careful tackling, had to get underneath, both players are sharp, both players are quick, so really well done by the Dogs, but they're playing it, all the football now has been played in the forward half of Fremantle. He's just got to be able to hold off.
Fraser and McNeil, the two tacklers. In the end, McNeil gets the free kick. He comes wide to Davidson. So 8-point game, closest Fremantle have been since the opening term. The 20-minute mark when the Dogs went out by 14, so they haven't been this close since then. We're now 21 and a half gone, third term. The Dogs go all the way back. Caulfield to Buslinger. He's off and running. Buslinger comes out of defence, up towards Gallagher. Broken up by Johnson illegally. Free kick.
Yeah, it was nearly another kicking error. Just put it too high.
Yep.
And needed to release earlier, you're right, Mick. But they get a free kick. So it takes a bit of that pressure off. But really, there's only one option here. It's going to be long down the line.
Shout out to Phil from Victoria off the SMS. Get to that in just a moment. Long kick down the wing, a free kick for an illegal Shepherd. It's going the Dogs' way. An advantage applied as West runs away with it. Kicks to the hot spot through the hands of Davidson. Still a live footy. Wagner down there with McNeil. McNeil paddles it in front of himself once, twice. The Bont comes to help out. Close to the boundary line. Still alive, and Warner's tackled, taken out of play. Boundary throw in deep forward for the Dogs. Phil says it sense a deja vu from last night's game. It feels a little bit like that. The team that we think is going to be too talented would eventually swallow them up, but the plucky underdog playing from out in front.
Boundary throw in. Deep inside the forward 50 here for the Dogs. And scrapping, trying to pick it up. There was Fraser. In the end, it pinballs its way to Johnson. His kick out towards the interchange gates. And bustling and make sure it goes over, sliding in over the top.
I think
Amos.
The Dogs, when they get the ball in front 50, it's without saying they've got to score. Can't just go in and come out because they're not getting in there a lot. If it goes in there 8 times, they can score, even if it's 2 or 3 goals, 2 or 3 points. But it can't just go in and come straight out. Boundary
throw in over the head of the 2 rucks. It went right in front of the 2 benches. And now Brayshaw with the kick inside 50, tracking back Karmas. Buku going back with the flight. Has kept Jai Amos goalless so far. Karmas, short, sharp pass with the left boot to Fraser. He then kicks it to centre, half back. Oh, it was risky. And it was a lucky spill by Daly. Stepped back inside. Somehow he got out of strife. Gave it to Bontempelli straight down the throat. Taking the mark is Lewis.
Oh. Well, he couldn't do it. I don't think he could have.
He thought about playing on. Pearce stood the mark. Lewis asked the question, and now he's got to go back, young Will Lewis, and have a set shot directly in front, 40 metres out.
Well, there's no doubt there was someone in the goal square free, but Pearce on the mark played it right. He didn't have to stand still until the umpire said it. He moved 1 foot that's made him hesitate.
Said Young, he's a 30-year-old mature age rookie. He's only kicked 1 goal in the AFL. Make that 2. A steadier for the 30-year-old rookie. And puts the margin back out by 14 in the shadow of three-quarter time. 11-8-74 the Doggies. Fremantle 9-6-60.
Well done, Lewis, because I was critical of him at the end of that second quarter. The fact he had an absolute sitter, set shot, missed it, and then all he wanted to do was fight the man on the mark for the next minutes, which is completely pointless. You're better off executing your skill. On that occasion, he almost had a chance to go quicker, but I think you're right, Mick. It was sort of half, could have gone, but he wasn't far enough back. So his job for the team in that moment was to compose himself, go back, nail the set shot, which is exactly what he did. Well done.
What about Bontempelli to get the ball there?
Yeah.
Back to 14 points as it was at half-time. Kennedy out of the middle, hand pass looking for the ball. Stolen by Hayden Young. Hayden Young goals! How about that for an intercept play? Young talent time at Docklands. Slams it through as he picks off the handball. And the Dockers are back within 8. The Dogs 11-8-74. Fremantle 10-6-66. 25 and a half gone in the third. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, there's a lot to be said about overuse.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, Nick. What do you want Kennedy to do there? Turn on his right and bang it forward?
He's under in that centre square. Unless you're bursting through it and you step 1 step back, you've got 3 of their players who are going to come straight at you. And if you've got the football with your right hand, unless you can lay it off to a runner, and the only person he could lay it off to was a player who's already behind him. So he had to kick it around the body and put a haphazard kick inside the front 50. It just gives a contest.
Goal for goal at the 26-minute mark of this third term. It's been a compelling contest. That's a brilliant handball by Young over his head while he was on the ground. Got it to Sarong. All-important kick inside 50 towards Tracy. Tracy gives away a free. And it's Bustlinger that's got it. He moves it quickly. A wonderful kick. Rocketed all the way to English on the city side wing. And then he gives it to Fraser. Can they go coast to coast here? The Dogs looking for but couldn't quite find Lewis. Norton runs onto it. Norton drops it cold. Forgot to pick it up. Opens the door for Pearce. Brennan Cox with the soccer off the ground. Johnson and now Murphy Reid. He takes the bounce. Has to go back and get it. Wasn't the best bounce, but he's got time. Handballs to Jordan Clark. Work their way up on the city wing and spears the pass to Bolton. They want to keep going here. Wagner accepts the handball. Drives along to Tracy. Into an open goal. End-to-end stuff for the Dockers. They've woken up in this second half. Tracy's got 2. And it's a 2-point ball game. Dogs lead it. Fremantle yet to be in front for the entire game so far. We've got a minute to play before three-quarter time.
Mick, we say this all the time, you and I. We discuss it about a really good attack, quality execution of your skill in attack can help your defence.
Yeah.
Because really, if Norton picks that ball up clean and they use it well in their forward line, it's probably a goal to the Bulldogs, but at the very least, it's still there. It's locked in there, it's trapped in there. Instead, it's coast to coast and it's an easy Fremantle goal. It all stemmed from what happened deep in the Bulldogs forward line.
And that's happened 2 or 3 times now.
Dogs by just 2 points. Free kick, again crossing the centre. Why are we doing this today?
I don't know what's going on.
Another crossing the centre line rule. Umpire Gian Fagner picking one out there. It's going the way of Jackson. We've seen more this weekend as we have all year. Long kick towards, with 2 games in, kicks to full forward, ball spills down towards Buslinger. He's tackled, ball up forward pocket for Freo.
You're not telling me there's a rule of the week and Thursday night and Friday night we see it rolled
It's a bloody disgrace, that's what I'm saying. That rule has killed 2 games so far.
2 last night, 2 tonight, leads to a centre clearance here and a deep entry for the Dockers, down by 2, ball up again, forward pocket.
The Greg Swan's got to jump all over this and pull them back in the line because they're killing the bloke who's going for the ball.
Ruck shear it down. Ball bobbles around. Picked up by Kennedy. Took a minute to get it out. Stolen by Jackson. Bolton gives it to Young. Young's got 2 in the term. Fremantle has got the lead. They've come all the way back. And the Dockers lead for the first time tonight. 29 minutes into the third term. Fremantle 12-6. The Bulldogs 11-8. It is overwhelming. Fremantle by 4 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
It's better around the contest at the moment, certainly in the last 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Was hunting one after the other. Young moved through it the first time, then moved again. Great finish, great snap. Curled it round beautifully, but there's just multiple Fremantle players hunting around the ball.
Well, Kennedy had the ball again, though.
Yeah.
Kennedy had it again, and he coughed it up. You just cannot give the ball up in tight.
And he's missed so much footy, Young, but he just might be that extra midfielder that they need.
So they hit the front, the Dockers, at the 29-minute mark of the third quarter for the first time tonight after the Bulldogs led by as much as 26 points.
It's holding the ball, surely.
Umpire Fraser inside 50, pouncing on Chapman. Chapman's got up a little sore. It looks like he might have hurt his ankle. Ball up, says the umpire. Jackson taps it down, only as far as West. Over to Bontempelli, almost dribbled it through. A desperate lunge from Brennan Cox in the goal square makes it a touched footy, and it means the margin is 4 points.
They're still alive, both sides. It's just the class is the one at the moment. What you can't do is give the ball up in tight. You know, I know not everyone's a Pendlebury or a Bontempelli, but that's what you've got to do.
Long kick out of defence from Warner. Off the pack, spills down to Bolton. Here go Freo in the slingshot. Handball to Voss. Handball to Switkowski. Richards comes with him. Handball to Bolton. Kick inside 50. Amos marks just before the siren. How about that for transition? The Dockers from the kick out. And now a resulting shot at goal. 25 out, just right of centre.
Oh, that is infuriating for Luke Beveridge because it's end of the second quarter, now end of the third quarter. You're right, the speed of the ball movement, the speed of the legs of Fremantle was very impressive by Fremantle here.
Jai Amos, he kicked 3 last week. Hasn't got involved yet. Can he kick one after the three-quarter time siren? No. And the door remains ajar. It would have been a heavy emphasis on the quarter, one which Fremantle have controlled. They've kicked 5 of the last 6 in the game. And the Dockers, after trailing by as many as 26, lead by 4 at three-quarter time. Fremantle 12-7-79. They lead the Western Bulldogs 11-9-75, so a 4-point advantage for the Dockers at three-quarter time. The goal kickers, Switkowski's got 3, 2 for Young, 2 for Tracy, and then singles for Jackson, Reid, Erasmus, Frederick and Dudley. Meanwhile, for the Western Bulldogs, 2 for Lewis, 2 for Norton, 2 for West And then singles for Bontempelli, Sanders, Richards, Vandermeer and McNeil. The Dockers by 4 points at three-quarter time. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
This is amazing. As Amos was having that shot after the siren, his captain, Alex Pearce, had already left the ground. I think they were speaking between the doctor and the physio and the captain about whether he could tolerate the pain in that right shoulder from that heavy collision with Matt Kennedy in the third term. I think he was saying, I'm okay to get to the three-quarter time break, and as soon as the siren went, he was off the field straight to the room. So the doctor and the physio both followed him down, so I imagine there's going to be some decent strapping, maybe an injection to that right shoulder to get him through the final term. So he played the rest of that third term in a hell of a lot of pain, but certainly helped his team get the lead back. And just repeating the big injury news for the Bulldogs, Lathan Vandermeer, it's a right hamstring. His night clearly done, so they're one man short for this pretty much most of the second half.
In his first game back tonight, Lathan Vandermeer, so you feel for him, tough times.
Hadn't played since round 22 of last year. Gets a recall and gets hurt before three-quarter time. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Meanwhile, in Adelaide, it is half-time. Taylor Walker's done his hammy and Port Adelaide on top by a goal. It's a low-scoring game. 4-4 leads 3-4 at half-time, so a 6-point advantage for the Power there. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse coming up. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Dockers by 4.
Just wondering.
A tray of cocktails floated at us through the twilight. Who was this Gatsby fella?
A jazz-soaked reimagining of The Great Gatsby.
That's the best thing a girl can be in this world. A beautiful little fool.
Search for Gatsby in Harlem on ABC Listen. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
West went flying through, missed the soccer kick. Vandermeer back to Jones. Lovely little sidestep, and Sanders delivers.
Reed runs, carries, kicks into the pocket. Switkowski. Tight angle. He's going to go with the drop punt. Right foot on the inside as the kick is superb. The sharpshooter, Switkowski, keeps Fremantle in it. He's got 3. Free kick for Dale. He shared it very hurriedly with Caulfield, and then Caulfield just an absolute blooper, trying to chip it short and intercepted by a man, Tracy, one of their 8 Victorians in the team. The big kahuna with a big finish. Here come the Dockers.
Confirmation from the Dogs, Corbin, Lathan Vandermeer, a right hamstring out for the night, and for a few more weeks his wretched run continues.
Kennedy out of the middle, hand pass looking for the ball, stolen by Hayden Young. Hayden Young goals! How about that for an intercept play? Young talent time at Docklands.
They want to keep going here. Wagner accepts the handball, drives along to Tracy. Into an open goal. End-to-end stuff for the Dockers. They've woken up in this second half. Tracy's got 2.
Stolen by Jackson. Bolton gives it to Young. Young's got 2 in the term. Fremantle have got the lead. They've come all the way back. And the Dockers lead for the first time tonight.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
5-goal turnaround from 26 down at quarter time. They copped a spray from Justin Longmuir. The Dockers now lead by 4 at three-quarter time. Meanwhile, in the showdown, it's Port by 6 at the half. We'll take you there for the final quarter following our game here at Docklands. The coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, and the legendary cat, Cameron Ling.
Well, Mick, it was the ball movement of Fremantle that really opened things up, and key ball users, runners were getting their hands on it. The numbers aren't massive, Fremantle. They only had the 92 disposals in that quarter, so there's no player who had it 14 or 15 or 16 times, but it was the players that you want getting the footy.
Yeah.
So Shea Bolton has 7 touches. Jordan Clark off half-back has 7. Tracy up forward having the 6 but kicking the 2 goals. So they were getting it in the hands of some of their runners. Their forwards were getting a hold of the ball, and some of the end-to-end play was really scintillating to watch. The Bulldogs, I think you mentioned it, Mick, when they do go forward, they just simply must kick a goal because it doesn't feel like they're going to get it there heaps. And they've blown a couple of good little chances.
Yeah, and genuine chances. They're just and full credit to Fremantle who closed them down with numbers. They couldn't get that right hand pass, the correct hand pass out to someone who could have a little bit like the smart players are going to be able to get on their boot, but the ones who are just a bit unsure, they try to get the extra hand pass in, they set the perfect shot up. Well, you've got to take that opportunity, and that's going to happen this quarter. If they go in there 10 times, the Dogs, they've got to score probably 4 or 5 goals to win this.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. What's the latest with the Dockers skipper?
He's back on the field, so I think he had some work on the shoulder and he had the boot off when he ran back up the race to make it for the three-quarter time huddle. So he's put the sock and shoe back on the left ankle, so he's had some work there as well.
Freo by 4, final term underway as Jackson wins a hit out in the middle, and there's a ball up again as Richards tackled by Young.
Had a good quarter, Hayden Young. Looked sharp.
Jackson palms it down. Young slips over here, becomes tackler on Fraser. Fraser walks out of the tackle, gives it away to Bontempelli. Kicks inside the forward 50 for the Dogs. Free kick. And as a hold, it's coming back to McNeil.
He throws himself back in. That's another contention. I don't want to keep bagging the umpires, but they've been... Some of the rules are ordinary. Well, he threw himself back into the contest there, and, what's Clark going to do?
Dogs had only 5 inside 50s in the last quarter against the Swans last week. They need a big final term here. They get an early entry. They kick the full forward offhand, slide through to Johnson. His hand pass picked off by English. Squeezes a kick out. Sarong had it in the back pocket. Tackled by West. West scoops up the footy, mowed down by Pearce. Umpire swallowed the whistle. Picked up here by Ryan, trying to clear. Norton goes and gets it. He's tackled, and a ball up top of the goal square for the Dogs, coming over the Coventry end or the southern end. Ball up, 12 metres out from the Dogs' goal.
English, straight down to Fraser, throws it on the boot, and then it's easily spoilt through from Brennan Cox. He soccers it over, knuckles it over the goal line, rather. So now Fremantle by 3 points. Hit the front in the last minute of the third term for the first time this evening. Ryan goes short on the kick into Brayshaw, who's marking that uncontested.
So Riley West was pointing there to Jones to pick him up. Just didn't pick him up quick enough.
And then Brayshaw to a 2-on-2. Voss is in there, so too is Jackson. Umpire says free kick going to the Dockers. Voss thought he had it.
No, Jackson was just so strong to work in front there. He was trying to be held. The Dogs were trying to hold him down and not let him jump, but he just kept working hard. Deserved the free.
He started well, gone a little quiet, and then a beautiful kick right on 52. Voss couldn't take it. Bontempelli really made a contest of it. Switkowski follows up with a tackle on Bailey Williams. And a ball up just a metre in from where the 50-metre arc meets the boundary line at the northern side. Jackson with the leap. It was basketball-like slam dunk as he palmed it down. Only as far as Young. Just was tackled, and as a result the Bulldogs are able to pounce. The kick down the line from Kennedy couldn't find a target, and again off hands. Boundary throw in.
Kennedy's just off the pace.
Yeah,
and it's because he's against quick players.
Yeah.
He's panicked now.
So boundary throw in half forward here for Fremantle. They're in free fall in that first half. Sprung to life in the third. English goes at it, gets it down. Well done by Clark, put his body on the line. Quick couple of handballs, and then Brayshaw with the all-important kick inside 50. Boss with his hands to it, bustling a brilliant spoil and legal. Down to Bontempelli, gets his kick to the wing. Brennan Cox with a very obvious shove into the back of Lewis. He's got it on true centre wing on the broadcast side. To Richards, went one way, zigged, then zagged, and gets around Brayshaw and delivers beautifully to Riley West on the end of a long lead.
Well, he's good for this, West.
In the right forward pocket, he's gone back over the 50, and he's also crossed the boundary line, and he's forcing the security guard to just shuffle up with his chair.
Yeah, he should have come inside a little bit further. Umpires, they don't grasp that rule. He's good for the distance. I hope he has a go at it.
He's on the runway, crosses the boundary, crosses the 50. It's going to land in, and it's off hands. All the big boys down there were leaping up over the top to make sure it was off hands through for a rush behind. So Fremantle by 2 points. A couple of minutes gone in the final quarter.
So Wagner with the kick-out duties goes on a little stroll, and then long contest kick in the Jackson direction. Bustlinger puts his fist through it. Richards at the drop, handball away to Gallagher. Kicks the Dogs deep to full forward. Down there McNeil. Brennan Cox had a fair bit of it. Didn't complete the mark. Got it out towards Ryan. A handball away towards Wagner. And the Dockers get out of dodge. Last line of defence. Long kick in the direction of Hayden Young. Trying to turn the pot inside out. He does so. Handball further afield to Murphy Reid, who's off and running. Short kick to Tracy. Marks at half forward. Hand pass inside to Bolton. Oh, this is slick from the Dockers. Bolton the finish misses. Out to the right and behind.
Yes, the speed element.
Oh, yeah. And Murphy Reid's kicking again, his decision-making. He was under enough pressure that a lot of other players in that situation just kick it long and grass, and it probably gets mopped up by the Dogs' defenders. Instead, he just hit him up beautifully. Well played.
Dockers by 3, so 12-8 to 11-11. 5 minutes gone, final turn.
So the Sherrin in the hands of Bailey Daly was under pressure. He kicked towards English. Reaching up over the top was Jackson. Ball to be won. West fighting hard. He fires out the handball. Jones goes without it. It's plucked by Switkowski. Handballs backwards to Ryan. Ryan then is a thumping kick. He's going to send it to the top of the goal square. Karmas with the ball from behind. Bolton hits it at pace. He's tackled. He gets it out to Tracy, who spins and handballs all the way backwards to Chapman. Got time. Got space. He steadies and he goals. Heath Chapman with his first for the night, the defender floating down forward, and the Dockers extend their lead out to 9 points, the biggest so far for the visitors. 13-8-86. The Dogs 11-11-77.
Yeah, just running out of troops, Dogs.
Unfortunately, Mick, though, I understand why Odie Jones is in the this game.
Exactly.
That attack on the ball and just a fumble, coughed it up way too easy. And from there...
They took the ball away.
Yeah, so the Dogs' teammates had made decisions based on, well, he should cleanly take that ball. You're an AFL player.
Yeah.
And so they make decisions to move into a position to receive and start attacking.
Yeah.
Instead, coughs it up completely. And then they're all out of position, and Fremantle were much cleaner. Nice finish.
Big celebration for Chapman. His last goal was round 17, 2024.
It's been a minute for him. Out of the middle comes Brayshaw, kicks to half forward. The Dockers with a bit of momentum here. Young again shakes his opponent, wins it against the boundary line. Outside of the boot. Oh, don't tell me. Hayden Young has kicked it from the first row. Bends it through on the outside of his boot. He's got 3 second-half goals. 3 up, 3 down. Hayden Young with the goal celebration to match. And Fremantle by 15 points. It is all purple. Here at Docklands, Fremantle by 15, 14-8-92. The Western Bulldogs 11-11-77, and Hayden Young with a goal of the year contender.
Yeah, just superb by the Dockers. Great out of the centre clearance, handball over the head, Brayshaw. And then Hayden Young just kept his feet. Bailey Williams didn't. Keeps it in, and just unbelievable skill. Brilliant footy.
Love the celebration, just the 3-point swish.
Banana from the pocket outside of the boot.
Oh,
Here they go again out of the centre. Bolton's read it off the ruck hands. Caught, handballs to Brayshaw. Erasmus wheels around. High ball, tough one to judge in the air. Tracy judged it beautifully. Too big, too strong for Bustlinger on this occasion.
Yeah, right on top now, just dominating out of the centre square. Big Timmy English is just, he can't jump anymore, so there's no resistance there. And the ground ball players in the middle just aren't doing the defensive thing there. They're a little bit too far forward.
And Bolton was
just bolting through.
A couple of centimetres away from being straight through the middle and another goal.
Goalless at half-time, Josh Tracy. He's got 3. And we've still got 15 minutes to play. It's purple rain on the open air at Docklands. Friday night footy on ABC Radio. The Dockers are running away with it now by 21 points. 15-8-98. The Dogs 11-11-77.
Yeah, 5-13 after quarter time. It says it all. I guess it was always going to be a long day to hold on to any advantage what you can possibly get. It's when you analyse a few of the goals that have been given up or not got, it was probably just that class. The Dogs couldn't put the ball through. They miskicked a few times when the Dockers were able to recover it and put it back in their forward line. So they've paid a big penalty for class.
It's been super impressive from the Fremantle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
To be 26 down, thinking that it's not going to be your night, short week away from home. And what a response. Jackson grabs it out of the ruck. They're going forward again. Murphy-Reid, handball broken up. Got it to Brayshaw. Back to Reid. Reid paddles it out in front. Knocks it away to Chapman. Chapman's hand pass to Bolton. And he goes back by hand to Warner. He's just going to kick wide and find Sharp. 26 was the biggest margin for the Dogs. It's now Fremantle by 21. What a turnaround in this game. An 8-goal swing. As Sharp just finds Tracy in a leading lane against the boundary line. And unfortunately for the Dogs, they were overrun last week. Had only 5 inside 50s in the last quarter, and it's one-way traffic here to start the final term.
And considering Amos and Voss have not even looked like it tonight, it's a really impressive performance. That forward line the others have stepped up and kept presenting, in their midfield now totally on top. This would be a nice kick from this spot, though.
Tracy, right peg against the boundary, right half forward, misses near side. Makes it a 22-point lead for Fremantle. 15-9-99, the Western Bulldogs. 11-11-77, 11 minutes into the final term.
They've peeled off 6 consecutive goals either side of three-quarter time.
Yeah.
Bailey Dale to Bramble. They've been brave, but showing little resistance in this last term, the Dogs. Up to a contest. Chapman meets it. Handballs over to Sarong, who goes towards Tracy again. Hitting it heavily, and then tackling was Bailey Dale. Player on the bottom of that pack was Voss. A little slow to get up, Mason Cox. He was one of the big targets. Tossed up in the air, top of the goal square here for Fremantle, where Brayshaw picks it up and slots it through. They are absolutely running away with it, showing character and resolve. And I think a celebration might have gone wrong.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
What happened, Tim? I put my head down to put the score in the book.
Poked him right in the eye.
Josh Tracy's got wobbly legs. I hope he hasn't knocked him out here. Watch the celebration. Just the double high five. And both hands went straight in Tracy's eyes. Oh. And Tracy is coming off, so he is bleeding. So it is the blood rule. He's bleeding above his right eye.
Oh, no.
I told him.
But he's not a well man at all. You would be filthy with your teammate.
I don't think he likes him.
That right eye is closing completely over already as he gets to the bench.
We just watched the replay again. He got him flush.
Straight in the eye. They've just had a little embrace on the bench. They've hit it together, but the right eye needs some clearing for Josh Tracy. Bontempelli trying to stop the momentum. Gets a centre break, kicks in the Norton direction. No mark, spills back to Norton. Oh, handball to Jones. His coat hanger to Rasmus. Got him on the way through, and Jones is going to get a free kick centre half forward for the Dogs. But it's been 7 goals in a row for the Dockers. And there might soon be 7 wins in a row for Fremantle as well.
Yeah, they're pretty impressive. Very strong back line. Midfield, as I say, if they haven't got Cox in the ruck, they've got Darcy to come back in and help out Jackson, so they've got a fairly complete side. You're right, Lee.
Won the hit-outs by 23 tonight, Fremantle, against Tim English in his return. Jones kicks over Mason Cox on the mark and knocks it through. It ends the run of 7 straight Fremantle goals. And Artie Jones hasn't lost belief. He gives a pump up to his teammates. He still believes this game is retrievable. So the Bulldogs 12-11-83, Fremantle 16-9-105. 14 minutes gone in the final term. Fremantle by 22.
Yeah, nice finish. He deserved the free kick. He attacked the crumb with real speed, and I think it was just the momentum that he had that caused Erasmus to go high. And clearly a free kick on the replay. There's no doubt about that one.
A little bit of mayo on the end.
He certainly put a bit of mayo on it, but it was high contact.
Oh, yeah.
Nice set shot goal. Again, it was Marcus Pontempelli who was getting the ball forward for the Dogs.
Let's see how this ruck work works.
So Mason Cox wins it. Down to Kennedy, soccers it off the ground. Then he goes back and tries to win his own ball. Little flick up came the way of Sharp. He's got it on the City wing, and his kick to a one-on-one was Frederick and Bailey Dale. And Bailey Dale, the more experienced player, reaches up and takes the defensive mark. Kicks to Sanders, who kicks backwards to Bustlinger, and now brings it to Caulfield. So they've brought it round the Dockway. He's still got it, Nick Caulfield, at half-back.
And one-on-ones everywhere, so he's probably just going to have to go long again.
And he does just that. Pearce was there in a matchup with Emmett. West tries to keep it in play. Does that? No, he doesn't. Over the boundary line.
It's been informed too from our sports department over in the West that this isn't the first time this has happened to Josh Tracy. So Patrick Voss got him in a training mishap. Same thing. Celebratory.
Oh.
So second time he's been on the wrong end of the celebratory high five that's ended up in the eye.
I don't blame him if he doesn't want to celebrate with his teammates anymore.
Pat Voss celebrating a goal at training, was he?
So there's another hand pass over the head. And
yep.
Now, if it's a line ball match.
So it's a free to the Doggies here. Sanders has got it. Little indecisives. Up to Jones! Artie!
This is what he hit a couple of weeks ago.
Springs in his legs, Artie Jones, back in this side. And he's got belief. He's going back-to-back goals.
Good on him.
Margin is 22 points. Could this be an Artie Jones-inspired comeback?
The man in front had just as much piece of it, but he, because he twisted in the air, he pulls it down. So they, rightfully, in today's football.
What a leap.
Yeah, it was.
Example of athleticism. Go back, Artie. For a piece of football artistry. No, he can't capitalise on his big mark. And just misses to the right. So margin is 21. There's 10 minutes to play. The Dockers lead, and they've got all the momentum.
Exiting kick out from Geordie Clark, the All-Australian, goes long to the wing. Mason Cox, hands on it, no mark. Spills to Bustlinger, hand pass back into dispute. Knocked on by Bolton. Amos carries Sanders out of play. And he just runs straight to the boundary line there, Amos. And the ump says, yeah, that's all right. We'll throw it in between wing and half forward for the Dogs.
Exactly what he did, Corbs. He was almost looking for the try, wasn't he? Just get to the line.
And yet someone slides to save the ball, and that's insufficient intent. Yeah. That's deliberate, but not that. 6-point lead for Port Adelaide, by the way, halfway through the third quarter there, leading the Crows. We'll take it there for the final quarter. It's 21 the margin here. Fremantle on top, having trailed by 26. Kennedy whacks it off the deck inside 50. Spills out to Fraser of the Dogs. Centering kick back to full forward. They come from all directions. Chapman had a play on it, no mark. Follows up for the Dockers. Hands it away to Erasmus. Kicks out of defence. Bouncing footy picked off here by Selwood. Goes back by hand to English. 60 out half forward for the Dogs. To Sanders, to Gallagher. Gallagher to full forward. Big leap Norton. No mark. Spills down to Mason Cox. And he just jams it on the boot. Big get out of here. Kick to half back. And again the Dogs can reload. Intercept mark taken by Caulfield. Caulfield goes back to Karmas and all the way back to Bustlinger.
Bustlinger's going to drive it straight down the corridor. He cleared the pack. Should be mopped in. Oh, no, he missed his handball, did Warner. Yes. He tried the left-handed handball and it hit the deck. And now the ball's in dispute. Clark has been tackled by Davidson. The Doggies fans want holding the ball. Umpire says, no, I'll throw it in the air. 10 metres out from the Doggies' goal. Goal here could make things interesting. English left it. Mason Cox went for it. There was confusion in the ruck. Quick hurried kick comes the way of Karmas. Gives it over to Bramble. Lockie Bramble goes forward. He buries it from 40 metres out. And there's 15 points in this. They are hanging around Luke Beveridge's men. 13-12-90. Fremantle 6-9, 105. After they kicked 7 goals in a row, the Dogs have hit back with the last 2.
Now Luke Jackson coming off the bench, heads into the middle to take the ruck. Just to aim to settle things down. He's been so important with getting those clearances, either taking it himself and banging it forward or getting it down to his A-grade mid. So they've got Sarong, Brayshaw, Bolton, Fremantle, just to, I would assume, to just take away that little bit of momentum from the Dogs. Make sure you keep that buffer.
All right, maybe we're not done yet. 15 points the margin. Dogs with a bit of momentum. English out of the middle, palms it down. Kennedy tackled, dispossessed. Brayshaw throws his body at Richards. Clever kick forward from Kennedy. English, hand pass away to the Bond. The Bond, he's going to do it himself.
Oh, what a beauty.
The Bond lands a bomb on the run. And this game's right back on. That is greatness uninhibited. The Bond's got 2 tonight. And almost single-handedly trying to carry the Dogs over the line. Fremantle 16-9. The Bulldogs 14-12. Time on final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Grab us a thesaurus, can you, Mick? We need to come up with some new words to describe Marcus Bontempelli.
This is one of the best individual performances I've seen. It's awe-inspiring.
He's just incredible because even then, he was bursting through the middle, but he still had to kick it from outside 50 with pressure coming across his left side. And he still nailed it.
52 metres.
Yeah.
53 metres, yeah.
What a player.
So the Dogs by 26 at quarter time. And then Freo by 28 early in this last. Dogs have kicked the last 3. But Bolton's going to send it forward here for Fremantle. Palmas and Mason Cox in a tussle right in that pocket, but Buku Khamis runs it over the line.
Tracy's back out there too.
Boundary throw in, deep inside 50 here for Fremantle. The Dockers holding on by 9 points and there's 8 minutes to play. Spinning ball, Jackson right in front, up in the air it goes. English slaps it down, only as far as Jackson. He was tackled to the turf. Brayshaw gets there first, but he's tackled by Davidson over the line. Dogs have really stepped it up. They've got a bit of energy back. After Fremantle rattled off 7 consecutive goals, bracketed from the break of three-quarter time. Take a 28-point lead. Last 3 to the Dogs. Margin is 9 points.
Jackson wins the hit out from the boundary throw-in, but there's a pack of players left behind him. Selwood scoops it up, gives it to Sanders. Little kick out, picked up by Clark. Every footy a hot one at the moment. Tackled by Davidson. Umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up.
Good structure by the Dogs too. If they come out, they've got players in place to contest the football.
55 metres out from the Dockers' goal. English tries to clear the area. Clark pops it back inside 50. Bustling and knocks it away from Amos. And support for the Bulldogs. Dale's got it on the last line. Dangerous kick. Just links up with Bramble. 22 gone final term. Fremantle by 9. Bramble down the wing. Bounces in front of Ryan. He just knocks it down to Erasmus. Erasmus kick smothered. Nice work, Williams. Pack forms around McNeil, who picked up the ball. After it was smothered, he's tackled immediately. Ball up on the wing.
Yeah, it was good play by Williams. Yeah, it was really desperate stuff by Williams.
They have got desperate suddenly, the Dogs. Maybe they can sniff a famous victory here. Missing 8 of their best players, including Libba and Darcy and the key defenders in Lobb and O'Donnell. And this one's going to go down to the wire. The Rucks get it straight down to Bolton. Inside 50, Mason Cox. Too tall. He's the tallest man in the AFL. And even the athletic Buku Khamis couldn't reach up over the top. And at centre half forward, Mason Cox has got the Sherrin in his hands.
I was going to say, Cox has now moved to the 50-metre line. Khamis is standing probably too far back. He needed to probably just give himself another little bit so he can actually jump. He's never going to outmark him, but jump over the top of him.
Had to launch, didn't he, rather than
he had to, yeah, you can't do that.
What has the American got for us to the northern end of the stadium? Steps over the square, right to 450, and it hits the post. The goggled, lanky Ruck hits the post from 50, and it keeps the door open for the Dogs. 10-point margin, 6 minutes to play.
Off the back flank, Kennedy, long kick up to a pack on the wing, punched away by Ryan, into the lap of Williams, had to think about doing something with it, and then Jackson locks him up.
They'd be lucky to be 20,000 in the house, and they are so loud at the moment.
Ball up on the wing. 10-point lead for the Dockers. English whacks it forward. In desperation, picked up by Clark for Freo. To Warner. Oh, just slips out of the end of the tackle. Goes back by hand to Chapman. Kicks down the wing. Misses Sarong. Slides through to Selwood. Selwood for the Bulldogs. Right on halfway. Handball to Williams. Williams puts it out on the full.
Everything must go right for the Dogs now, because one bad piece of play, you know the Dockers are going to punish them. And it only needs one scoreboard goal.
Port lead the showdown by 11 before three-quarter time. We'll take you there for the final term. Fremantle by 10 here. Game on the line. Final 5 minutes coming up. We're 24 minutes into the last. Warner marks the short kick. Now goes long for Freo to half forward. Cox and Tracy in the pack. Spills off hands to English, to Williams, to Karmas. Back to Williams, all by hand. Kicks down the wing for the Dogs, and Warner picks it off for Fremantle right on halfway. Dockers by 10. 25 gone final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So Warner, Dock wing, up towards Mason Cox. Jackson launched! Oh, Jackson's been claimed the mark. Luke Jackson, when his team needs him most, maybe for the sealer, leaps up. Mason Cox was in that pack. There was 4 or 5 of them and he clunked a beauty.
Yeah, they just sent size there. So they had Tracy, Cox, as in Mason, and Luke Jackson, all in that pack, and the Bulldogs were just too worried.
They're midgets.
Yeah, they were. English got lost. He wasn't involved at all.
So Luke Jackson, 45-degree angle, 45 metres out. We're going to ride it right behind him in the commentary box. Is it coming back? No, it's floated out to the right. And through for a minor score. It's the Dockers by 11 with 4 minutes to play. What have the Dogs, the gutsy Dogs, got in store for us?
Dale kicks an absolute dart, 50 metres from the kick out to West at half-back. Handball away to Bramble. He's off and running. Bramble down to half-forward. Hardy Jones marks, keeps it moving. Handball to the baby Bond, Fraser. Short kick, McNeil. And from the kick out, the Dogs have got to look at the sticks. 35 out right half-forward. It's in the hands of Lockie McNeil.
Well, it's without saying, he has to... That bit of play, he could have gone. He could have gone. There was a short one on offer, but now he's taking the responsibility. He's just got to knock it over.
They fell a game-high 28 points down at the 12-minute mark of this final term. McNeil trots in. Game-altering kick. He's got it. This game's right back on. The Bulldogs with the last 4 in the game. Fremantle by 5. It's a one-score match with more than 3 minutes to go. There's plenty of footy to be played yet. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Bulldogs 15-12-102. Fremantle 16-11-107. Nick Malthouse, Cameron Ling, the Dockers by 5.
And a bullet from Bailey Dale set that up. The kick out from fullback hit Riley West, and from there, played on, speed on the game, got out the back, and you're right. McNeil, I reckon, for a moment, Mick was going to go. Did the right thing, went back, nailed the goal.
First goal of the season for him as well. One of 6 inclusions for this side tonight.
Did he kick one in the first quarter, McNeil?
He did.
Yeah.
You're right. So he's second. Here we go. 3 and a bit to play. The margin is 5 points. Dogs win it out of the centre. A high ball, and Warner been paid the mark at centre half back. He had to have 2 cracks at it. He squares the kick to Luke Ryan. Marks uncontested, just inside the arc. He's going to bring it round the Dock side. And marking another mark uncontested is Jordan Clark.
So now they've got him trapped on a side of the ground here, so they've got to all man up, force a long kick, invite it back into a contest.
Clark goes down the line. Dogs player goes down behind play. Tracy.
He got rid of the Dogs player, Caulfield, as you called, Cal.
He did well behind play, and then he trotted up about 20 metres on the wing and took the contested mark right in front of the Dockers bench. Tracy goes long. He's got plenty of air in it. Amos was there. Ball hits the deck. Richards puts his body on the line. Good second effort to Bontempelli. Tried to break through a couple. He's gone. The wounded warrior has been pinged for holding the ball, and Luke Jackson is going to be rewarded for the tackle. 55 out and he's taking all his 30 seconds.
Well,
Dockers lead it by 5.
From there, yeah, no, they call play on. Good decision.
Jackson pops it up. Top of the goal square. They all fly. Hits the deck. Bolton! Showtime. Shea left it to the final 2 minutes of the game. And he delivers the knockout blow. Fremantle by 11 in front of a crowd of 23,071. And Luke Beveridge's men, brave, gutsy, undermanned, but they're going to fall short in the final minutes. Freo by 11, 17-11, 113. The Dogs 15-12, 102. That's why he is a superstar.
Great finish by Bolton. The only thing I'll say is, while there's a man wearing number 4 for the Bulldogs in this centre clearance, Cal, funny things can happen. Straight out of the middle, 6-6-6, Bont on the move. Don't know.
7th game of the year. Both teams score 100 points. We only had 5 all of last season. Jackson wins it down, but straight to Richards. Here you go, Lingy, out of the middle for the Dogs. Ryan
well done,
takes
Luke
the
Ryan.
intercept mark at half-back for the Dockers.
That will do it.
Luke Ryan, short kick to Chapman. And now time is against the Bulldogs and the scoreboard. Down 11. Freo have the footy. Tick, 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 tick. Chapman, long to the wing. Bolton leaps up, can't quite complete the mark. Ball hits the deck. Sharp's got it. Tackled by McNeil. Ball up on the wing.
So 1 minute 17 to go. So they'd need a quick entry here, quick goal.
Gee, we got pretty good bang for our buck tonight, haven't we? It's a game of footy.
Who's it come from, Mick? Who would you just roll the... So Bailey Dale's set up at the back here. They're just trying to release him.
Yeah, well, that's what
just to roll the dice.
I'd have a player in the middle of the ground clear so that just hammer the ball straight to him.
Repeat stoppages on the wing for Freo are good as Sanders tries to clear the area. Got it to Richards. Loops a hand pass to Clark. Good tackle, Kennedy. Holding the ball. Free kick, Dogs. So we're inside the final minute. The Dogs are chasing the game down 11. And Kennedy is going to be able to put it inside 50 for the Dogs.
He does just that. They need a mark. Flying in from the side was, guess who, Bontempelli. And they pile on top, a tangle of arms and legs that will throw it in the air.
Outside hit, boundary side here to a right footer.
40 seconds. Dogs trail by 11. They've got it 20 metres out from goal. And it's Jackson down to Bolton. They're 2 superstars. Clearing kick. Unkind bounce for Amos. Buslinger gets it. In fact, it's Selwood, rather. It dribbles over the boundary line, and it was last touch. Free kick for Murphy Reid. As the seconds tick down, we're in the final minute.
He can just go backwards here if he wants to. No, going to go long down the line.
Exactly what he does. Sets it up for Amos. Coming in from the side was Buslinger. Bolton. He's just ripped it out of the Bulldogs' clasps in this final minute or so. And Murphy Reid juggles it over the boundary line. So, boundary throw in. Down by 26 points at quarter time. Justin Longmuir came out to his team. He gave them an absolute rocket, and they have fought back and shown us why they were one of the premiership favourites in season 2026. But we're the wounded dog. They took the fight up to the Dockers, and Fremantle falls over the line by 11 points. 17-11, 113. The Dogs 15-12, 102. And they make it 7 straight wins in 2026. In front of a crowd of 23,071. They prevail by 11 points. Amos has got a free kick. He's going to have a set shot from outside 50. Just to top it off as the Bulldogs fans stream out of the arena. And he's hooking it, and it's coming back late. And it's missing for a -4. That's it. We'll call it a night. A game of massive momentum swings. Dogs led by 26. Freo led by 28. Dogs got back within a couple of points. But the Dockers by 12 in the end.
Anywhere, anytime, anyhow. It's a feel-good win for the Dockers. An incredible turnaround. They fell behind. They came back to lead the game by as many as 28. And in the end, they had to hang on in the end. That was a night that had everything for Fremantle. They get their 7th win on the trot. They make it a 12-point win on a Friday night in Melbourne. I was looking for large periods that it wasn't going to be their night coming to Melbourne on a Friday night, something they've only done 16 times in the club's history. It's only their 4th win in such games Friday night in Melbourne. They ticked the box tonight. They did it the hard way, falling 26 points behind to come back and win by 12. 114 beats 102. The goal kickers in the end, there's a long list of them. Hayden Young kicked 3 all in the second half. You can say the same about Josh Tracy. 3 for Switkowski as well. And then singles down the page, Chapman, Brayshaw, Jackson, Bolton, Reid, Erasmus, Frederick and Dudley. Meanwhile for the Dogs, 2 each for Bontempelli, West, Lewis, McNeil and Norton. And then singles for Sanders, Richards, Vandermeer and Bramble. The Dockers, the first team to 7 wins in the young season. Sydney still to play this weekend, a chance to join them. The Dockers by 12 points over the Western Bulldogs, who gave a bit, still missing some key personnel with 5 key members out. But in the end, the Dockers too good. They win by 12 points. Had a bit of everything. Cameron Lee, Mick Malthouse.
I enjoyed it.
They gave more than what I thought they were capable of.
I was not expecting that game tonight, Nick.
No.
I loved it from the Dogs. They were unbelievably well led by their skipper, Marcus Bontempelli.
Yeah, unbelievable.
And also aided a little bit, I reckon, by Fremantle starting poorly, and that filled the Dogs players with some confidence.
Yeah.
And they threw everything at it. But as the game wore on, it felt like the run and skill level and some really quality ball movement of the Dockers was the reason why it broke Fremantle's way. But again, the Dogs never stopped trying. They closed it to within, what did it get to, Cobbs?
Got within
4 or 5 points.
4 points, yeah.
So that's, real credit to the Bulldogs that they got it that close, because Fremantle would have, I think we all expected coming into this game we're going to win it pretty comfortably.
Yeah. Well, it's a bit like last night, wasn't it? Almost you think, well, players out of the side, how can they cover that back half? Particularly when you look at Tracy kicks 3. I think of the big boys down the front end, they only kicked 3 goals. Did Amos kick 8 goals?
Amos didn't kick 1.
No.
And
Voss didn't get near it.
Tracy kicked 3 all in the second half.
Yeah, so it's 3 goals.
Yeah,
but that's out of 17.
Yeah.
I mean, if you say, oh, our big boys only kicked 3, but you've kicked 17, you go, well, like Young's kicked 3 1/4 or
3 1/2.
3 1/2.
Yep.
So,
Switkowski kicked 3.
He kicked 3 in the first half, but they had 11 goal kickers.
Yeah.
11. That's the mark of a good side. When your reliance is on too few, and they get held, that's why you don't win finals. That's why it's important to spread it. Now, I'm not going to say this can go into the final series, but what it's proven is all these players can kick goals. That missing link, that I said in the middle, outside of Young, who's got to stand up, and he's had a lot of hamstrings on, there's no doubt that Bolton has a major say in that, particularly on the burst out of the centre.
Yeah, I thought he was superb too.
Yeah, and the other, as Murphy Reid, he
had little 5-minute spells in there and showed a bit.
Yeah, because he's not old and he's not massively built, but when the game starts to slow marginally and takes the sting out of the hitting, he's the sort of player that can really break open a game because of his kicking power. He's going to be I know that they got him they were surprised they got him what number they got him at. I think they were all saying, wow, how did we get this kid at whatever number it was?
Murphy Reid,
yeah.
pick 17.
17.
2024.
17, and he's in the top echelon.
He went the pick after Bo Allen. The Eagles drafted the top local guy.
Yeah.
There was every team just about had a look at him at 17.
17.
That let him go. Huge win for the Dockers, 12-point victory. It can't be overstated tonight how significant this is, though. Had won 6 in a row. They're on back-to-back 6-day breaks. They come and play a Bulldogs team who are missing a few of their key players. The Dockers started as a favourite and yet found themselves 26 points behind and yet worked their way back, kicking 7 in a row at one stage, either side of three-quarter time to lead by as many as 28. And then the Dogs, just as we thought it was done, Hardy Jones kicked that goal, and I was surprised at the time how much he sort of celebrated and pumped up his team, and he knew something I didn't. They kicked 4 goals in a row, and all of a sudden it was within 5, and Shea Bolton had to close the show at the end. So
Hardy missed that one too, the second one. That could have been, like he was enthusiastic about his first one, the second mark. So, I think full credit to both sides. As we said, the game was a ripping game. Only 20,000 people. That is a ripping game of football.
Over 100 points scored each. Highly skilled. Some big collisions, big contests. You think of that Kennedy and Pearce one.
Good tackles, really strong tackles.
Real physicality, ebbs and flows.
Long games, great games, like goals. One of Bontempelli on the run out here. You got the one from Young from the boomerang from the forward pocket. That was his third goal. Tracy was always going to get them at some stage with his bulk and his aggression at the ball. I thought he was very good in the second half.
It's funny, Mick, we've been talking about midfielders and just watching him. I haven't had the opportunity to see him live that much, but Luke Jackson is effectively a midfielder, isn't he? The way he covers the ground.
Yeah. What did he end up having?
Disposals.
He was so influential, wasn't he, with the game on the line. Ended up with 18, but 12 of them contested.
Yeah.
He also had 8 tackles, won 5 ground balls, 3 clearances to go along with 13 score involvements.
Yeah.
So he's had it 18 times, 13 of them have led to scores.
So that's what when Darcy was playing, he had to play primarily in the ruck because he can't play anywhere else. So Jackson gets shuffled to a forward pocket. It's a bit like a long time ago, these Collingwood people remember this. Had Thompson and Darcy Moore. Not Darcy, Peter Moore.
Yep.
Peter Moore had to leave and become a Brownlow medalist at another club. So, you've got to get your best ruckman in the ruck.
Let's go celebrate with the winners. Tim Hodges in the Dockers rooms. Freo, the first team to 7 wins, Hodgie.
Oh, talk about celebration. It's like a nightclub down here. It's surprising how many people they've packed in that are Dockers fans in Melbourne. Alex Pearce, the last of the Dockers in with Luke Jackson. And here we go, the Freo song for the 7th time.
Rollers with the Rockers. We're the mighty Freo Dockers. We're going to roll them and we'll rock them. We're going to send them to the bottom. And if they get up, do it again. Dockers stop at nothing. Freo, way to go. Hit a real hard step down to the hole. Freo, no you won't. We are Freo Dockers. Freo, way to go. Hit a real hard step down to the hole. Freo, no you won't. We are Freo Dockers.
I had my eye on Mason Cox there. I can guarantee he's got no idea of the song after 3 attempts. He's just humming along. I'll bring a player to you very soon, guys.
Thanks, Hodgie. 12-point win for the Dockers over the Western Bulldogs in a fun game of footy where 114 beats 102. Had it all. 32 goals kicked, and in the end, the Dogs led early by 26 points. Fremantle trailed for most of the game until the third quarter surge where they kicked the last 3 goals of the third term. They kicked the first 4 of the last. And on the back of 7 straight goals, led by as many as 28. We thought it was a wrap from that point on, but the Dogs never out of the fight. They kicked the next 4, got within a straight kick, and Shea Bolton had to settle it down at the end to kick the last goal of the game. Fremantle by 12 points. Injury concerns, hamstring complaint for Laith Vandermeer. He didn't participate in the second half, out with a right hammy strain.
I know I'm a week away, but next week's games with these sides is going to be unbelievable. Dogs are playing Port, who are...
They've just fallen behind.
Yeah, they have.
21 points Adelaide over Port at the moment, so we'll take you there shortly. Start of the final term, 21 points.
And when you've got Fremantle playing Hawthorn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Off a short week, 6 days.
Thursday night.
And back in Perth, so Thursday night next week. Let's go back to the Freo rooms. Tim Hodges.
Very lucky to be joined by Andrew Brayshaw from the Dockers. Mate, congratulations. That was hard work.
Oh, yeah, it was. They jumped us early. Their contest was really strong, and probably took us a quarter-time spray to really get back into it. But no, our contest in the second quarter was really matched theirs, and then we were able to get it inside 50 and score from there. So it was good.
I've got two for you before I send you upstairs. The quarter-time spray from Justin Longmuir, it looked like one of the best he's ever delivered in his entire coaching career.
It was up there. A couple of choice words to some of us. So. It realigned us to, basics, contest, being strong, and we were able to wrestle things back into our momentum and, managed to get the win.
And the high five celebrations, what do you owe Josh Tracy?
Oh, well, probably a slab. He loves celebrating, and he's been poked in the eye twice now celebrating, once from Vossi and now once from me, so I thought for a little bit there I was going to accost us by sending off our big key forward, but he was able to come back on and have a few more good contests for us.
It was a hell of a goal by you. When did you realise, oh God, I've done something really bad here?
When I turned around and he was on the ground, I think, or grabbing his face or something. So I went back to him, checked that he was all right, and then we both went off and I gave him a little hug and a kiss.
The showdown beckons. I'll send Andrew straight up to you boys, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Andrew, well done on the win, mate. You got to know that those big prima donna forwards, they can't take a little bit of contact. So well done. You mentioned the spray that Justin gave at quarter time. A spray's great. It'll obviously get a response from you guys, but also what was spoken about to fix up? What were the key elements that just needed correcting?
Our tackle technique was probably the main one. We were just going in all guns blazing and a bit too high, so I think we'd given away something like 9 free kicks, 7 ones that were just high, and then a couple where we tripped them up as well. So our intent was okay. It was just our method was pretty poor. So we got a pretty fair spray there to go a bit lower and harder instead of trying to tackle with our arms, and then mainly just getting into the contest, wanting it as much as they were, because they were getting someone, and it was Bont in the first quarter, just getting to the fall of the ball every time, and we weren't really matching them. So just wanting the ball in your hands, wanting the contest, and going in low and hard. And
you were able to, and through the middle of the ground, we felt tonight, bring multiple people through there for little bursts, whether it was Murphy Reid, obviously Hayden Young can be forward and kick the 3 goals, but also in the middle of the ground. It's not just relying on yourself and also Caleb in there. Do you feel you've got a big enough group that can sustain it through big games against good opposition?
I think we do now. Like you said, it doesn't all just fall on Caleb or myself anymore. We've got 6 guys who can probably go in there and really impact in different ways. We're a really, energised group in there, really exciting time. So, we saw a bit of that in the fourth quarter particularly, where we were able to just flip a few different guys in there and get a few different looks. And, to go inside, lock it in there a little bit and score a couple of the goals that we did was really promising signs.
And just on statistics, Corbin read them out before the game about teams that have got age on their side and won premierships and generally got sides into the top 4. You were one of the youngest, still one of the younger sides, but maturity just seems to have grown over the last 12 months or so. I'm making a statement here, but it just seemed last year maybe games just got out of reach, and then you were sort of reaching at the end to try to win games. Now, admittedly, today you still had to charge at the end, but you seem to be a lot more mature around the ball than what you have been, say, last year. And I know you've got another year under your belt, but is the ruck... It just seems to be clicking a lot better than what it did last year, and no disrespect at all for young Darcy.
No, I think, we've learned those lessons over the last couple of years where we've had games that have been quite close and we haven't been able to get done. You look at last year's final when we lost by a point. We learned these lessons the hard way, and we practice these scenarios of either being up or being a couple of goals down. And like you mentioned, we've been putting in work a little bit, another year under our belt of just working together, another pre-season. And, even though, Sean's an absolute dominant player, but even when he goes down, we have different guys step up. Dogger and Mace tonight were really strong, and we've built that connection. But, we've definitely had to learn that the hard way with a few tough losses.
Yeah, sure. Well, your mate did pretty well last year. That's the one that doesn't play with the AFL side anymore.
Oh, yeah. Chook, he's an absolute star.
Yeah. Anyway, I've asked one too many. So.
Andy, just a quick one before you go. I don't know if you saw Nathan Brown's analysis during the week on Channel 9, where he got your numbers this year compared to last and put them up against Trent Cotchin's numbers from 2016 to 2017. And disposals down, but tackles and 1%ers up, doing the selfless team things. Has there been a change in directive for your role in 2026 compared to the year previous?
I think we probably touched on it in that first question of, we're not as reliant on myself and Caleb to be as dominant in terms of numbers and time inside. So we've taken, both of us, a bit of trying to be a little bit more, flexible in our roles and open up some more time for some of the other guys to step in. And, I'd rather us win more games of footy than me get more touches. So, at this point, whatever the head coach and the midfield coach want from me, that's what I'm going to do. And, if that means a couple of less touches and, a couple of 1%ers, but we get the win, I'm more than happy.
Enjoy the time back in Melbourne. Appreciate your time here on ABC Sport.
Thanks very much, fellas.
Andy Brayshaw with us in the Fremantle rooms on the back of their 12-point win. A fantastic game of footy after falling 26 behind. They led by 28 themselves. The Dogs, a late surge to put a scare back in their Fremantle camp, and Shea Bolton kicked the winner, Fremantle by 12. All right, we got 2 minutes before we're off to Adelaide for the end of the showdown. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
All right, I'll quickly do the votes and you'll see which way I'm slanting here because I just love the man. But Luke Jackson, I gave 1 vote to, just influence around the ground. Spoke about the score involvements, hit-outs, everything. Clearances, the lot. 2 votes to Shea Bolton, 30 touches, a goal, massive score involvements, and just
the speed, how he broke the game open, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Unlucky probably not to get the 3, but I'm giving it to the man. Marcus Bontempelli, 33 disposals, 2 goals, clearly hampered with an injury, and still his team wouldn't have got within 5 or 6 goals tonight without him. So I just thought he was the most important player on the field.
This is a little controversial for a little side reason. So this is a little subplot. Mark Murphy last Thursday night had the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year, and he gave Bontempelli top votes. He was widely ridiculed. He said, look, the coaches all agree with me that he'll get at least 9 from the coaches. He got 8. So he was second. He was second best. He could have given it to Charlie Curnow, his former teammate, decided to give it to Bont. We all mocked him. I don't think we're going to be mocking you tonight.
Good.
I think
Thanks,
it was even more decisive that Bont was the number 1 guy on the ground. 33 disposals, 9 score involvements and 2 goals. It's also a little closer game. Last week,
blowout. Bit of a blowout, yes.
Curnow kicked 7. I thought it was a little stiff. But anyway, thank you very much, Mick.
Pleasure.
I'll hear you tomorrow down in Geelong. Thank you, Lingy. I'll hear you on Sunday.
Yes, 12 o'clock with Clinchy.
Thanks to Kelly Underwood, to Tim Hodges downstairs, to Stuart Hollywood Baker, our audio technician, and to Akash Fodder back in the studio. We're done here, but the footy is not. If you are listening on News Radio, if you want to keep listening to the footy, you'll have to go across and stream it through ABC Listen. But for everybody else, after Fremantle's 12-point victory in the first leg of the dual-site doubleheader on Friday night, we can now take you to the showdown in Adelaide, the Crows by 14. Final quarter action. Good night.
14 points. A warm welcome to everyone joining us from the MCG. Adelaide by 14. Port Adelaide inside 50. Epic finish to showdown 59 coming your way. Out of the stoppage, Rory Laird bowled over. We'll get a ball up. Centre half forward for Port Adelaide. Aaron Bryans, Tom Wilson, Lauren Arnell, Matthew Clark with you. It's been a odd game. First half sluggish. Second has been electric. We're going to the wire on ABC Sport.
Saligo handballs from centre half back towards Keys, who wraps up Burgoyne in the tackle. Have another ball up. 15 minutes gone in the final term. Crows kicked 5 straight goals. Port with the last one. But most of the momentum going the Crows' way. Ware hard in there on Peatling. Tries to get the handball to Thilthorpe, but Ware goes in again. His quick kick lands in the lap of Rankin at centre half back. Asked to play on by the umpire. Steps across, goes a 45 kick up towards Keys. Lies with a clever fist out towards the boundary line. Saligo versus Moraes. Saligo over the top, holds it in. We'll have a ball up. Left half forward for Adelaide. Outer side of the ground, they lead by 14 points.
If you just joined us, Port by 12 at the first change, 6 at the half. Low-scoring affair, just 7 goals in the first half. Now it's opened up. Out of the stoppage, tap down to Peatling. Surges away, heading inside 50. Murray entangled with Aaliyah. Whistle, and they're paying the mark to Aaliyah, who has been terrific tonight. His intercept marking is through the roof.
Yeah, so we had Thilthorpe who gets the clearance, but then, of course, we want Thilthorpe down there to catch it. So what do you do?
Tried to wait the kick out to Joe Richards back with the flight, but he was tracked by Neil Bull and puts it down. Dan Curtin runs in, throwing the body on the line is Max Michaelani, getting across Horne-Francis. Ball up to come at the attacking edge. Taylor Walker out of the game, hamstring injury first term. Jordan Butts as well, also out with a leg issue. Means that Adelaide are 2 down in the final stages here, but up by 14.
Visentini knocks it down towards Wines. Back to Visentini, to Moraes. Just throws that in the boot. The free kick's going to come all the way back. So Wines will get the footy.
Gives Port Adelaide time to reset their forward line. The Crows are starting to congest stoppage to try and take heat out of the game, which means they only had 3 players ahead of the ball, Port.
So Wines thought about a short kick, but will go long towards Georgiades. McKinlay at the front takes the mark. Not many players to kick to with Georgiades on the deck. Handballs to Farrell. We know he can use it well. Over the back is Berry. Joe Berry marks at the top of the square. Had his eyes on it the whole way, and he plays on and kicks the goal. He nearly stuffed it. I'm sorry. Why do they do this? The coach is sitting next to me. Why do they do it? 9-8-62. Berry gets his first. Adelaide 10-10, 17.5 minutes gone final term.
Farrell's leg is a weapon. It's that extra 10 metres which makes that play possible. The Crows actually look really well set defensively, but his ability to penetrate gets it over the back, and yes, then they made a hard work of it. What should have been a very easy moment.
And all of a sudden it's an 8-point game, guys.
Yeah, and I feel Port have had the better of this last 4 or 5 minutes. So, you know, we spoke about the short turnaround, and is that going to be a factor? And, you know, I was pretty adamant that it wasn't. But as you get into this last 7 or 8 minutes of the game, there's no doubt that there'll be some fatigued boys out there.
What a game we've got. Year in, year out, it delivers 34% of the time. Showdowns are thrilling finishes. Best rivalry in the game in comparison. You can look it up against Geelong and Hawthorn, Carlton, Collingwood, Western Derby, Battle of the Bridge. It is the best of the lot. And it's heading down again. Sweet towards Horne-Francis, ripped off the ball by Berry. And a holding free kick going his way. Was spun in the tackle, dropped it early. Crows fans incensed. There's been a couple of topical decisions tonight. Jason Horne-Francis looks caught in 2 minds. Looked left, went that way in the end after zigging right, and his kick to Berry knocked away by the fist of Hugh Bonds. Boundary throw in to come. All the heavy hitters in the house. Andrew Dillon's here, Peter Malinauskas is here. All the Tassie scouts are here, Loz.
Good game to watch.
Tossed in, Sweet down, sharked, coming off a step, hooks it around the body. Toby Murray has had a standout man-making game tonight. Meets the footy and knocks it to Berry, buffeted off his kick, rolls back to Burn-Jones. He uses Butters, who races for Port Adelaide back through left half-back. Uses Kane Farrell and then gets it back. Butters up to disposal 27. Heads to the defensive edge to Logan Evans. Has the run of Aaliyah.
They're out.
Who's got out of the exit of defensive 50. Aaliyah driving kick to Jack Whitlock. Another high-flying grab. 55 out in the one-on-one. His contested marking has been terrific. He's just got to finish it here. He'll share it wide. Jacob Ware still 53 out. Right in front of the Wanganeen stand. Crows by 8. Jacob Ware puts up a prayer. Cathedral end. Jack Whitlock floated forward and gets the footy back. Jumping Jack at the top of the goal square. My goodness, this is going to be electric.
Yeah, obviously the loss of Butts, but Jordan Sweet really important there as well. So McAndrew was getting back to help aerial support. Sweet pushed really hard, kept him on the ground, and that allows Whitlock to jump and take this mark.
It's been a game you wouldn't rewatch anytime soon.
Second half, mate. Come on, it's been great.
I was going to say, for Jack Whitlock, it might be a match-making moment. Whitlock in his first showdown drills it over the goal umpire's hat and into the hill of frustrated Crows supporters. And the noise silences at the Adelaide Oval. Margin is just 2 in showdown 59. 10-10-70 Adelaide. Port 10-8-68. 5 to go on ABC Sport.
Well, this is where the cream rises to the top, isn't it? And as a coach, Doc, you're checking the magnets and making sure you've got your absolute best out there, and particularly at this centre ball up. Ollie Wines has just come on the ground from raise and gone straight in there.
Yeah, rotations are an interesting one, aren't they? At this point of the game, obviously fatigue's a factor, but yeah, you want to make sure you've got all of your stars aligned and get them all out on the ground and in the centre bounce ideally. So let's have a look. We've got Butters, Wines, and who's on the far side?
Drew with Jordan Sweet.
Back in the middle of the ground, Port trail by 2. Sweet tries to take it out, tackled by Berry. He's a tackling machine. It's number 16. Another ball up. Sweet knocks it forward. Who can run onto that? Cook leads Ware in the race. Ware lays the tackle. Fell out in the tackle, says the umpire. Wines, Durden, Berry, the Joe variety, tackled by the Sam variety.
Every contest crucial from here on out.
Ware's had some good moments too. The 15 disposals, almost 500 metres gained on a wing. He's worked his tail off.
A lot of contributors tonight for both teams. Butters, handballs to Farrell. Butters again, McAndrew, Pedler, Berry, all laying tackles. And we'll have another ball up near the centre circle. Crows leading by 2 points. 22 minutes gone in the final term.
McAndrew down to Berry, gets it to Saligo. He brushes off McKinlay. He's running backwards, losing ground. Has to kick off balance, up to left half forward. Pitches backwards on Ben Keys, but Rankin's there with the assist. Well tracked, gets the handball to Neil Bullen, turns it left half forward, into the pocket he goes, juggling 3 bites for Shelley, knocked away late by Aaliyah with the desperate swat as he nearly reeled it in. Rochelli's pleading his case. He won't get the free. Tossed in 10 out.
The ability to hold balance around the stoppage, as it gets more and more intense, the desire to get inside can cost you if you lose the outside.
McAndrew gets front position, knocked it down, but straight to Wines. He flung it out to Ware. Tackled as he kicked it, dropped short, 35 out. Berry's there, couldn't take the mark, gets the second attempt, paddled it to Michaelani, but it bounced off his bootlaces. Now coming, tries to sidestep 3 and loses the footy in the process.
Joe Berry.
Free kick, Port Adelaide, defensive 50 down 2.
So Drew takes it. Out wide to Lai. Too much on it. Pedler chopped his arms. So he misjudged it there, Lai. Pedler thinks he's going to get the ball for Lassu, but better throw it back quick. Lai plays on. Pumps it down the line. Ugly looking kick. McKinlay touches it in time. And the Crows fans want a Lassu, but didn't see the touch. We'll have a throw in. It's about 80 metres from Port's goal. They're trailing by 2 points. Really got the heart rate going up here in the commentary box. Imagine what it's like for the 53,000 Crows fans and the 400 or so Port fans down there. Boundary throw in. Sweet knocks it down. Sam Berry, what a star he's been tonight. His handball is knocked down though by Joe Richards, a good 1%, and we'll have another boundary throw in.
Port rolled the dice a little bit at that stoppage. Ewan McKinlay was a late sub with Joe Richards coming onto the ground, so it left Berry by himself, but Richards with the speed and fresh legs off the bench was able to squash that handball.
No Taylor Walker, no Jordan Butts. Jordan Dawson not there tonight. The Crows hanging on, up by 2. Tossed in, tapped down. Drew gets it to Wines, then Butters. He's breaking away from Peatling, kicks it across the body towards the 50. Borlase in front, Georgiades panics, grabs the jumper, free kick, going the way of the Crows, and now they find their voice. The Adelaide faithful, 53,000 in attendance, the 4th highest crowd in showdown history. Borlase on return, heads to the eastern side. Thilthorpe flew early, lands in the lap of Burn-Jones out the back. True centre wing. Port led from the 9-minute mark of the first all the way to the 32-minute mark of the third. It's been Al Adelaide since, down the line, couple of flyers. Horn Francis early and then over the back. Worrell takes the intercept mark. Adelaide move it back towards the Odie stands. Alex Neil Bullen, the premiership demon, knows all about big games. Searching kick to left half forward. Aaliyah nearly cuts it off, but gets it on the bounce. He handed it away, though, straight to Thilthorpe. Uses Berry, bangs it high and long into the night sky. 3 power players converge. Hitting the deck at the back was Taylor. Pulled off it, no free kick. They'll ask the question again, the home crowd, but it will be a ball up, 45 out, inside 50 for the Crows.
Sweet knocks it down towards Cook, clean to Rankin. It's going to be a throw.
Wow, okay.
Against Cook. Interesting.
Umpire was in perfect position for it.
Not too much complaint from the Crows players either.
Which team's going to be brave with the ball? Oh, that's not a great kick.
That was brave. Missed 2 Port players. Bergman got it. Goes the handball back towards Lockie Jones. Curtin in there with the 1%er. Farrell. Zach Taylor dived on it. Got it to Keys. Handball to Miller. Unloads from 50. That is an unbelievable goal from Wayne Miller. A team effort. The icing on the cake. The cherry on top. Whatever you want to say. Wayne Miller. That might have got you the 3 votes. Adelaide. 11-10-76. Controversial. It was a push in the back.
No, I think they've called it touched.
No, push in the back. Free to Logan Evans. No goal. Adelaide by 2 and Port quickly move it to the eastern side. Pandemonium in showdown 59. The State absolutely losing its marbles up the middle. The kick to Bergman who turns. Adelaide's napping inside 50. Port Adelaide look to strike. Georgiades the target. Couple of flies of the Crows. Georgiades stays down. Hands it to Durden. Curling it from 20. He misses across the face. 1 point game.
Wow.
What is going on?
Can we just make sure there's a security detail for the blokes in yellow at the end of this game?
Just had a replay there. I just missed it. I did not see any.
Richelli
it must have been off the ball.
clattered into Logan Evans on the goal line.
Evans ended up in the fence.
Wow. So Port trailing by 1. Kick out of defence from Adelaide. Jordan Sweet takes the mark. Almost 28 minutes gone. Sweet goes back inside the forward 50. Horn Francis flies, brings it to ground. Boundary throw in. Could it get any more tense?
So the Crows have got a number behind. Only 5 forwards ahead at the moment. So where's the extra?
Boundary throw in deep in Port Adelaide's forward line. Sweet knocks it down. Wines to Durden. Handballs forward. Georgiades there. Peatling happy to get this out over the boundary line.
So 1 point game, forward 50 stoppage. As Port Adelaide, you just want to keep the ball alive, and Crows want to congest the field space. They're happy with repeat stoppage. If you can get a clearing kick, you'll take that. But Port have a +2 outside 50, so they can get them on re-entry if they need.
Adelaide by a point in showdown 59. Tossed in. McAndrew got the tap, then became the tackler on Sweet. Rankin piles in. Ball up 30 out.
So Port Adelaide's 2 spares are in the corridor. Crows have to exit wide.
Tossed up McAndrew. Hollywood tap overhead looking for Neil Bullen. Cut off by Ware. Over the footy but won't really take control. He knows he's in trouble. Coming in. Durden makes an effort. Forces the ball up. 45 out. Port's 50. Anything will do. Tap down. Wines. Shoots the handball. McKinlay curls it from 45. Ewan McKinlay got it to Berry. And he curls it from 40 home to be the hero in the showdown. Joe Berry puts Port Adelaide up by 5. Oh my goodness, what a finish. Crows fans will be incensed.
Got to own the outside of the contest. The Crows had the extra on the goal line, but the action's happening up 40 metres away.
Joe Berry curling it from 30. And Port Adelaide strike. They're up by 5 in the dying stages.
The play now for the Crows is you've got to score, obviously. Less than a minute on the clock. You're down by 5 points. They've got to either spike the ball or hit backwards so they can get some forward momentum out of CB.
All the boards are up. We can see the halfbacks about to charge off the line here.
And Todd Marshall will drop us a spare off a wing for Port Adelaide, try and create the outnumber defensively.
Port Adelaide with the last 4 goals of the game and maybe to pinch the showdown back in the middle of the ground. Miller came off the back line. Free kick going the way of Isaac Rankin. Too high. 35 seconds left. Rankin pumps it inside the forward 50. Up towards Stilthorpe. Curtin flew. Rode by Lockie Jones. Handball to Bergman. Butters quick kick out. Miller takes it on. Durden wraps him up in the tackle. Handball to Curtin. Cook runs inside the forward 50. Would this be the winner? Oh, goodness! What is he cooking? What are we seeing in showdown 59? Brayden Cook puts the Crows back in front with 11 seconds to go.
So this is one of the 34%, I reckon. One of those close ones.
11:10:76 Adelaide Port, 11:09:75, 31 minutes gone.
And all the young blokes having their moment, yeah? Amazing.
11 seconds. It's long enough. It's enough time from centre ball up. It's enough time to score. Todd Marshall's gone forward. He's the swing man when Port Adelaide need a play. And Horn Francis on a wing, not at the centre ball up.
Braden Cook, the unlikely hero.
Tap's going wide to Horn Francis.
Showdowns are all about moments. It's Adelaide by a point. Do Port have one last roll of the dice? Out of the middle, it's tapped towards Wines. Fresh area on the half volley. Picked up by the Crows. Berry gets the clearing kick. Ben Keys has it. Siren. After an emotional week, stacked full of injuries, Adelaide rises off the canvas to one. They land one last knockout blow and win Showdown 59 by a point. Stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of South Australia, where the mighty Adelaide grows. Braden Cook, the hero on the big stage, gets Adelaide up in what was a seesawing affair at the death. Ugly first half, Port by 6 at the major break. Adelaide by 8 at three-quarter time after a massive run of 4 or 5 goals. Couple of contentious calls. You can hear the cheers for the umpires. We went absolutely to the death. It looked like Adelaide had the match winner through Wayne Miller. Cancelled out. Joe Berry gets one back. Port by 5, and then at the death, Braden Cook gets the job done in Showdown 59. Adelaide 4-4, Port 3-5. What a night of footy. 53,000 erupting. The state on a knife's edge. We went right to the death. And once again, the Showdown has delivered. Big night of footy. Fremantle by 12 at Docklands. And Adelaide get the job done. 11:10:76 to 11:09:75. Goal scorers, 3 to Keys, 2 to Rochelle and Murray. Singles to Miller, Rankin, Cook, Pedler and Thilthorpe. For Port Adelaide, 2 to Georgiades and Durden. Singles to Vicentini, Whitlock, Wines, Butters and Berry. It's a lot to unpack. Thankfully, we've got a good 40 minutes to do so. Lauren Arnell, Matthew Clark, walk us through that finish.
Oh, that's a classic. And it'll go into the catalogue of unbelievable showdowns that we've been lucky enough to watch. But what I loved is, all of the young players that were influential in that final term, and then even earlier in the game. And I feel really bad for complaining about the standard of the match in the first half, because that was spectacular second half.
Us in the face,
a spectacular second half, just highlights all over the place. And in the end, the ability for both teams in critical moments to get the ball to the outside of the contest and finish plays. I think defensively both teams will be looking at it and saying, should we have shut that down? But you just had to enjoy the contest, really.
Oh, what an epic last quarter and second half, to your point. But I thought the Crows' ability to just keep showing up and ride the wave of emotion that we've spoken about is just unbelievable. And I thought Port Adelaide threw many, many punches, and Aliir kept him in the game for so much of it.
Yeah, he was spectacular. What did he end up with intercept mark? It was
12,
some crazy number, yeah. But
8 for Aliir.
Oh, yeah.
14 marks for the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was, a large part of the game, it was a scrap in the first half, and it did sort of just bounce between the two back lines, with Miller mopping up at one end and Aliir at the other. But in the second half, the game actually was a really good spectacle. The contest stayed fierce, but both teams were able to flick the ball to the outside at times, and then we got to see them put their skills on show. So, yeah, footy lived up to the billing.
The fact that the Crows can do that without Walker since, halfway through the first quarter, Butts went down second quarter.
Yeah.
What an unbelievable team effort. Neil Bullen was sort of in and out a little bit with that knee complaint. It's for me. If you're a Crows supporter, you're walking out obviously enormously pumped. You've won the showdown by 1 point, but just shows so much heart and so much promise for so many of the experienced players that stepped up, but also those young guys you mentioned. And I thought even Borlase had some good moments, had a tough night against Georgiades from the most part, but a couple of big moments in that last quarter from him too.
Yeah, and ultimately, anytime the game swings under a goal, there's going to be a little bit of luck involved. So from the Port Adelaide perspective, if you assess where they are in their season, they got off to a really rocky start, but their last 3 weeks have been exceptional football. And so, they come out on the wrong end of this one. But even though, we spoke about the importance of staying ahead of the ledger, 3 and 5 is not disastrous.
Adelaide winners by a point in an epic showdown. Let's head downstairs with Jess Adamson.
The Children's Charity of South Australia has joined with both the Adelaide Football Club and the Port Adelaide Football Club to help make a greater impact on the lives of local children in need. This partnership sees both clubs compete to hold up the prestigious Variety Showdown Shield. Tonight, the Showdown Medal will be presented to the player judged best of field in tonight's game. We're joined by Variety SA Chair Selina Bushell and Variety Scholarship participant Kai Plummer to present tonight's Showdown Medal and Showdown Shield. And the winner of the Showdown Medal is Sam Berry.
29 touches, 7 inside 50, 7 first possessions. Sam Berry wins his first Showdown Medal, and the man sitting next to me gave him 3 votes on the night.
Very relieved. You forgot the 19 tackles that he laid as well. Unbelievable in the second half.
Incredible performance. Here he is downstairs.
What a game. How good are showdowns. Big thanks to Port. Again, cracking contest. Thanks to everyone for coming out, and cheers.
Absolute bulldozer is Sam Berry. Gets his first accolade in his young career.
Showdown 59, the Adelaide Football Club.
Roller coaster of emotions for the home crowd.
We invite tonight's captain, Alex Neil-Bullen.
They were hanging by a thread the entire final quarter. And Alex Neil-Bullen will come out to achieve the Showdown Shield that Adelaide has won in 6 of the last 7 meetings. They retain the South Australian crown. Here he is downstairs.
Thank you to Variety SA for your partnership with the Showdown. Both South Australian clubs are very proud to partner with such a great organisation. To Josh Carr and your team, you're having a great season. It's a privilege to have this healthy rivalry, and we'll see you again later in the year. To our boys, so bloody proud, and to our fans, we bloody love you. Well done.
Right at home, Alex Neil-Bullen.
Well done to both teams tonight. Thank you all so much for joining us for Showdown 59. Good night.
So Sam Berry with the most tackles in Showdown history and joins illustrious company in the history of the game. Rory Laird with the most ever with 20. Liberatore, Zeeble and Bolton with 19. So he becomes the 4th and technically equals 2nd in the history of the AFL. Sam Berry with his 19 tackles today. Amazing performance. So who'd you have UC2 and you won, Tom?
So I went Alir with 2 votes. I thought, considering the inside 50, imbalance, 59 to 39. He stood up so strong back there, took 14 marks, was so important, not just on the one-on-ones, but the way he delivered the ball outside of the 50. And I just thought Wayne Miller's game, from start to finish, he was probably the most consistent player on the ground. 29 touches, 4 tackles, inside 50. I just thought he mopped up so well, and he kicked it at 88%. But there were so many other players in contention. I mean, I love the game of Ben Keys with 3 goals. Josh Rochelle really sparked the Crows. And then you've got the midfielders at Port Adelaide of Zach Butters and Ollie Wines that had 30 touches. But Sarah Berry with the 3, Alir with the 2, and Wayne Miller with the 1.
It's a pretty good effort. Up there with our ABC Sport experts, I reckon, in terms of their performances over the years.
Well, I hope so.
Well done.
That was a big day.
Yeah.
Big day. Very, very enjoyable. Very enjoyable just to be at the footy and have a good seat and get to try not to be cheering too parochially for one side. But
you grew into the game as it progressed, I reckon. Docker, you got the result that you were after at the end. Adelaide by a point. And another Showdown epic. 59th edition ends right at the death with Braden Cook, the unlikely hero, just You kind of flagged it in the pre-game, guys, that Showdown's all about moments, and we've seen them through the years, and I don't think anyone anticipated Braden to be the guy who'd get them over the line.
I mean, to be fair to Braden Cook, if he can do anything really well, it's kick a ball.
Yeah.
It's so impressive, everything he does when he touches the footy. I really enjoy watching him play, and I'm looking forward to seeing his career evolve because he's got an absolute weapon by foot.
Yeah, he's got the step as well, so he can get in and out of a little bit of traffic and then execute really well. But if you think about the outcome, I think the medalist was well voted on by yourself because ultimately, if you think about the threat that the Port Adelaide midfield posed, how are you going to contain that? You need someone to be sticking a lot of tackles, and 19 is a phenomenal number of tackles, and then obviously won a fair chunk of his own ball as well. So a worthy winner of the medal. And I mentioned during the call, I think the addition of Saligo into that midfield didn't have as big a numbers, but it's just that little bit of zip and leg drive that comes away from the contest, which is really important. And the second half of the match was a great spectacle to watch because the ball did start to open up, and players like Horn Francis and Butters are always going to be able to do that, but the Crows started to have a few of their own in that bracket.
I just think the response from them is what really matters coming out of last week, and all of the things off field we've talked about, but on field we mentioned in the pre-game round 8. If you're going to get tidied up by the best team in the comp, you may as well happen in round 7, and then you show a response from round 8 onwards, and you learn a bit about yourselves. And that's what I've appreciated the most about this Crows Showdown win is those young guys that have stepped up, but also the response from players like Ben Keys. He kicked 3 goals tonight and played a really important role. And Berry, obviously the Showdown medal winner with how many tackles? That's grunt though. Like, you get cleaned out by the best midfield in the comp the week before, and you show up with an absolute threat in front of you. And Wines is going back in time and playing an absolute perler tonight. Butters turns up. Horn Francis, I thought, was quiet by his standards, but you got guys like Berry showing up with the grunt and the want for the contest. And the Crows to finish 81 tackles for the game in an AFL men's game is significant. And plus 20 inside 50 is just reward for the grunt inside.
Big differential in inside 50, and for a lot of the game, we were questioning whether their inefficiency was going to cost them. In the end, it nearly did, but they were good enough. And if you look at the win in the context of their season, they've now won 2 games at home by a point, and they get to sit at 4-4. That very easily could be 2-6, and that is a bit of a mountain to climb. So they're well positioned. Clearly some more injuries tonight, which is a concern. But if they can get some cavalry back, they'll certainly be amongst the teams that are going to influence the back end of the season.
It's one of those years they're just grinding it out, 4-4, and they haven't hit their full stride yet. And there's plenty of the season to play out, but it's a side that's getting the job done, or at least competitive against some of the better sides and losing by single-digit margins. And we haven't really seen them all together yet, and that's the exciting part. Is the world's the oyster for the Adelaide Crows if they can get everybody back in the next month or so, and then really start to open up their fixture. But to be able to do what they've done, we've got to give them a lot more flowers than I think they've been